Good morning, Realty Texas. Good morning, Mega. I am absolutely pumped and excited to have all of you in our Mega 18 Academy. This is going to be quite a journey. We're going to spend the first hour in class talking about the expectations of Mega, how to access your homework, some mindset stuff, and getting some fundamental groundwork under our belts because Mega is a journey that is going to help you become the top producer, reaching the numbers and the production that you've always wanted to reach. We are going to pull back the onion and we're going to look at the nucleus of what a top producing salesperson does and how they focus their time and what they focus their time on. Focusing their time on income producing tasks and moving from an operator to step back and look at their business as a whole and start running it like a business. Who is ready to take charge of their real estate business starting with the second half of 2026? I want to see a show of hands. I am very, 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 very pumped. I am super excited. Let's do this, Mega. Let's do this. Who's excited? All right, so as you know, there will be a mega valedictorian that comes out of this class. We're going to talk about what you can step away from this class as a graduate or with the Master Certified Salesperson certification, or one of you will walk away as our mega valedictorian. The Mega 17 valedictorian was Isolette Daly. And Isolette filmed a video just like you will, whoever you are, Mega 18 Mega valedictorian, to address the Mega 19 class that comes after. So let's hear from Isolette Daly.
Hi there, it's Isolette. I'm excited that you guys have all committed yourself to doing Mega with Jack. This Mega 18 class, I'm sure, is going to be better than the one that he just did before in January. I have been in real estate for 27 years and really didn't think that I had the time to take on doing the commitment of the Mega 17 class. And I didn't know if there was really going to be much that I would be able to get out of it, being that I've been in the business for 27 years, although I've always approached everything from the perspective that you can always learn more in real estate. That class that I took with Jack and Lisa and Miguel was the best thing that I could have done for my business. I've been at different type of real estate offices, including Coldwell Banker, Keller Williams, Remax, and some small boutique offices. And what they offer in this program far surpasses anything that I've ever been exposed to as far as real estate education. We are so lucky for the depth of knowledge that Jack brings to the table with contracts and experience, as well as what Lisa brings to give this an opportunity to, and keep an open mind to really change your business and do everything that you can possibly do to absorb as much as you possibly can, because it's going to be the game changer in your real estate business. I was the valedictorian, and as a benefit, I got some one-on-one coaching with Jack, which has been phenomenal. So good luck, everyone. Grab the bull by the horns, hunker down and do it, and you'll be so grateful that you did. It's going to be the game changer for your real estate business. If you need anything or have questions at any time, just shoot me an email. Good luck.
Thank you, Isolette. That was amazing. I am always so excited to learn who is going to be my mega valedictorian. We don't know yet, do we? But we're soon going to find out, and it's going to be based on how much you invest in yourself right now. Because over the course of this July 2026, you will be investing in yourself. You will be learning your contracts in a way that you've not ever learned contracts before. You will learn prospecting in a way that you've never learned prospecting before. And the four quadrants of Mega is to prospect, convert, close, follow up, and be a salesperson. I hope that you are proud to be a salesperson because today we're going to talk about what truly being a salesperson is and that salespeople make more money than any other profession in the United States if it's done right. We all have the ability to wake up unemployed every day and focus on administrative tasks instead of focusing on income producing tasks. And Mega is about helping you fill your pipelines for the second half of this 2026 year and through your days, being able to push the noise away, focus on your income producing tasks, and make sure that there is a bubble in your calendar every day that's protected, that is dedicated to the one thing, which is income producing tasks. And we're going to talk about what is an income producing task and what is not an income producing task. So this Mega 18 is really all about you, and it's going to come with a massive amount of um, breakout sessions and working with your fellow students and getting into the mindset of what it is to be a top producing agent. Some of you are here for credit. We need to see your videos on. This is very interactive. I'm going to be asking a lot of questions. Every single person is going to participate through each module. So don't think that your video and your audio can remain off in Mega because this is probably going to be the most interactive class that you have ever had. There are hundreds of breakout sessions where you will break out in a breakout session, and each time you will select a group captain to lead that breakout session. And when you come back into the main session, then you will report for your class. And we like to award a lot of gift cards for those people who come up with the best information out of the breakout sessions. So be prepared. Be prepared to share your knowledge and your experience because the depth of knowledge that we have in this class today helps make the group better because you're going to be learning from me, you're going to be learning from Lisa, you're going to be learning from each other. And that's one of the huge things about Mega is that this group, this Mega 18 group, you're going to create friendships, you're going to create lifetime relationships, and you're going to be leaning on each other when things start getting tough. It takes 30 days to really create a habit and get used to that habit. And what I have found, because this is now the 18th time that we've taught Mega, which is an entire month for all of us, because all of us have this commitment that we're taking right now, including Lisa and myself, that by the time Mega is about to be finished and we jump into our Mega graduation, you're going to be coming to me thinking, I got used to this. I got used to showing up every morning and focusing on my income producing tasks. And people get a little bit nervous about stepping out of Mega because they got used to having a plan. Because this plan that you're in, this Mega, is going to help you sell more homes. While you're in Mega, you should have at least three contracts that you have by the time we're done with this, just from what you've done in Mega. And the long tail of the prospecting that you're going to be doing in Mega is going to be bringing you business to finish out this year strong. Because it's my goal that Mega 18 helps you have the best year that you've ever had in real estate, the very best year that you've ever had in real estate. So these classes, they are for credit. So those of you who are taking it for credit, again, in order for you to receive credit, we need to see you here. We need to see your faces. We need to see you participating. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to issue you credit. Lisa Ormsby is going to be with us. She's the class monitor and she is the Mega Mini administrator. We'll talk more about what Mega Mini is here in a little bit. So let's talk about the experience that and the perspective that I bring to the table is part of Mega. I have always had a huge commitment to education. Education to me is the most important thing that you can double down on because every time you take a class, every time you learn something new, it is a new tool for your toolbox that you can use as a way to help our clients move forward through a transaction. Real estate is complex. But what's interesting is the agents who make the most money in real estate are not always the agents who are the best agents. Some of the very best agents I've ever met are not the best salespeople. I am going to equip you with how to be a salesperson and how to sell yourself like the pros. It's unfair that we have maybe some narcissistic personalities out there that are really, really, really good at selling themselves, but actually, when they get into a transaction, you find out that it falls short of what the consumer's expectations are. And then you have other agents who give everything they have in a transaction, but they don't know how to ask for referrals. And they were always taught that do a really good job, work hard, and then success will come to you. And the reality is that that's not true. Yes, we need to work hard, and yes, success will come to you, but ask and it shall receive. You have to learn how to ask for the business and to be calling people and letting them know how thankful and grateful that you are for their referrals to turn your business into a referral based engine. I have taken every class there is to take in real estate, C2EX, Master Certified Negotiation Expert, the Certified Residential Specialist, Certified Residential Broker, Graduate Realtor Institute, Seller Representative Specialist, Accredited Buyer Representative, Pricing Strategy Advisor, Texas Residential Leasing Specialist, Military Relocation Professional, Short Sale and Foreclosure Resource, the Senior Real Estate Specialist, and of course, a two-time graduate of the Texas Realtor Leadership Program. I I teach every one of those classes as well as an instructor, including Legal 1, Legal 2, and Broker Responsibility. And so over the last 15 years, I have sold as a real estate agent over 1,000 homes to my clients. Now, I'm not talking about Realty Texas because we've closed almost 20,000 transactions as a brokerage. So I supervise about somewhere in the neighborhood of almost 2,000 transactions a year. We're closing almost 200 transactions a month. In fact, we are closing 200 transactions a month. But as a sole practitioner, as a real estate agent, I've sold 1,000 homes over the course of my 21 years. My very first year in real estate, I sold 15 homes. I approached it from a salesperson perspective. And I'm going to teach you the mistakes that I made. I'm going to teach you the successes that I had and the framework that I have to help you become the salesperson that you want to be. I'm going to show you a statistic that's going to surprise you. 5% of real estate agents share in 95% of the business. This very small sliver, 5% of real estate agents share in 95% of the business. That means that 95% of real estate agents are sharing in 5% of the business. And the question is how do you become the 5% that's sharing in the 95%? And I can tell you that there is massive opportunity in this market. There is billions of dollars of commissions up for grabs in the state of Texas. We have people moving here all the time that have no, absolutely zero spheres. They don't know any real estate agents and they're looking for someone. There is massive opportunity, but you have to know how to find it. You have to know how to have the right conversations with people and follow up because this is a relationship business and this is a business that requires you to follow up and actually be a salesperson. So I have taken Mega from the perspective of what I've learned over my 21 years, as well as my perspective as an educator and my perspective as an instructor for all of these different classes and a broker who manages one of the largest firms in Texas. My goal here is to help you achieve success. I am going to teach you, and Mega costs nothing if you want to go through it without education, without the CE hours. I'm going to teach you every single thing that I know in real estate. I am going to freely give you all of the knowledge that I have to gear you to go and attack this market. And I've got some secrets that I've learned over the last 21 years that if properly executed, will turn you into the top 5% without any question. It is a night or day difference. People have taken Mega and they have been in the business for 15, 20, 30 years, and they walk away with a fresh perspective. One, you're going to be more optimistic about the number, about just the sheer amount of opportunity there is. Number two, you're not going to be afraid to go out every single day and talk to people because you're going to know exactly what to say and how to approach people. So if you're feeling a little bit shy, if you're in an open house and people walk in and you're feeling a little bit uncomfortable about having conversations with people, we're going to attack that for you so that you know exactly how to approach those conversations so that you make them feel comfortable because you're comfortable in your own skin having these conversations. We're going to make sure that from now on, if a buyer ever asks you to reduce your commission, exactly how to handle that with grace and professionalism. If you're sitting with a seller at a kitchen table and they ask you to reduce your commission, exactly how to handle that with grace and professionalism. And actually, at the end of that conversation, not only have you not reduced your commission, but actually gotten a bonus. And the number one thing is that sitting with the seller and when they want to list their property high, that you'll have the right conversation with them to make sure that they understand that listing high is going to net them less than had they priced it right. And I'm going to gear you with walking away from that listing appointment with the seller feeling confident in the CMA that you've provided them because we're going to give you 5 different ways to verify the number and it will be absolutely foolproof. I want you to be the top 5%. I want to see you make $1 million in commissions over the next 12 months. Now, that may seem impossible, but it's not. And I'm going to spend the first hour this morning proving to you that you can make $1 million in gross commissions over the next 12 months. And we're going to talk about exactly how that will impact your life. So let's jump into Mega in the compulsories, the intro to Mega, so that you can get a little bit idea of what you're getting yourselves into over these next 4 weeks. My name is Jack Stapleton. Most of you know me already pretty well. Some of you are new to Realty Texas, so welcome to our family. We've been teaching Mega since day one. Mega is Monday, Wednesday, Friday from 9 to 5. Lisa Ormsby, co-owner of Realty Texas, she is Mega Mentor. She is the Mega Mini Facilitator on Tuesdays and Thursdays from noon to 1:30. Now, Mega Mini is not required, but I can tell you that you're not going to become Mega Valedictorian without Mega Mini. And Mega Mini is actually one of the things that helps pull this entire Mega thing together and make it all make sense. The classroom instruction, which is Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, is the nuts and bolts about what it's going to take for you to really walk away from this and understand how to be a real estate salesperson. Truly, I know you get your license and you're sitting in Champions and you're or wherever you took your pre-license education, and you think, all I need to do is close $1 million transaction a month and I'll make $30,000 a month, and that's all I need to do and how easy that's going to be. And we think as we're going through pre-license that as soon as we get our license that all of our friends and our family and people we don't even know are going to come to us and start hiring us. And then we take our test and we pass. We find a brokerage and we start on day one. And then, and only then, do we finally become humbled. And we realize, wait, this is harder than I thought it was. How come my phone's not ringing? Or why is every time my phone does ring, it's someone trying to sell me something and it's not a customer? And trying to figure out now really how to do it. Because before, we were all very optimistic. And for a lot of you, you've lost that optimism. Mega and Mega Mini together, those two things is going to help make sense of this because Mega Mini is where you're going to be working as groups on your homework, on your memorization, on your mission statement, your vision statement, your goal boards, and so that you can have a moment to work as groups for a longer period of time than a 5 or 10 minute breakout session that we have. So, Lisa, welcome. Are you ready for Mega 18? All right. So Lisa is very, very excited about this Mega 18. We have very, very high expectations for all of you. And so tomorrow, Tuesday, is going to be your first Mega Mini. It's using the same link that you have for Mega, and you're just going to show up at this link at noon, and Lisa's going to be walking you through a completely different track. There's going to be eight Mega Minis, and each one of those is got a theme to it that's going to help you with what's going to be your graduation project, which is your unique value proposition video, which I know a lot of you already know what this is, and you're already nervous about it, but we're going to help you not be nervous about that, and we're going to explain again what this graduation project really looks like and what it's about. So again, Mega, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, right here, 9 to 5. We're going to be taking lunch from noon to 1 o'clock every day. Tuesday and Thursday, 12 to 1:30, and that's going to be your Mega Mini. We ask that all of you show up to your 8:30 morning huddle to start your day off right. The Mega lecture session, the Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, um, depicting on how many questions we all ask and how far we dig into some things, there are times where we get out a few minutes after. Mega 17, we got out consistently on time and there was a lot of questions. And so I think we're going to be good, but it doesn't have a definite end time. And if you have to leave, that's okay because the entire Mega is being recorded. It's all recorded so that you can go back and you can catch anything that you missed. Every mega module, including today's module, have group breakout sessions where I try to put you in groups, usually of around 5 people. And what I would very much like to see, and I want to see that all of you hear this. So are we all listening? Raise your hand. I want to see jazz hands. I don't want to see the same group captain every time, okay? Can we promise that we are going to ask the group and say, who hasn't been a group captain today? And select that person. I want to make sure that each and every one of you participate as a group captain because you're going to come back and then you're going to report for your group. And so the rule is if you've been a group captain that day, you can't be a group captain again unless everyone in your group already has been a group captain. I can't wait until we get into the personality assessments when we learn our color, the blue engineers, the red drivers, the green empathetic, and the yellow happy personalities. Uh, we're going to all take a personality assessment, which is going to learn our color. But I'm going to tell you that the red personality is going to grab the bull by the horns from the very beginning of this, as Isolet said, and they're going to want to be the captains. And so we're going to make sure that we all are part of being a group captain. But all of you are going to need to participate in these group breakout sessions as part of what makes Mega unique and special because many of you have actually gone and watched Mega 17 on YouTube and you watched those videos. But what you missed was the group breakout sessions. And you'll quickly learn that what really makes Mega special is the Mega Minis that you will have missed from online and the group breakout sessions. Those two things are very, very, very important. Now, inside Mega, after you've put in all this work, the result is that if you've received 15,000 points in Mega, then out of a total of about 25,000 points, then you will be a Mega graduate. Not everyone in this class is going to graduate Mega, and that's okay. And there's a whole lot of you that's from a different Mega from before. Raise your hand if you are a current Mega graduate. So Damien and Marcy and Andrew, and I see other hands as well. And so um, I can tell you that most Mega graduates have come back a couple of times, or they come back because there's specific classes they want to take again. Welcome, Mega graduates. Everyone in the company is welcome to come to Mega. It's open to the entire company. Once a Mega graduate, always a Mega graduate. But the thing is that we're continually adding new things into Mega because the world around us is changing at an alarming rate. Whether it's sub-agency or whether it's about, how we handle our agreements, everything is changing really quickly, and so we're continually having to tweak Mega to stay in line. But the interesting thing is that how we approach Mega hasn't changed fundamentally since the very beginning. Mega graduate is 15,000 points or more. Master certified salesperson is someone who has achieved and earned 20,000 points. Mega qualifying valedictorian is someone who has come to every 12 sessions and earned 20,000 points. Now, they will be qualifying valedictorian, but the person who will become the class valedictorian is the classmate who has achieved the most points. It is about getting the most points, which means they've done all the homework. They've gone to all the mega minis. They've gone to all of the mega modules. They've learned their contract paragraphs, all 23 of them. And I hear that we have a mega student today that's going to be reciting their 23 contract paragraphs already out the gate. So I'm very excited about that. We also have the memorization of the 17 articles of the Code of Ethics and memorizing those titles. And so they've done it in front of the class live, as well as gotten extra points as they've come out of their breakout sessions as well. So, mega points is always a very big task for Lisa. Lisa is in charge of mega points. We have in Microsoft Teams, I'm going to show you here in a minute of where to go to put your points in because each of you is responsible for putting your points in the system so that we can tabulate it. And Lisa is looking for verification of each one of those points because she's checking each one of your points. And at the beginning of every single class, including this Thursday's class, we're going to start with the point totals. And so we're going to show where we are and who is in the top five. Who's in the first five in the first and the second and third week is not usually who's in the first five in the last week because a lot of you wait to the last minute to get all their points in. What do you think about that, Lisa? Everyone waiting until the very last moment to get their points in. No, it's not helpful to anyone, including you, because you're going to even get confused of where you are. So uh, take a moment to make sure that you are putting in all of your points real time live. It's going to help Lisa, and it's also going to show you in the leaderboard quicker, and so you can show up in that top five. Because oftentimes, the last week we start showing people showing up in the first five that would have been in the first five the whole time had they simply been entering their points in the beginning. So here is how the mega modules are going to go. Week one, we have the mindset, which is today's class, power starting your business, and then relentless prospecting. We're going to finish out week one, start next week, Monday, with build a referral based business, building trust in the digital age, and master the CMA. Starting in week three, buyer and seller presentations, listing marketing and grand open on Thursday. And on Wednesday and on Friday, we'll be taking the new home construction certification class from NAR. And the last week is bulletproof contracts, bulletproof transactions, and a negotiation masterclass that I created. And the first time we taught the negotiation masterclass was in Mega 18. And there's a fun game that we're going to be playing. It's a role playing game that was a huge hit. So I'm excited about that. So here, and this is a page that you should dog ear, that you should keep it aside because this is going to help you make sense of the whole thing. Because this is what our July is going to look like together. We've got our mega modules on Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we have our Tuesday, Thursday mega minis. You'll notice that Thursday mega minis always have a project associated to it. The first, on Thursday, your first mega mini project is going to be building your mission statement, then putting together your vision board, and then putting together a business plan that we have that Kylie with Key Title is going to assist us with facilitating that class. And then the last mega mini is going to be your unique value proposition, where you're going to stand up in front of the class and you're going to answer the question, why should we hire you? And we'll get more into that in here in a little bit. And each one of these classes, each one of your mega modules, all 12 of them, has an exam. But I don't want you to sweat the exam because I filmed a video of me going through the exam and walking you through the question and the answer to each one. So the exam is not required uh, to receive credit for the CE, but it's required to get the points to graduate Mega as a Mega graduate. If you have gone through Mega, I will have given you the answer to every single question because every single question and answer is in the slides, and I will have gone over it not once but twice during every class. So if you've paid attention during class and you were present the whole time, then there's going to be no issues. You can just go ahead and take your exam and not watch the video companion exam that I filmed. But I filmed 12 videos, and each one of those videos is one for each exam, and I walk you through all 20 questions. If you do watch the video, I'm going to tell you now that those videos are roughly 20 minutes long. There's 20 questions, and I spend between 20 and 25 minutes walking you through the question, the answer, but not just the answer, why it's the right answer. And so I've taken the most important parts of Mega and I put it in that roll-up video at the end where you can watch. And it is a recap of the entire Mega module in 20 minutes, which is very, very helpful for you to make sure that it underlines the important aspects of Mega in that video. So it's really a good idea to watch that video and you'll be taking your exam at the same time. Saturday and Sundays, nope, we're not taking those days off. We're real estate salespeople. We're going to be out there filling our pipelines. So the first Saturday, we're going to be practicing the Fort script and we're going to be making phone calls. The first Sunday, we're going to have our first community open house. Realty, Texas, we're going to have a company-wide open house event on the first and second Sunday where all of our listings are going to be held open. And Elisa St. John is going to be assisting us along with Michelle LaFortune to create an opportunity for each of you to come as a group and show, and we're going to show you how to set up properly for an open house from the best of the best. They're super fun. And you'll really enjoy that. But what's great about it is we have one of our agents hold their entire farm open for us. We start at 1 early. They walk you through scripts. We have people come in and that are agents, and we have mock conversations live, so you can kind of see how that conversation should go. And then you separate to the different listings so that you all have an opportunity to actually have conversations with actual consumers out in the field at these open houses. And the week three, we have a mock listing and a open house video that is going to really help you because on the third Saturday, my goal is that you do your own open house and that you use the Mega Grand Open House class, education, and scripts that we teach you to actually convert someone live and have a buyer rep signed live during that open house. Again, Mega is about filling your pipelines. Lisa Ormsby.
And just so you know, that third weekend, we are actually doing an open house contest. So, and that will be company wide. And I suspect that one of our mega graduates or mega students right now are going to be the ones to rock that because you guys will be the most fresh and all the great ideas and things you're going to learn. So keep that in mind.
I love competitions because competitions always mean we get to win something. So we're going to talk about that too. All right. So your mindset, the first class is proving to you that you can make $1 million a year in commissions and how much of opportunity is actually out there. Your mindset will determine your success. And there's a hard stop on that, 100%. So a lot of you are going to come into Mega with a mindset that needs some shifting and needs retooling because the mindset has been beat up from trying to figure out how to be a successful salesperson and create balance in your life, and you struggled with that. That is what the first Mega module is about. The second one is mindset without structure leads to burnout. Where your time goes is where your income is going to come from. Income producing activities must be prioritized and they have to come first. So, what are actual income producing tasks? And busy is not always productive. A lot of agents are busy all the time, but You can't let your schedule control you. You have to control and command your schedule, which means you have to be your own boss. If you're an operator and you're living inside this bubble of real estate, you need to be able to step back for a moment and look at your business, and you run your business, not let your business run you. And that is where a lot of agents fail, is they start without a plan every morning, and whatever email or text message or doorbell ring or whatever happens is now going to command their day, and they follow their day instead of showing up every day with a plan and then executing from a plan. We have to take control of our schedules. If you want to make $1 million a year, there has to be a plan. Success comes from planning. And we have a plan, a basis to help you create that plan and keep that plan going in your real estate business. The relentless prospecting is about finding your next client. The thing is that chances are you already know the person that's going to be the next transaction in your business. Chances are you already know them. We're going to talk about your database and people that you know and how to get them into your business, how to get their data into your CRM, how to be having conversations with them. And some of them you will not have spoken with in a year or 2 years or 3 years. And we're going to re-solidify, re-bridge these relationships. And we're going to end Mega with you back in contact with everyone again and making those phone calls and getting referrals from them. Because if we're waiting for them to call, that day's not going to come. If we want the business, if we want to make the money that we talk about in Mega, like half a million, $1 million a year income, which is transformative. We're talking about life changing income now. We're talking about multi generational wealth kind of income. It is going to require that you do business a little bit different. So, real estate is a sales profession. Again, hard stop. You are in a sales business and you are your own salesperson. Have you been a good salesperson for yourself and for your business? And chances are, if you're not closing at least 4 transactions a month, you've not been a good salesperson for yourself. And we're going to show you how to turn the page on that. Knowledge without conversion is useless. As much as you learn in all these classes, if you're not converting customers into representation agreements, it has done you no good. We need to teach you exactly how to convert so that you get representation agreement signed and that you're tracking how many representation agreements that you have right now, because that is where you should be focusing your business on. A lot of agents will get a lead, a phone call out of the blue, and instead of using that precious time to set an appointment, they use that precious time to try to build a relationship with them, give them all the information they could possibly need in a 30-minute conversation, and the agent thinks, ah, success. I really gave them a lot of information. I gave them a lot of value. They're going to be really happy. They're going to hire me. For every minute that you stay on the phone with a new prospect, your chances of conversion reduces by 5%. And that's something you should write down. For every minute that you keep a prospect on the phone, you reduce your chance of conversion by 5%. Most prospects are already in communication with at least 3 other real estate agents, either from calling and asking questions about properties or people that they know they're real estate agents, or from them clicking the button that says, I would like more information on a property from Zillow, having no idea what that button did. And now all of a sudden they have their phone being uh, beat up by, 10 different real estate agents trying to call them. And each one of those agents kept the person on the phone for 5 or 10 minutes. Are you working with another agent? Are you working with a realtor? And if you actually go back and zoom into that consumer after pushing that button and listen to the different conversations that are happening, you start realizing, oh, I get it. I'm not going to convert this person over the phone. Conversion doesn't happen over the phone. Conversion happens in person. So you need to take that opportunity, those few precious minutes that you have with them, and set the appointment and go meet them in the real world. If you focus on appointment setting and separate appointment setting from conversion, from getting hired, and pull those into 2 different buckets, your real estate your business will change immediately. You will see and feel the difference immediately. And you will take more control over your schedule as well. Clients are created, not found. Again, in the relentless prospecting class, we're going to really dig deep in all of these fundamentals so that when you walk away from that particular class, you're going to feel different about prospecting. It's exciting, it's rewarding, it's fulfilling, and it's something that you should enjoy doing. And right now, it's arduous, and because you don't feel the success from it. You need to see the wins based on approaching prospecting differently. It's a daily responsibility, it's a daily task. Mentorship is one of the most important things that you can have in your life. It is your lack of competency is not a weakness because you have the ability to leverage your mentors. And your mentors, and we've got several of them in the class today, is a huge, powerful resource. One of the things I love to say, and I say this in every single mega, is the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is knowing that tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is the knowledge not to put it in a fruit salad. Your the wisdom that we take away from this business is the difference between a sound bite, what sounds good, versus what actually works out in the field. And those are two different things. And our mentors are people who have been in the field and they have the wisdom and that you can leverage their wisdom. And so one of the most important walkaways from Mega as well is your mentors and how important that is in helping you frame becoming the professional, the expert real estate agent. Because yes, we need to be expert at real estate. Now, again, I did mention before today that some of our top producers in the marketplace are not very good real estate agents. I want to have every one of us not only be expert real estate agents, but also top producers, because that's what you deserve, and also that's what the consumer deserves. Building a referral-based business is a reward after hard work. It's not something that comes just at the beginning. You don't get a pension and then work 30 years. You work 30 years and get a pension. But the time that you begin building your pension is on day one. You don't work 30 years and at the end of working 30 years, then start working on your pension. Day one is when you need to start building a referral-based business. The work and the energy it creates is something that is cumulative over the every day that you're using your power hours, making your phone calls every day, every week, every month, every year, every 5 years, every decade. It is cumulative work. And so many of us are sitting here today without a database. We're sitting here today not knowing who in the last 5 years were our most important referral sources. So many of us have gone 6 months without calling those agents who referred us business. You're going to learn how to operate your business from with the mindset of building a referral-based business. Referrals start on transaction number one and asking for referrals and staying up and keeping up with that client because servicing your business is not servicing whatever client has their hair on fire because they want to buy a house today. That's not servicing your business. Servicing your business is keeping you in communication with all of the clients who have worked with you before. That is servicing your business. And they are just as important as the person who wants to buy today, which means you need to give all of your customers a little slice of your time. And for those people who have bought with you, you're going to call them 3 to 4 times a year, and you're going to have action plans where a system is going to keep track of for you of when to call. In prior megas, we before COVID, when we actually did this in person, which I liked, we would all meet at Champions upstairs, and we would oftentimes, especially in January, be deep into mega in person. And I would have the class come up to the window and look out the window. And in mega, it was a couple of them, 15 degrees outside, freezing, winter storm, and they were building a building next door. And I had them look at the trades, these hardworking trades that were literally digging it in the 15-degree weather, help putting in a foundation for the building that was being built next door. And I said, "Do you realize how fortunate you are that you're in a business where you're going to be picking up the phone and the core business is having conversations with people who know, love, and trust you, and you pick up the phone. How are you? How's the wife? How's the family? How's the house? and asking them for referrals. And by the way, if you know someone looking for to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me because you're what keeps me in business, and I'm so grateful for you. Picking up the phone and making those outbound calls and letting them know how grateful and thankful you are for their referrals. That one thing, if you did every single day and you called people 3 to 4 times a year and just continued up keeping up with everyone, would transform your business with a nice warm cup of coffee inside your nice air conditioned house in the summer or nice warm toasty warm house in the winter, and picking up the phone and calling people who know, love, and trust you and having these warm, amazing conversations where you leave the conversation feeling good and they leave the conversation feeling good. And after doing that, you usually have 3 referrals after you've made your calls. And now you're mining your database for success. You're mining your database for opportunity. You know 200 people, you should be getting 200 referrals a year, one from each one of those people. People buy and sell a home once every 5 years, which means every single individual year, there's a 20% chance they're going to transact with you. But your referrals, NER studies have shown everyone over the age of 18 years old knows someone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home at least one time a year that they could give you that referral. So we start looking at our database different. We start looking at our database not as a primary transaction source for each one trying to get everyone to transact, but you realize that each one of them knows someone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. And the question is you got to go find out who it is. And so at least once a year, all 200 people know someone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. And if you are asking the right questions and keeping in contact with them, that's 200 referrals that's coming in. And guess what? Your database is not going to be all people who have transacted with you. I have had people who have come into my database and sent me 3 referrals, and those referrals closed and they still haven't transacted with me yet. And you realize the power of your database is not them transacting, but it's them giving you referrals. The secondary benefit of your database is them transacting. Your customers and your spheres are your most important asset, and we're going to show you how to leverage them because all of the success that you could ever want is not from having to call people who you don't know and leads. That helps you start a new business, but it's the people who you already know. That is where you're going to create $1 million on day one. And those people who know that, they're the ones who find the greatest success in real estate. But so many salespeople get in the business and they're afraid. They're embarrassed. They're shy. They don't want to call the people they know. They'd much rather call people they don't know. Because if they bomb that phone call, then they're not embarrassed in front of someone they know. We need to teach you how to have the conversations and how to approach those conversations so you don't feel like a fraud when you're calling them. You don't feel like you're self serving when you call them. Like, I haven't talked to them in a year. Now I'm going to call them and ask them for referrals. That seems embarrassing. That seems self serving. Okay, we need to convert from that mind of thinking to a salesperson mindset and let them know and have the right conversation with them so you don't feel that way. And once we get out of that class, the veil will be lifted. Because when is the last time someone just called you to check in to see how you're doing? I can promise you, after you've made 5 of those calls, you walk away and you realize they were happy to hear from me. And the conversation was really good. And I got a dopamine squirt in my brain. I felt good after it, and so did they. And when you start realizing that that is what happens when you make these calls, the fear is gone. But fear is the fear of unknown, and we just always expect the worst, and we think people are going to say, "You're a fraud calling me after a year asking for a referral. How dare you?" And then you're just going to be devastated. But that's not what happens. People are like, "Oh my gosh, how are you?" And once that happens, I can promise you that that's going to change your mindset in how you approach your calls in your power hour. Now, we then jump into trust and reputation, which is your reputation is the most important asset you have. There's nothing more important than your reputation, which means how you approach treating people, how you approach life, how you approach your business, how you approach your social media, how you approach your marketing, all very much matters. Now, you're going to become a successful real estate agent, and there are going to be people that are not going to like that. That's true. There's going to be people that see your success and they don't have that level of success. and they're going to be how they're going to be. That doesn't mean that we can't rise above it and that we can't be the better person in all the things that we do. How you treat people matters. And more importantly, who was a role model to you in life? And we're going to talk about that. Who was a role model? And even more importantly, who are you a role model to? And have you been a good role model? And what does it mean to be a leader in the community? And what does it mean to be a role model? This is the day where we're going to do our personality assessment. We're going to look at a lot of marketing that agents have done, some really good, some really bad. And it's going to help you understand from the right perspective of what kind of advertising you need to put out. And you're going to look at it from the consumer perspective of them seeing your videos and looking at your brand and understanding you better. It's a very important day because this is about marketing yourself and creating trust with the consumers because you are a leader. Are you going to the city council meetings? Are you going to your ISD meetings? Are you out in the community? We're going to talk more about that. The Master the CMA class is one of the most important fundamentals that you can master. We have to know how to properly do a CMA, and I'm going to take you through the years that I've been doing it so that you can approach the CMA from 5 different directions so that you can verify it yourself. And it is verified 5 times so that you feel very, very confident, and so will your clients. This is one of my favorite classes to teach because it's something that agents struggle with a lot, and you will not struggle with it anymore. And in fact, I think the number one class that gets rewatched over and over and over again is that Master the CMA class. Once a CMA is done, then we jump into the buyer and seller presentations because now we're going to do our buyer boot camp, or we're going to sit with a seller in a listing agreement and we're going to present that CMA. And so, as you see, what the mega modules and how they kind of flow is mindset, prospecting, referral based business, reputation, CMA, buyer seller presentations. So we're starting from this from day one, from the epicenter ground zero, and we're going to step you through the entire thing step by step. And so that's that there is a specific intention in how the classes were built and in what order they were built so that it all just makes sense. The buyer and seller presentations will make you feel so much more comfortable going to a seller and sitting at their kitchen table. If you can go into a seller's home and make them feel comfortable in their own house, that you know you've won. And so many agents, they're just so nervous because their listing appointment is talking about all the wrong things. Hello, my name is Sally, and I've been a real estate agent now for 2 years. My husband's name is Tom. I have a dog named Poodle. And no, this is not what we're going to be talking about on our listing appointment. We're going to be talking about our marketing plan. And we're going to get them so excited about our marketing plan that it doesn't matter who comes in before or after you, you're going to win that business every single time because the marketing plan is what they need to hear. What are you going to do to sell their home? What are you going to do differently to sell their home? We're also going to get the buyers excited about what you're going to do and helping them achieve their real estate goals. Listing marketing and grand open. So this is when you get the listing agreement signed. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is where we are going to help our seller properly price the home, properly prepare the home for market, getting the best collateral, listing collateral, photos, video that money can buy, and then apply it to the market at the right time on the right websites and know exactly what to say as people are coming in, what to say to people when they come into the open house. All of this is transformative. How we market our listings, how we approach our grand open house, all of this matters. Every single nut and bolt of this has been crafted over the last 21 years, and every single market change, every single one of them has tested this and it's come out the other side even stronger each time. You will never list a home the same way again. I can almost guarantee it. And if you want evidence of this, you can go to Isolette, who is will never list a home another way again, other than the way we teach Omega. The same thing with Mary Beth Ray, who does this over and over and over again. Last weekend, she had 18 people show up to her open house. If you consistently have no one showing up to your open house, I can help you change that. And that is what you're going to see in the listing marketing and grand open house, which is the fulfillment of all of the promises that you've made at the listing table. Then, on the other side of things, when we are helping our buyers, uh, a lot of new agents are afraid of new construction, and especially when they pull up to a property that they saw in the MLS and they look to the right out the window of the car and there's no house built yet because it was under construction and they didn't know how to look for that either. And the builder used model home photos. We're going to teach you how to work well with the onsite. And what is the onsite's role? Because they're not the listing agent, they're an employee. And we're actually referring our business to the builder and representing that client. So we're going to approach the onsite not like we typically would. In a normal transaction, it's going to be a little bit different. Then bulletproof contracts. One of your most important tools you have in real estate is your contract. The most important tools. The best way for you to take ownership of your contract, the very best way is for you to memorize all 23 paragraphs. I know that someone has already done that today. When we come out of the other side of that, you're going to now have a better understanding of how all the contract fits together. And during this day, I'm going to read every word of every paragraph of the 1 to 4 family, and it's going to take us 8 hours to go through it. And by the time you're done with that, I think and I hope that you'll have a much better respect for the contract, but you will feel so much more confident when you're talking with a buyer or a seller about the contract. Whether it's paragraph 60 objections, whether it's, title policy and survey, the as is provision, regardless, you're going to walk away with a new feeling about the contract and you'll understand it better. And you're not going to be feeling like you're faking it till you make it and afraid that they're going to ask you questions about a paragraph because at some point you feel like, how do I not know this at this point in my career? At this point, I should know my contract, and you know that you don't. And I ask agents all the time, have you read the contract? And a lot of them haven't. They've read the fill in the blanks and they know where to find the fill in the blanks. But when it comes to between the blanks, they're a little foggy on what's there. And we have to do better than that. The consumers expect us to know the contract, and we expect ourselves to know the contract. But we take a 3 hour class or a 1 hour class, and we're hoping we're going to come out of that class with a better understanding. And sometimes we come out of those classes with more questions than we had before. And so that is what the Bulletproof Contracts class day is, to get all the way through the contract from the beginning to the very end. Contract to close. Now, expertly walk our clients through the transaction to stay ahead of them, to outpace them, to anticipate what their questions are going to be, to be rooting out evil in our transaction because someone is going to be the weakest link, whether it's a lender or a title person. How we're never going to throw them under the bus, but we're going to be looking for that person who we need to keep our tabs on to the entire transaction to keep our transaction moving forward. If you find out about a delay at the closing table, whose fault is that? It's our fault because in every single transaction, we need to be communicating with every single party, whether it's the lender, whether it's the title person, whether it's the inspector, whether it's calling the lender once a week every Friday and asking, what do you need? What can I help you with? Calling the closer once a week on Friday. We're going to talk about contract to close so that you can make the promise when you start. I'm going to get you to the closing table on time and trouble free. And then you realize you've made that commitment, which means, uh-oh, I need to now make sure that I follow through. What's the best way to do that? Be calling every single person through the transaction and make sure that once a week you make an outbound call to them. What do you need? What are you struggling with? How can I help you? And those calls, you'll usually find out something. Well, I've been asking a buyer for this document, and I've asked them 3 times over the last 5 days, but I still don't have it. Got it. Well, great. I'm glad that we've had this call. I'll call them. And then you get the buyer over that hurdle. And now you've helped the buyer and you've helped stop this from propagating and continue creating a delay because we've only got 15 business days usually in a transaction, and each one of those business days is critically important that we don't push something to the next day that pushes to the next day and snowballs. And then we end up at the master class. the negotiation masterclass. This is leading people through a transaction, listening as if it were a martial art, being hard on the problem and soft on the people, and learning how to negotiate. And what you're going to learn is negotiating is not putting on the boxing gloves and beating everyone up. It's trying to figure out what it is that everybody needs so that you can help put together a plan that makes sure that everyone walks away and they got what they needed from the transaction. If a client, like a seller, if you're out there trying to get them the highest price and you haven't had a conversation with your client and you're really just trying to push for the highest price, maybe that's not what's most important to them. Maybe they need to get this thing sold so they don't lose their earnest money on the new home. So price is not the most important thing. It's closing on time is. Now, of course, everyone wants to make as much as they possibly can for the home, but that's not always number one. If we approach negotiation with an idea of what we think they already need without having a conversation of what's most important, you have the right question up front, which is information analysis and asking questions. You're going to start learning things from your clients that affect how you're going to approach the other agent. And you're going to learn what is absolutely confidential information and what is not, and how you should never divulge confidential information. So those are the 12 classes. We're going to be digging deep into every one of them and spending an entire day on them, but that is the flow of what we're going to walk through together in Mega. In order to graduate Mega, you need to attend all 12 Mega modules. If you've missed one, you need to get with Lisa. By the time Mega is over, you will have needed to have called 50 people from your sphere. Each Mega class has a 20-question exam at the end. There is a QR code in the end of the session at the end of every slide deck that I've given you that has a QR code to where you can go find the exam and the video of me walking you through the exam. Do not skip ahead and take the exam because before the Mega module, I'm going to clear out all of your exams. You have to take the exam after Mega. I have some people who want to just go ahead and get all the exams done, but that's not going to help you. I need you to be watching the video after the Mega class so it's a reinforcement of what you learned. We have some homework assignments that we're going to ask you to do. And making sure that that homework is done, we have created a point schedule, which I'm going to look at here in a moment, that you're going to understand that the points are not arbitrary. The points are the most important things that we need you to focus your attention on. So when you look at the points, you'll start realizing that each one of these is purposely done so that you focus your attention on doing the most important things. Part of those points is optional memorization. Not everyone's going to do it, but I'm going to create a goal for this class that 100% of the class memorizes their 23 contract paragraphs and memorizes their 17 articles of the Code of Ethics. And we're going to give you slides and you're going to work on them together. One of the great things about Mega Mini is helping you do that. But also your unique value proposition video where you're going to stand up in front of the class. And I'd rather you do that in class in front of your classmates who want to see you win, who support you and love you and want you to get this right. I'd rather you do it and stumble and be uncomfortable in front of your classmates than do it in front of the consumers. The idea here is not to make you feel uncomfortable. It's to make you feel uncomfortable and then watch the video of you being uncomfortable and realize that what you were feeling on the inside really wasn't at that level on the outside. And you go, aha, I see. What I was feeling on the inside, people couldn't see that on the outside. And it's going to make you feel a lot more confident going out there in the real world. And I'm sure that all of you have had a conversation with a client and got in the car, or someone said, hey, you're in real estate, I'm looking to hire a real estate agent. And you got in the car and drove home, and all of a sudden, all the things that you wish you would have said to them start occurring to you in the drive home. And you think, why in the moment none of that occurred to me? How come none of that occurred to me in the moment? And all of it came later. And it's because you weren't prepared. You don't have a script. And script is what salespeople do to make sure that in the moment they get it right. And a lot of you think scripts are fake, and I don't want to sound scripted. You shouldn't script it. Scripts are taking complex things and reducing it to the least amount of words to be really clear with someone on the other side so they can understand so that you sound and look like a professional. So that on their way home from that meeting, you're not thinking about all the things that you wish you had said because all of that thought in the car happened before and you already put in the hard work. So when someone asks you that question, you're smiling like, aha, I know how to address this question. Exactly. And you start feeling and acting more like a professional because you're not winging it all the time. We've got a couple special projects in attendance. We're going to go on a break here in a moment. Your mission statement. So we have a mission statement and a vision board, and that's going to help you. The time and the energy that you spend putting your mission statement together, the words you use, hearing your classmates' mission statements, all of that's going to start helping you craft your value proposition because you're going to say, I like that word. I identify with that word and I identify with this word. And you're going to start crafting it. And it's going to take an entire month. Your unique value proposition is we do it at the end because it's going to take you a month of thinking and working and crafting it, and you're going to continue crafting it until you really get it right. It's sometimes even you after mega you come into another mega and you're continually working on it, but your value proposition is why someone would hire you. Why are you in this business? What value do you bring to a transaction? And you need to have confidence in that. Mega is going to help you a lot of this confidence building, but also it's going to help you address that question so you feel more confident in maybe you become a member of the Chamber of Commerce and they have a breakfast and the breakfast spotlights one business. How many of you are going to be excited to go talk to a room full of business owners about your business? Or how many of you are going to have your heart beating so fast that you can't even talk because you have no idea what to say and you have anxiety? That's going to go away because how many of you are a parent? Raise your hand. How many of you would feel even 1% stress if you were to stand up in front of a room and talk about what it is to be a parent? Most of you are like, okay, I got this. I got this. I mean that's something I know very well. If you know the content and you know the material very well, then you feel more confident. But when we don't know the material, sometimes we feel less confident. And so you need to know the material. So when you stand up everyone, and speaking about your business, that you feel excited and confident about having that conversation. And that is what Mega is designed to help you with. We then have a mega graduation happy hour. I'm going to show a video on break of our last Mega 18 graduation where we announce our graduates, our um, certified master salespeople, and who is going to be named the Mega 18 Mega valedictorian. So the video for Mega 17 in January, we're going to play that video. And then we're also going to be asking you to memorize an open house script of what you and how you should have dialogue with people so that you're getting it the same. We have optional extra points. Signed representation agreements during Mega is going to give you points. Attending a city council meeting during Mega is going to give you points. Hosting open houses in Mega is going to give you points. Um, Attending a track meeting or an association meeting is going to give you points. We're going to ask you to buy a mirror for your office so that you can see your smile when you're on the phone, so that you can be smiling. And remember that you can smile because people can hear your smile. We're going to hear from Vanessa Van Edwards about that in Mega. And your Ford script, how you approach conversations. And you're going to get points for the times that you're out in the field and you use the Ford script on people. Now, on top of all of this, in the background, you need to have completed your C2EX designation. You need to have completed your Fair Haven simulation and your NAR at home with diversity. At home with diversity, you can knock out in 1 day. Your Fair Haven, you can knock out likely in 1 day as well. Your C2EX, if you've not yet done it, I recommend that you log in to NAR or click this link that's in your slides. We actually have a video of QR codes where the C2EX, the Fair Haven, the Code of Ethics, the Realty Texas Buyer Guide, the Seller Guide, At Home with Diversity, and where you can buy an Amazon mirror is all on this page. So all of the links to do what we just spoke about all are on this page. And on this page is a link to the Realty Texas business plan. And the business plan is designed for you to have a plan of how much money do you want to make in 2026? How much money do you want to make in 2027? And we reverse engineer that number into actionable tasks. And so that you know exactly what you're citing for. You know how many transactions you want to close, you know how much dollars you want to make, and we reverse engineer those numbers into tasks so that you can actually achieve those. I'm very excited. Isolette was our Mega 17 valedictorian, and her goal was to make the $1 million, and she will achieve that in 2026. So, pathways to graduation. We're going to get to the points and then we're going to take our break. So, classroom education, attend each mega mini, attend our weekly sales meeting, and attend the call-a-thon. Gavin is going to be talking to you more about that on Thursday. One-time tasks. There's an open house video that I need you to watch before this coming open house. It's 10 minutes long. And Gavin is going to help you import your contacts if you haven't done it already using your app. Prospecting. Every day in Mega, every day of the week, Monday through Friday, you're going to make 10 outbound phone calls. 10 to 20. 10 is the minimum. You're going to be scheduling on Monday your open houses for the weekend. Now, the first couple weeks, you're not going to be doing that, but you're going to do that on week 3. You're going to schedule your open houses, and there's going to be a contest like Lisa mentioned. We really need you to be out there at your track meetings, city council meetings, zoning, school boards. We're going to be talking more about that. And then again, memorization and additional education. So these 3 slides, if you pull these out, this is your roadmap of what it is that you're trying to achieve. And the last slide before break is our point system. There's a possible 25,000 points, 15,000 to graduate Mega, 20,000 to become eligible for Mega Valedictorian. And then whoever has the most points is going to be the Mega Valedictorian. You're going to get 250 points for every single Mega module that you take, all 12. So 250 each. So you have a total 12 units of 250. So the a maximum amount of points that you can get for taking all 12 classes is 3,000 points. Mega Mini, you get 375 points for your Mega Mini. So the points total for Mega Mini is the same points for all 12. So your 8 Mega Minis has the same point total as 12 of the Mega classes. Again, another 3,000 points total. Fairhaven Simulation, which is a uh, simulation from the National Association of Realtors to make sure that we are all getting and approaching consumer questions correctly, especially as it relates to fair housing. That is a requirement for graduation, and it is 1,000 points. C2EX endorsement. I need you guys starting with that. Again, c2ex.realtor. Again, back up, click the QR code, and it will lead you right to the C2EX to sign up for it. I have a broker dashboard, so I will be able to see who actually has signed up for it. There's 2,000 points for achieving your C2EX. Your unique value proposition, getting up in front of the class and having your 3 minutes is worth 3,000 points. Reciting your 23 contract paragraphs in front of the class or in front of Lisa one-on-one is worth 3,000 points, and your 17 articles of the Code of Ethics is worth 1,000 points. We're going to talk about mind, body, and spirit, and stress and anxiety and mental health. We're going to be asking you to take beginner's yoga. For those of you who have done yoga before, you don't have to take beginner's yoga. You can take a more advanced yoga. But for those of you who've never done it before, and you can do it at home, where you're going to get 250 points per yoga session up to 4. And then we're going to have a breakout session even today about yoga and what it does to your mindset in helping you mitigate stress. I'm going to be adding stresses to your life, and we need to figure out how to mitigate more stress and more. And so this is going to help with the mind, body, spirit. We need you guys to be balanced. So, um, and to answer Renee's question and Jennifer, if you've already taken C2EX and you've already have the endorsement, then all you have to do is upload your completed certification in that one you've already checked off. And so, as I've been sending emails over the last month, I've told you, get your CTOX done ahead of time. Get your Fairhaven done ahead of time because it's going to be a whole lot nicer to have that done before you get into Mega so you can focus on your homework assignments instead of having additional work. I can tell you that Isolette showed up last time without having any of that stuff done, and she did it all during Mega. And she walked away with completing everything. And usually about three-quarters of the class will finish all of this stuff. So yes, if you've already done it, good. You got a head start and you will get the points. So you have 1,000 points total for yoga. That's the total points available for yoga. If you attend a track meeting or if there's a conference going on and you attend it, you can have up to 500 points for that for two different sessions. 12 to 4 open house. You're going to get 500 points, 250 points for doing the two open houses that are outside the community open houses. So you get another 500 points for that. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Listing or buyer rep agreements. For each one that you get signed, each one of a buyer rep agreement or listing, and it can be a lease agreement, it could be exclusive right to lease or exclusive right to sell, or a buyer rep agreement or a buyer tenant rep agreement. Same thing. All of those are 500 points a pop for a 2,000 point total during Mega and a receipted sales contract. So you get a buyer rep agreement and that turns into a contract. Well, that's 1,500 points because you got 500 bucks, you got 500 points for the rep agreement and 1,000 points for that receipted contract. And so if up to 5 points, 5 units of receipted contracts for a total of 5,000 points. That's where the 25,000 point total comes from. We do have Easter egg points that are in the emails that it gets sent out after class. After each class, I will send an email about that class, and about 2 hours later, I will send an email about the next coming class. So the day before every Mega, you'll get an email about what's to come, and after every single Mega class, you'll get an email about what just happened, and sometimes there's Easter egg points in them. All the Easter egg points are also in the slides, so there's no secrets, and so that's easier to find them in the slides. And so you can actually get extra credit points, even higher than the 25,000 points. Okay, so when we get back from break, we're going to talk about Mega Valedictorian and what you get if you are the Mega 18 Mega Valedictorian. It is 10:15. Let's hit our first break. I'll see you back at 10:25.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are jumping right back in to what the valedictorian is going to achieve from class. What are you going to get? All right. So if you are named valedictorian, you're going to get one coaching block with me one-on-one. Typically, my coaching is for agents who are at the about $10 million mark and they're ready to hire their first assistant. And they need to learn to let go, create SOPs and processes, and stop being an operator and being more of a leader in the face of their business and being out there focusing solely on income producing tasks. So that's the coaching that I do. It's a month block, 4 weeks, Friday for about an hour and 10 minutes. For mega graduates, some of them aren't at that point yet. And so I have a different coaching approach for them, but you get a month of coaching with me. Also, you're going to be a featured guest on the Broker Podcast to talk about real estate, why you got in real estate, how and what efforts you put in to become the valedictorian, and do a featured Mega Valedictorian Legacy video like Isolette did for you so that you can address the Mega 19 class. And it will also be listed on our domain mastersalesperson.com. Realty Texas owns that domain, and all Mega graduates and valedictorians are listed on the mastersalesperson.com video. We have a Crystal Award trophy that you will get, recognition on our Realty Texas site, a special valedictorian token like you saw that Isolet has. And a Realty Texas valedictorian shirt that has valedictorian on it. It's button down Realty Texas shirt. And dinner for four at Trulux with Jack and Lisa after Mega. So here we are. That's the goal. That's what we're doing. That's what you're going to achieve. But the real value, of course, is you put in all the work and you did all the homework and you invested yourself and you did more work and more investment than anyone, and all of these tasks are designed for you to close more homes, represent more clients, help more people, expertly convert more of your clients, more of your customers into clients. Now, I mentioned before and we're still in the introduction. So we're not even in Mega Session 1 yet. We're going through giving you the nuts and bolts of what Mega looks like because there's been in the past so many questions, and I want to make sure that all of the questions are answered before we even jump into the first class. When you're recording your points, you need to do it in the Teams group. And you're going to see the Teams group. It's going to look like this. You're going to see Mega. You're going to see Mega 17. You're going to see Mega 18. When you click on Mega 18, you'll see points at the top. You can click points and you can enter your points. There's a little plus button. But if you don't see the mega group in Teams, it's because on your realtytexas.me, on the Teams groups and Outlook distribution list, you haven't opted into Mega. Now, you probably opted into the calendar for today's class and you went to the Realty Texas calendar and you enrolled. But that's different than being part of the Mega group. Once you're part of this Mega group, you're going to forever be getting pop-up and messages from all of your points and every one of you adding to the mega wall. And at some point, you might not want to get those messages anymore. So you can turn that off so you won't be part of the group after you graduate mega. But for now, if you want to see the mega group, you have to click this toggle on. So go to realtytexas.me, find the tile that says Teams, Groups, and Outlook distribution lists, and turn the mega calendar item on. When you do that, the mega group icon on. And when you do that, this is going to pop up in Teams and you'll have access to it. So this is how you do that. Your unique value proposition video, and Lisa brought up a point about the city council meetings that falls under conference and truck meetings. All of those things fall under this group here. But your 3,000 points for your unique value proposition video, that 3,000 points is going to come from this breakdown. And Lisa and I are not going to give you points. Your classmates are going to give you points. You're going to grade each other. And so there's going to be a poll that pops up on your device while we're doing the UVPs, and you're going to give points to each person. 1,000 points for smiling, dressing professionally, and being compelling. So we're gonna dress to impress that day. 1,000 points for reciting your UVP without reading it. And sometimes people want to do a video and send that video on, and that is okay. And yes, it's gonna say request approval. It's gonna send me an email, and I'm gonna approve it, Marcy. So for those of you who haven't done it, it's gonna send it to me, and on break I will get you all approved. Sometimes people send in a video for the mega project. Some people come in person. We have an in-person event for this. You don't have to come in. You can send us a video, but we are going to be watching you carefully to make sure that you're not reading it. Because if you're reading it, you're going to lose 1,000 points. Assuming that your classmates are going to grade you that way. But we're asking you to all in earnest give your classmates 1,000 points for smiling, being professional, and having a compelling UVP. 1,000 points for reciting it from memory without, of course, reading it on the screen because that's not going to help you out in the real world when someone's standing in front of you. You're not going to have a prompter in front of you. So the whole purpose of it is for you to really internalize your value proposition. So when someone asks you about your business and why they should hire you, you know exactly what to say and you have it down. 500 points for answering the question why they should hire you. What's your differentiator? What is your value proposition? Getting that out there. and 500 points for highlighting the benefits of using your services and your niche. Hopefully, you're able to dig in that. And we want people to also, in this video, because we're going to record this, mention what marketplace you serve. So, your UVP presentation, it can be live or recorded. Reading your UVP is considered cheating and will be disqualified. But again, you're going to give each other the points for this, not Lisa and I. We're going to, in Mega, we draft a vision statement. That vision statement is this idea of what your business is to you. And then your mission statement. And that mission statement is your promise to the consumer about what it is, the services that you're going to provide. That's usually a 29 word or less mission statement. And then you're going to use those two things to build upon them to draft your value proposition. Because your vision statement of why you're in business and what you're trying to accomplish by being a real estate agent, and your mission statement about what your promise is to the consumer and using your services, those two things are the foundation to crafting your value proposition, which will then come later. And you're going to spend, again, these 4 weeks working on that. And we're going to be reminding you, and Lisa's going to be talking about this a lot in your mega minis. Your UVP components, um, people are willing to spend money in this world on four things: something that is going to reduce their risk, help make them money, save them time, and increase their quality of life. And you can do those four things. You can get those four things across. People are willing to spend money on these things. Your extra luxury buyer, everybody in between, from, people who are just entering the market, buying their first home. This is what people value: reducing their risk, helping them make money, saving them time, and increasing their quality of life. If you can figure out those four and craft that into your value proposition, helping protect your client from making mistakes or the uncertainty in a transaction, and trying to keep them away from damaging themselves through ChatGPT, um, helping them make money, whether it's going to be a good return on their investment, income, properties, opportunity, saving them time, removing friction, making it easier, eliminating inefficiencies, and increasing their quality of life, which is helping their peace of mind and credibility and all the things that come with increasing quality of life, everything from creature comforts to maybe how people perceive them. These, again, are the four things. So when a service delivers across all four of these, it stops becoming a cost and starts becoming an asset. And you start providing them with the service that they don't look at as a cost anymore. They look at it as an investment. You are an investment to them. They're investing in a real estate agent to help them have the highest return. And if you look at yourself as an investment to your client and not a cost, that's going to help transform what it is that you do in your real estate business. I want you to dog ear these. Here are some UVP samples. People hire me because they know without question I have their back. Um, I save my clients time. My role is not to make decisions, it's to advise. I want you to read through these. We've given you three different samples, and then, of course, creating your own. These are, and we're going to do this later today. Um, I want you guys to even today start working on this and reading these three as a class about your value proposition, and actually have our first breakout session in about an hour regarding this one thing. The UVP is going to be recorded. We have recordings from our last UVP. And so this is actually from our 2015 class.
Budgeting.
But we actually go through and put each one of you, and we put it together and give you a UVP video after class. And so seeing what has come before, there's a QR code here at the end of today's class if you want to go back and watch Mega 18, Mega 17, or sorry, Mega 17, Mega 16, and Mega 15's UVP videos. You can kind of get an idea of what they did for their unique value proposition video. And I think that that's helpful. a lot of points for memorizing the paragraph titles. Your 1 to 4 family contract. And the reason I'm asking you to do this is because I want you to take ownership of the contract. I want you to know when someone says paragraph 9 what they're talking about, or if someone says paragraph 21 what they're talking about. And so that you know paragraph 1 parties, paragraph 2 properties, paragraph 3 sales price, paragraph 4 leases, paragraph 5 earnest money termination option. And you can go through the entire contract just like that. And there'll be extra credits for those of you who can go forwards and backwards in the transaction. And so it helps you take ownership of it. Clients expect you to know the contract, and the better that you understand the form, the better you can advise your clients regarding the rights that are granted to them in that form. So here are our 23 contract paragraphs. Of course, we've had some changes out of this last legislative session, changing paragraph 20 and paragraph 8. They made some small tweaks to it, but it didn't change it in any way that is substantive. They were small changes. But you can use this as a guide to memorize your paragraphs. So now I'm to understand that Raul would like to recite his 23 paragraphs. So Raul, is that true? You want to recite in front of the class?
Yes.
All right, we're going to spotlight you for everyone so everyone can see. We're going to take the slide away, and we want you to cover your eyes so that we know that you're not reading it somewhere. All right, so take us through it, Raul. This is really impressive.
Okay. Uh, Parties, property, sales price, lease, earnest money, option, terminate, title policy and survey, property condition, broker and sales agent disclosure, and then broker and sales agent disclosure. And it is closing. Closing goes to possessions, uh, special provisions, um, and then possessions, special provisions. Yeah, I know. Possessions, special provisions. Um, I'm on. Paragraph 12 is settlements and other expenses, proration, and then casualty loss, default, um, mediation, attorney fee, escrow. After escrow, it is representation, government requirements, notice, um, agreement of parties, and consult with an attorney before signing. And then my code of ethics is treat all parties honestly and fiduciarily. Avoid misrepresentation. Then it is. I'm nervous right now. You got this. Please forgive me. So,
All right, we're going to do your 17 articles. We're going to do that one later.
oh
We're
yeah,
going
the
to
articles.
we're going to do the 17 articles later. All right, good job, Raul.
Thank you.
Everyone give him a huge round of applause. We're going to ask you to do the 23 again. I know it is nerve-wracking being in front of the entire class and reciting it. Your mind goes blank, and then you have to get yourself back on track. You're like, wait, I know this. So you did a great job, Raul. I want you guys to be able to close your eyes. Paragraph 1, parties. Paragraph 2, property. Paragraph 3, sales price. Paragraph 4, leases. Paragraph 5, earnest money termination option. And I want you to go through the entire contract like that. And I want you to say the paragraph number and then the article so that you know paragraph 7 and its title. So not just the title, but the paragraph number as well, because that's going to help you tie it all together. So I'm going to be picking on you again to do this, Raul. Excellent job. Thank you for breaking the ice in Mega so that people can see that it's possible. It's my goal that each of you are going to be able to do this for your class, and that we can say that Mega 18 had a 100 success rate for the memorization of the 23 paragraphs. Raise your hand if you are going to commit to that. All right. Good job, everyone. Thank you. I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. It makes your broker very, very proud. Excellent job, Raul. All right. So here's our code of ethics. We've broken it down. It's code of ethics is in three sections. It's clients and customers, duties to the public, and duties to other realtors. And so there's 17 articles. I have condensed it a little bit, but your 17 articles is not a golden rule or a golden thread, as some people call it. That's not what the code of ethics is. And so many people think, well, let's think about this for a moment. I'm ethical. And so because I'm ethical, then I am always going to be in compliance with the code of ethics. So we're good because I'm ethical and I want to be ethical and I want to do the right thing and I always do the right thing. So we're good. Is that what the code of ethics is? Is it a golden rule, treat others how you'd like to be treated kind of thing? Or try to treat people how they want to be treated? Is that what it is? Because that's not at all what it is. It is a set of promises, of practices that I promise that I will follow these practices. If you follow these practices, they're sandbox rules. I will always lock the key in the lockbox. I'm not going to hand it to the person standing behind me. And you might be thinking, well, I'm a friendly real estate agent, and this person standing behind me, they have an MLS sheet in their hand, they have a name badge that says realtor. Obviously, this is a real estate agent. Why would I lock the key out? That seems rude and unfriendly. So I'm just going to hand the key to that person. Well, if you're applying the code of ethics because you think it's being friendly and you think the code of ethics is, about being ethical and friendly, but you haven't actually read what the promises that you've made are, you're going to get it wrong over and over and over again. And so you can't be in compliance with the code of ethics if you haven't read it fully. So then I challenge you to read it fully. Now, we're going to memorize only the 17 articles, so you're not going to memorize all 5 pages of the Code of Ethics. You're going to memorize the 17 articles as they are here on the screen, but I need you to read all 17 articles so that you know what it is that you subscribed to and what promises that you have made our profession as being a realtor. Because the difference between being a real estate agent and being a realtor is joining the National Association of Realtors and subscribing to the NAR Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice. Okay. The next is that we're going to walk you through explaining the information about brokerage services in a way that you've never done it before. You're not going to hand them the document and say, by the way, this is a required form by TREC, or this is a required form that all buyers must sign, or this is a required form that real estate agents must provide all purchasers. That's not what the information about brokerage services is all about. It is supposed to be a precursor that you explain to the consumer what their choices are in agency relationships in Texas. We're supposed to explain the form. And so these are the 6 bullet points that if you memorize these 6 bullet points, you're going to be able to explain the information about brokerage services much, much easier. So this form, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, if you would allow me the professional courtesy, I am required to provide this form to all customers and you hand it to them. Now, is it required that they sign it? No. Nowhere in the world does it say that they have to sign anything. You're supposed to get their signature to prove that they've received it. And so I'm required to give this to everyone and to prove that I've given it to you. If you could initial the bottom of it, that would help me with my files. That is the best way to explain to them that to prove that you gave it to them, if they would initial the bottom for your files, you would appreciate it. It starts at the top that says there's 2 types of licenses in Texas. There's brokers and sales agents. Sales agents works for a broker. Broker is the managing entity of the firm. There are 4 minimum duties that all agents must perform. put the client first, disclose what you know, answer questions and present offers, and treat all parties honestly and fairly. Those are the four minimum duties that we have. Written agreements are required to represent a buyer. There are only three ways a broker can represent a party: as the seller agent, as the buyer agent, or as an intermediary for both. When the buyer is represented by an agent and the seller is represented by an agent, and both of those agents work at the same firm. And a signed agreement is required for us to be able to open the door. And the contact information at the bottom is for my manager and my broker. That is how you should be explaining the information about brokerage services. I want you to dog ear this because I want you to memorize that. It's going to really help you out in the field because that's the very first document. And a signed agreement is required to tour a property. Now we're going to dig in deep into that too, about when is an agreement required, when is it not required, and what's the different types of agreements that are out there, because we have showing agreements and we have representation agreements. So there's different types of agreements, but that's not part of the script for it. These 6 items are part of the script for your information about brokerage service. So this intro to Mega, this slide deck at the beginning, is everything you need to know about what you're getting into in Mega, and it's going to really help you as a guide to answer all your questions. So again, now let's turn the page to Mega Mini and learn a little bit more about what's going on there. This is where you're going to practice your unique value proposition. You're going to do your golden vision board. You're going to practice your Ford scripts. You're going to practice calling the lead pond the first time and calling some of your clients together as groups, one-on-one. So you're on the phone with your client, memorizing the 17 Articles of Code of Ethics and the 20 outbound calls that you need to make. Now, the requirement is that you make a total of 50 throughout the entire Mega, but my ask of you is that you're making 10 to 20 phone calls outbound a day. We're going to talk more about that, I promise, but that's what the promise that you're going to make. Now, sustainability is a really, really big deal because if you're going to be working in real estate full time, it can be a very stressful career. You've got a lot on the line. You have a lot of anxiety. Money coming, money not coming, money coming because the transaction is going up and down continually, and that roller coaster can lead to burnout. And you have to manage a lot of people's stress because you are going to be managing people's stress. People are buying for pain or pleasure. It is very emotionally taxing for buyers and sellers going through a transaction, and we're taking on that stress. And if our cup is already full, if our stress level is already at the max, we don't have the capacity to actually help them through this transaction. So we have to make room for that. And so, in a world that is going to be high pressure, there's a lot of contingencies going on in a transaction that we can't forget anything, then we have to figure out how to mitigate stress ourselves. And being a sales agent, taking on the stresses of others, and we have to make some room in our cup for them. And that means that I need you guys to be figuring out a way that you can help clear your mind, start each day focused and refreshed. If you're dealing with, another agent that's their client is breaching the contract, and then the very next call is for, a new customer, you have to be able to switch gears and sound like a friendly, approachable person after you've got, 3 or 4 transactions that are falling apart or all in, chaos. The very best way to do that is to be able to step back and take care of ourselves. And so the sustainable thing, I ask that everyone take yoga and do yoga at least once. Raise your hand if you've never done yoga. Raise your hand if you've done yoga in your life. Okay. Well, most of you have done it before. And so you know what you get from it. It lengthens your muscles. It oxygenates your blood. It helps clear your mind. It makes you feel a little bit lighter. It gives you some dopamine and some endorphins in your brain. It makes you feel better. feel healthier. It's going to just help you. If you're going to be a top producing salesperson that's closing four, five, six transactions a month, if that's what you're in for, and that's not a requirement of Mega. Mega isn't, we're going to turn every one of you into a top producing salesperson and you have to close, six transactions or you're out. That's not it at all. It is you tell us how many transactions you want to make, and we will reverse engineer that into a plan. If you want to make $1 million, great. We'll show you how to do that. If you want to make $250,000 a year, great. We'll show you how to do that too. If you want to make $80,000 a year or 40, you tell us what you want to make, and we will reverse engineer that into the plan that works specifically for you. But regardless if you're closing one transaction or five, it's almost the same amount of stress. It's the same amount of juggle. And so I need you guys to be able to load balance all of this stress. Because if you're going to be operating at that level, you need a way to be able to balance yourself and take care of yourself. We have a lot going on here at the company. We have a lot of services that we offer, a lot of ways to help you be successful. In our weekly sales meeting, in our weekly office meeting, my question is always, what can we do to help our agents? How can we help our agents make more money, and how can we help our agents make their jobs easier in the field? In the morning, every day we have a morning huddle. That morning huddle is at 8:30 to start your day off right and the right mindset. Mindset is everything. By the time we are done with today's class, you're going to understand in a hopefully in a way that takes it into class two of how important mindset is for a salesperson. It is everything. And that morning huddle helps you with your mindset every morning. In the afternoon, we have a marketing lab that helps you get out at least three marketing pieces. So after 52 weeks, you have 150 marketing pieces out there that are working for you. And so it's cumulative and it continues to work for you. On a weekly basis, we have a book club. We have 12 of the greatest leadership books of all time. And Andrew, your sales manager, leads you through a weekly book club where we grab another book every single month. We have our monthly business meeting. We have our contracts training, our weekly training with Michael and myself on Wednesdays for our bulletproof contracts. We have a CXM call shift for you to come in and call if you want to call the leads and as part of our CXM department. We have our weekly sales meeting and we have Tech Tuesday trainings. On a monthly basis, we have our business meeting, our agent happy hour, multiple different roundtables, whether it's military, top producers, farming, commercial, and we have our twice a month call-a-thons. Annually, we have our business plan training in January, company gala awards in January, and then we've got again our roundtables: top producer, military, Spanish speaking, commercial, apartment locating, mentor, and CTC roundtables. And if any of those things interest you, plug into those. And then we have a lot of one-time courses for new agents: our rooms training, our Ready Set Sell series, our mega series that you're in now, our seller and buyer boot camps, leasing 101, and new associate training. So here's how to plug in with Realty Texas as a whole. And this is what you're gonna look for when you get out of Mega. This is what we're asking you to plug into because you will have plugged into Mega over the course of this month. And the idea is that you walk away from Mega wanting to be engaged and realizing how much that engagement is going to help you with your real estate career. It's not a distraction. It's actually something that helps lament your success. And so we have this is a guide, and then this is kind of a daily guide that you can use to follow through after you get out of Mega of where should you be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Now, of course, you're going to take days off, and you're going to have a kind of a round um, try to build some type of sustainability. Um, and figure out what days you're going to take off, whether that's Wednesday or Friday, usually not a weekend, but maybe you're going to rotate Saturday and Wednesday. I don't know, but you have to figure that out. But every day of the week, this is what we recommend if you're working that day, what you focus your time on, which is the morning huddle, the blast lab, the contracts class, our call-a-thons, open houses on the weekends, and that kind of thing. So this, when you get out of Mega, this is where you should plug yourself into. And I love seeing the agents start showing up to this stuff because it does help them. Our top 40 are always the agents who are engaged. And so being engaged is going to help keep you every single day with your eye on the ball of your business. Now, as a real estate professional, you are, whether you admit it or subscribe to it, you are a leader in your community. And people are going to look to you as a leader. And if you're going to be a real estate agent, you really should be engaged in your community, attend community events, engage in them, and lead. And one of the very best ways to do that is attend your city council meetings. Attend your local city council meeting in the city that you live. Attend them on a regular basis. Dress to impress. Wear your name badge when you're there. And then, as soon as the city council meeting is over, say hello to your city council meeting, members as well as the mayor and introduce yourself so they know who you are. Read the agenda ahead of time so you know what is going on and what's going to be on the agenda that day. Ask questions if you don't understand what's on the agenda so you're engaged with it. And then after the meeting, film a reel. Just do a real quick. Hey guys, Jack here. Just left the Round Rock City Council meeting, and this is what was on the agenda today, and this is what was discussed. Then people start following you because all of a sudden you're giving them hyper local information about what's going on in their communities. How many of you have ever read the Community Impact newspaper? Okay. People are tending to read these types of hyper local news more than what they've in the past read the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal or any of those others. People are becoming more concerned and more interested in what's going on in their backyard, and they like reading news that's regarding what's going on in their backyard. And it's interesting when you go to a city council meeting how few people actually attend, and they want people to attend. And your city council members are going to see you there and they're going to think, uh-oh, what is this person coming to yell at us about? Because that's what they have come to learn, that people only show up when they're upset and angry about something. But we need to care about our community and know what's going on in our community. And I promise you, everything they talk about is going to be related to your business. Where growth is coming from, what new businesses are coming into town, what zoning changes they're building for a specific business that's coming in town. And then you think, oh, I didn't realize that there are 800 jobs coming into my little city. I'm going to run a Facebook ad to their world headquarters, say moving to Austin, Texas, or Houston, or wherever you are, and start looking for search terms for people moving here from that job and start um, marketing to them and reaching out to maybe their hiring department and let them know that you're a real estate agent and would love to be able to help their transferees in a smooth transition to your market. But also when you're representing buyers driving by, oh, yep, they're building a Amazon center right here. I didn't know that. Oh, yep, they're going to put in a road right here, which is going to help you with your geographic competency when you're helping a buyer or seller in a transaction say, yeah, they're going to be building a road right here. This isn't Greenbelt. They've been talking about it for the last couple of years at the city council meeting. It helps you have better conversations and be able to provide more information to your clients. And all you had to do was show up. Bring another agent with you, but make sure you do a reel after every single one. You do this, you attend your city council meeting, which is you need to check your municipality. I will be sending out an email of all the city council meetings in our major metros and what dates they are. But you should go to the City of Houston website if you live in Houston, or City of Austin website if you live in the City of Austin, or City of Hutto website if you live in Hutto, and look to see when their city council meeting is and put it on your calendar and make sure that you go, and then give yourself points. Take a picture, do a reel, let Lisa know and put your points into your teams so that you can get the points for being there. And when you do, we're going to ask you to share some of that information with the class after you've gone to your first city council meeting. Success in real estate is accumulation of a lot of small decisions. Anything from you getting your license, what firm you find yourself at, how many open houses you do, how much marketing and advertising you do. I can tell you that every excuse that's out there has already been overcome. Whether it is a objection that a buyer has, an objection is not a rejection. And sometimes agents hear objections and they think immediately rejection, when in fact, an objection is a fear that the buyer has. And so these are things that we can help them. Because when is it a bad time to buy a home? Never. It may be a bad time to sell, but it's never a bad time to buy because real estate over the long haul always goes in one direction up. So every excuse in real estate has already been overcome by someone else, which is why coaching matters. It's rarely the best agent who does the most business. It's the most well known and the agents who are out there prospecting. And so, how do you make yourself the most well known? Social media gives you that option. And we're going to be talking a lot about things that you can do to get your name out there, not to other agents, but to buyers and sellers. Because we're not selling houses to other agents, we're selling houses to buyers and sellers. We need to get that information out to them. The database you're ignoring, your phone, the contacts that you have in your phone, or you go down and you look at your cell phone and you click on your text messages and you scroll down a couple pages and 99% of them are not even saved as a contact, but that's someone that you know. We're going to have to clean that up. Save those unsaved phone numbers as phone numbers in your phone. Synchronize your phone with your CRM because your database is worth more than any leads you could ever pay for. Because your database is worth $1 million a year. Your database may not seem like it, but we're going to prove to you the amount of opportunity that you have in the spheres of people that you know. And it doesn't matter where they live. If your seller moved to California, that's okay. We're going to keep in contact with them because they're going to need a referral agent when they get there. And when they get there, they're going to know people who are looking to buy, sell, or lease. And if they call you, you're a good agent. You know how to find a good agent. You'll help them get in touch with an agent, get a referral fee. You can get referral fees for anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home anywhere. And so we're going to stop looking at our database as a needle in a haystack of one person who's trying to buy or sell, but everyone in your database who knows someone who's looking to buy or sell anywhere. And so we're going to open up your markets and we're going to say, oh, I get it. If someone's in New York, I'm not going to throw away that lead. I'm not going to throw away that prospect. I'm going to keep talking with them. And I'm going to find out that they've got a next door neighbor that's selling their $5 million apartment. And I'm going to help them get an agent. And I'm going to get a 30% referral fee on a $5 million apartment. I see. And then you start realizing, I don't have time to be my own assistant. I need to be focusing on these phone calls because that is where the money's going to come from. Relationships compound just like interest. Every one of these people who are in your database knows someone who's going to buy and sell. You have to figure it out because it's your job as a salesperson to figure that out. Who do they know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home? So we have to be calling and checking in with them to get that piece of information. And the biggest obstacle that you face in real estate is usually yourself. That's where every professional needs a coach. I'm your coach through Mega, and Lisa is going to be your coach through Mega Mini, and we're going to coach you for this month. And I promise you come out the other side of Mega being a completely different class of real estate professional. It's going to be transformative. Um, would can I get someone who would be willing to read? A reader, raise their hand. Renee, would you read this this entire page?
Sure. Real estate agents experience stress and anxiety at a greater level than most other sales professions. They are one of the only sales professionals who work 100% on contingency. When done right, real estate is the apex sales profession. Top agents can earn more income than virtually any other salesperson in any industry, but that upside comes with an unmatched downside risk. Agents prospect, host open houses, show homes, negotiate, and follow up while paying for gas, signs, marketing, MLS access, dues, education, and designations, all on the hope of future income. They do this without a salary, without employer-paid health benefits, and without retirement contributions while carrying ongoing monthly expenses and spending time away from the family, time that can feel wasted when income never materializes. At the same time, clients may question their value, ask for commission reductions, or walk away entirely, leaving the agent with invested time, money, in emotional labor, and no compensation. Agents operate under a fiduciary duty to protect the client's interest while assuming the financial risk themselves without retainers and without any guarantee of payment, subject to the whims of a client who may breach or abandon the agreement with you at any time. That is real pressure. That pressure creates real anxiety and real stress. Carrying all of this at once without income as a counterweight fundamentally changes how the nervous system responds in a profession where agents must remain approachable, composed, and likable. Agents must develop healthy, effective ways to manage stress and anxiety to remain successful and avoid burnout.
So, did any of this? Thank you, Renee. Excellent job. So, could we identify with any of these things? Can you feel some of that in your business today? Can you feel some of that frustration in hearing some of that? We do need to find a way to manage the stress and the anxiety because a salesperson needs to be sellable. Yet, we have all of these layers of stress and anxiety that's on us of working on a 100% contingency basis, working on some other people's whims who can just walk away at any time when we are there showing up on a Saturday on 4th of July or on Sunday when everyone else is at the lake, we're doing an open house. And if we're doing all of these things and money is not coming in, it can be stressful, it can be angering, it can be frustrating, and all kinds of other things to add. And so, yes, you have the ability to make more money than any other profession. And when you get there, it all starts feeling worthwhile. But sometimes the journey to that reward that comes from the income that's stable and having an income stream that's stable and stabilizing your income, you need to be doing the yoga. It is absolutely important. It's not just a soundbite that I'm going to drop on you once and not remind you. I'm going to be asking you about about yoga in every single one of our megas at the beginning to find out which one of you are doing it. Because you all raise your hand that you've done yoga in the past. Raise your hand if you've done yoga in the last 2 weeks. Excellent. How many of you are going to do yoga in the next 2 weeks? 100% of you. Excellent. All right, we're going to be reminding you of all of this over and over and over again. Because you as a sales agent, you're in almost constant fight or flight, unpredictable income, constant rejection, time pressure, emotional client situations, negotiation stress, and when we find ourselves in this situation, our patience can drop a little bit, our tone can change, maybe not being our best. Listening degrades, impulse decisions increase, and burnout accelerates. And yoga helps you have calmer conversations, helps you become a better listener, helps you have cleaner negotiations because you have more space for the nonsense in life, fewer reactive mistakes. Oh gosh, I wish I hadn't said that because you're more present in the moment, more confident under pressure. Again, it helps you oxygenate your blood and have a better uh, stress recovery time, focus on endurance and emotional resilience. So there is a great beginner yoga video where you can take and scan this QR code and take the beginner yoga. And Pilates is great. There's a lot of different things out there. I'm going to tell you that one of the things that yoga does that's a little bit different is it focuses on breathing. Breathing helps oxygenate your blood. That helps you have more endorphins. So it's less about physically getting more tone and more about the mind, body, spirit aspect of it because that's what we're looking for is to offload that stress. And so, yes, endurance can help you offload the stress. I have a lot of agents out there who have taken Mega who've said, I'm a boxer. I don't need yoga. And then they take yoga and like, I didn't realize how badly I needed yoga. And so if you haven't done yoga in a while, please do it. Or if you're doing Pilates, that's okay. Just add the breathing into it because it's the inhale and the exhale that's going to really, really help you get rid of that stress and breathe it out and give yourself a little bit of extra room to be able to dealing with all of these extra sensities. Now, let's talk about what I've seen out there because what I've seen in transactions, what I've seen in agents not knowing how to mitigate stress. When agents don't know how to mitigate stress properly, they think, "Ugh, I'm just going to go happy hour and I'm just going to go with a bunch of friends. I'm going to drink it out." Well, that's fun. People can do that. But if that's what you're doing on a regular basis, that can be really bad because you're going to wake up with a headache. You're going to wake up with a hangover. You're not going to feel very good. So, no, I'm not telling you to stop drinking. I did about 7 years ago now. And I did that for no good reason other than me getting a headache. And I don't want that headache in my life. And so you get to make the choices that works best for you in your life. But I can tell you that I have seen agents on burnout. As a friend of mine, his name was Jason Tarr. He and I did multiple different transactions over the years. The last transaction that him and I did together was back in 2013. And Jason Tarr was out with, he is a person that was not handling his stress the way he should. He was with a client and they stopped for lunch in the middle of their showings. And he had two margaritas. His client had two margaritas and he was out showing homes and hit a kid, a 5-year-old kid, and killed the 5-year-old kid. And now Jason Tarr is in jail. And he was sentenced to 20 years and $10,000 because, and here I'm standing in the circle of people when his license was revoked and he is going to be remanded to jail for a really long time. And now he is out of business. I know four of these people who were in the marketplace, good salespeople, and Jason Tarr was known. I mean, he was selling, 50, 60 homes a year. Him and I were neck and neck in terms of production. And all of it lost and obliterated in an instant because he didn't have a healthy way to mitigate that stress. And by the way, don't be drinking alcohol with your clients and showing property. Those two things don't go together at all. That is not what you should be doing. That's not how to operate a real estate business. It's not fun. It's not cute. It's dangerous. And it could be life-changing. All right. Here's a fun little video they're going to watch really quick for you as a mega student.
Not send thank you notes or emails. Most students don't show up on time. Most students don't follow up. Most students don't go to office hours. Most students don't talk to their professors. Most students don't reach out to mentors. Most students don't do these little things that make such a difference. So if you're thinking, oh, it's so hard to get where I want to go, I'm telling you, if you do the little things, you will stand out because most people don't. Most students do not.
So do the little things. Do your homework. Show up to Mega Mini. Do these little things. If you want uncapped earning potential, the kind of money that creates multi-generational wealth, then show up. Pour yourself into this. Do the little things. Do the big things, but listen, pay attention, stay focused, be present. This will be like nothing you've ever experienced before. You're going to really become vulnerable through Mega and you're going to learn a lot and we're going to all be better for it. You see this slide. You're going to see this slide at the end of every Mega class. On the left-hand side is the exam questions. On the right-hand side is the video walkthrough of the exam questions. You don't have to watch the video walkthrough. You can take the exam, pass it, and be done. But if you watch the video walkthrough, which is usually about 20 minutes, it's never more than 30 minutes, but sometimes it's as low as 15 minutes. But there's 12 of these videos, and I walk through the important takeaways from Mega. And this is available to you as an additional resource. Again, doing the little things. This is something that will really help you walk away from that module and really gain as much as you can. Because again, all of this is an investment in yourself. Okay, we usually take about 2 hours to get through that first one. We got through it in about an hour and a half, so that's good. That was the introduction to Mega. Now, officially, we are going to step into the mindset of the successful agent. This is officially your Mega Module 1. This is a track class. You will get credit for it if you are paying for the hours. If you've paid for the hours, make sure your video is on and you're part of the class. Miguel will be the one who will be turning in the hours. So again, we've already seen this slide here. This is the Mega Module 1, the mindset of a successful agent. And part of the review that we did is walked you through each 12 modules so you know what's coming. But this one, we're going to break the glass ceiling of you ever questioning of whether or not there's opportunity out there, how many buyers and sellers are looking, regardless of what's going on in the market, regardless if it's 2008, regardless if it's 2010, regardless if it's 2020, regardless if it's 2026, where to focus your attention, because there's no such thing as a bad market. The market always favors someone. If it's bad for buyers, it's good for sellers. If it's bad for sellers, it's good for buyers. So where you focus your attention in the market actually matters, but there's no such thing as a bad market. And once you wrap your head around that, you realize that every day for the rest of your career, you're in a good market. You just have to focus on the good market. And take all of the advantages that that market has and affords you. We all know that real estate can be a little bit stressful. We talked about that, and Renee even filmed a little video. Here's just a fun little introduction that I always like to play this video. It's cute, but it's the beginning of our mindset.
And on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker. So God made a realtor. God said, I need somebody that will get up before dawn with the dedication of the sun, risk time, energy, and investment for no salary or guarantee, work long hours on the street, prepare and deliver presentations, serve and attend to others' emergencies, then stay out past midnight at a meeting of the school board. So God made a realtor. God needed somebody mentally tough that could wake up unemployed every day, yet gentle enough to have compassion for others. Someone that can build a bridge between people and technology. Someone to arrive home nightly in the dark to accommodate others' time, tell them, thank you for the opportunity, and mean it. So God made a realtor. God said, I need somebody that can sell like Carnegie, make contacts and write contracts, handle objections and deal with rejections, and who can finish her 40-hour week by Wednesday noon, then weary from contingencies and people's eccentricities and volatilities, put in another 40 hours and sacrifice a weekend too. So God made a realtor. God needed somebody that does not measure their work in hours but by the satisfaction of their clients. Someone to handle emotions unemotionally, to meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same. God said, I need somebody strong enough to knock doors and be ignored, direct mail and email, run ads, deliver notepads, Yelp and blog and work like a dog, make calls and get up from falls, and who will stop her efforts when called upon to mend the broken spirit of a colleague or client. So God made a realtor. It had to be somebody who'd honor ethics and integrity and not cut corners, to keep their head when all about them are losing theirs, and trust themselves where others doubt. Someone that can hold on when there is nothing left inside except the will which says, hold on. Who'd laugh and then sigh and then respond with smiling eyes when her son says he wants to spend his life doing what mom does. So God made a realtor.
Empathy. Empathy in knowing what a real estate sales agent in the field is facing. You're surrounded by people who are in the same place as you right now, likely. In a place where the market has changed, everything is changing at a pace that seems unreasonable. What was true yesterday is false today, and vice versa. And things just seem to be getting more and more difficult, more and more complicated. People more and more living in a world of divisiveness. It's what you focus your attention on because the opposite can also be true. Things are getting easier, things are getting better, and transactions are actually even flowing at a greater rate. June 2026, Realty Texas had its best month on record, greater than 20 any time in 2020 or 2021. We did 50 million in production last month. Agents, a lot of you are having your very best year, and some people are having the worst year of their life. It has to do with what you focus your attention on. It has to do with your mindset because mindset is everything. Clients are looking for an agent who they can quickly believe that they understand that the agent has the ability, has the commitment, and has the ethics to be able to help them. And when a situation gets brought to Michael Potter and me, regarding a client that wants to terminate with a difficult transaction, a client that wants out of their representation agreement, we always know that it's one of these three things. The consumer is upset because they either don't trust the agent's ability, they're upset because they don't believe the agent has the commitment that they think the agent should have, or they question the agent's ethics. It always falls into one of these three things. And so when you're trying to create trust in a client, your client needs, those are the three questions that they have. What's your ability? What's your commitment? And what's your ethics? What's your ability? How good of an agent are you? How many tools in the toolbox do you actually have to help me? What's your commitment? Are you going to be there when I need you? And ethics, are you going to always put me first? Can I trust you that you're going to have my back? And so you need to be able to deliver the answer to these three things without them even asking for it in a way that doesn't sound like you are narcissistic. But you have to get these things across to people to explain how much you love your profession, how much you care about your clients, and that you have their back, and that you always do the right thing no matter what, and that you are continually taking classes to be the very best agent you possibly can be to able to provide the best services possible. That is going to be deeply rooted in your unique value proposition. Your UVP needs to have all of these things boiled down so that you can quickly get these three things across at an open house or during a phone conversation, because it's these three things that's going to allow you to set an appointment and meet someone because this is what they're looking for. And when a client has absolutely no questions about your ability, and you've proven to them that you're 100% committed and you care just as much about this transaction as they do, and that you're a million percent ethical and that you're always going to do the right thing, that's when they relinquish control. And they say things like, well, what's your recommendation? What should I do here? Now, we should never and we can never make a decision for our client. We get paid in advice and opinions. Well, really, in providing advice and opinions when asked. But information and advice is what we deal in. We deal in information. We don't sell houses. Clients buy and sell houses. It's their properties, not ours. The service that we bring is a service-based profession where we get paid for our advice. And so when the clients really truly believe in you and the whole thing, ability, commitment, and ethics, they relinquish control. And that's when your job as a real estate agent gets easier and easier because you're giving them the advice that's in their best interest and they're following your advice because the wisdom that you have in the profession comes from years in doing this. And if you don't have the wisdom yet, then you need someone that you can latch onto, aka a mentor, that you can pull their wisdom into the transaction. And so, regardless if you're brand new or if you've been in the business 10 years, the wisdom that you've learned, you're going to relinquish to your clients, or if you don't have the wisdom, then your mentor, so that the consumer is holding your hand and the mentor is holding your hand, and you are being mentored by a mentor and providing the right information to an agent. You're never going to have all the information. One question, one statement that you should never ever say is, I don't know, because that's nonsense. Now, you might have heard one of your family members or a mentor of yours say, it's okay if you don't know. Tell them you don't know. That is hogwash. You never say that. You just simply say, let me check on this. There's a couple of things I want to check, and I'll get back with you in about an hour. Would that be okay? Don't say you don't know, because that is a dead end. What isn't a dead end is let me do some research and let me look into this because I want to make sure I check a few things. Then you're saying the same thing, but you're proactively saying, I really care about you and I want to make sure we get this right. That is the professional way to go get the answer. So if you're being mentored, I want to check on a couple of things. Will you be available in about 30 minutes? Call your mentor. Okay, I didn't know what to say. I don't know how to handle this. And then your mentor will provide you the wisdom. Okay, great. Yep. I checked with a few people in my office because I want to make sure that we get this right and then explain it to them. And in no way did you tell them at any time during that situation that you don't know. Because it's not about knowing. It's about getting the answer. People want you to lead them through the transaction. And if you have to do research, people are happy for you to do the research to make sure that you're giving them the right piece of information. You got to prove your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. Never bend your ethics ever. Your commitment, a newer agent has going to have a greater level of commitment to each client because they're usually less busy and they're highly focused on one client. If you're a brand new agent and you don't know your value proposition, it could be as something as simple as this. You know, I have a management team standing behind me that has over 100 years of experience. So not only do you get me in my time and my availability, but you get my management team who's overlooking everything that I do to make sure that nothing gets missed. That's a great value proposition. That's a 100% solid value proposition. And it's true because you do have a management team that has over 100 years of experience here at this firm who does have your back and that wants to make sure that you're always getting it right. And so we together collectively are going to help you make sure that you get it right. And if you've been in the business for 20 years, that doesn't mean you're not going to continually be learning through this as well. So write these three things down. And it's also test questions: ability, commitment, and ethics. And for the rest of your career, you should have this on your goal board. How can I increase my ability? How can I become the very best real estate practitioner that I possibly can be? My commitment. How can I prove to my clients that I've got their back? One of them is answering the phone, responding quickly, being responsive, all of those things. How can I do a better job with that? And you might think, you know what? I'm really slipping because I've got so much work now. I don't know what to do. It's time to hire an assistant so that you can do the one thing, which is income producing, which is staying in the face of your business and being there in the face of your business. And then the ethics thing. When I was a kid, my dad bought me a little plaque that was on my wall and it had my name stapled on the top of it. And it said, "You got it from your father. It was all he had to give, so it's yours to use and cherish for as long as you may live. If you lose the watch he gave you, it can always be erased, but a black mark on your name, son, can never be erased. Make sure you guard it wisely after all is said and done. You'll be glad the name is spotless when you give it to your son. Your name is your most important asset. You need to have something on your goal board that you create that talks about you, your reputation, you and being a leader in your community, you and being a role model for those people who surround you, and find a role model for yourself. Someone who inspires you to be a better person, someone that holds you accountable for the mistakes that you make, not that's going to placate or, always give excuses or give you a hug and just tell you everything's going to be okay and make excuses for you, because that is not the role model you need. You need someone who's going to give you the whole cold hard truth and it's going to make you accountable for yourself and not make excuses for you. Because if you have someone that's your role model that makes excuses for you, that is not the role model for you. And so I need you to go and find those people in your life. Someone who you get to mentor, someone that you'll be a role model to, which will hold you accountable to being that kind of person. And on the other side of it, for those people who are actually a role model, you let them know that you appreciate that they're a role model to you, and let them know that they are a role model. We need more role models in this world. We need more kindness and we need more role models. That is my advice on your goal board: to have ability, commitment, ethics, and be focusing on those three things to make you a better practitioner. It's going to change. Um, It's going to change how you wake up in the morning and what you focus your time on in your day more productively. This is a test question. When you see that purple exclamation point at the top right of the slide, you know that there's really important stuff on this slide. In real estate, every force is against you in a transaction. And it's really true. The lender's job is not to qualify the buyer. It's to look for any reason. So the loan officer, their job is a salesperson like you to go find a buyer. And then they put together a file and try to figure out how to cover any possible objection that the underwriter is going to have, because the underwriter is looking for each and every reason to say no. And the loan originator is looking for any reason to say yes. And those two people are at war with each other because the bank is trying to protect itself, but they need salespeople to go find buyers and they're trying to figure it out. And so there's always going to be this going on in lending because they're trying to figure out any reason to say no. The seller is looking out for their interest. The home inspector is looking for any problem whatsoever. The title company is trying to protect themselves as an insurance company. The only person in a transaction that is working on behalf of the client is you, not the builder, because the builder's on site is not a licensed real estate agent. Typically, they're an employee and they have a responsibility to their employer and to put the builder first. The only fiduciary relationship that exists between the client is you, the real estate agent, and the broker. And so we're the only ones that has their back. And so knowing that everything in a transaction is looking for a reason to say no, then we have to counteract that. And we have to work against all of these forces and try to pave the road. Learn as much information as we can, get the right parties, because your team that you have around you is critically important. Having a good lender that's going to communicate, and then having a good processor that's a good processor behind that lender, because the lender is only as good as their processor, and knowing the underwriting rules, a really good inspector, a really good title company that's going to react to you after hours on weekends and have your back. Your team is incredibly important because, again, most everyone or nearly everyone in a transaction is looking for a reason to say no to the client and give them bad news. So it can feel like everything is working against you. Again, loan officers, underwriters, title reps, title insurers, inspectors, appraisers, insurance companies, other agents on the opposite of a transaction, cooperating brokers, governmental overreach, and some of the regulatory changes that we've seen, market conditions, interest rates. It can be overwhelming. But your biggest role in the transaction is to make sure that everyone is doing their respective jobs well. Not just be a fiduciary to your client and helping them in not in a vacuum, but actually making sure that everyone who's touching your file from the beginning to the end is doing their job. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to do it for them, but it means we're going to call and check in on them every single week, every Friday or every Monday, depending how you want to set this up. You're going to call everyone in the transaction to ask them how things are going. The lender, the title company, being proactive about looking for issues, about rooting out issues. And if you do that on a weekly basis, you'll find out about issues earlier in the process, which gives you more time to overcome them and solve them. Buyers truly understand if they're ready, willing, and able sellers. Open title early if you want to find out if they're really a ready, willing, and able seller, because you don't know. The moment you get a listing, open title. Don't wait until you get a contract to open title, because you want to know if there's a lien against the property or if there's another person on title, if there's an issue with title altogether. Open title even before you go on market. Open title. We're going to start talking about having checklists and SOPs, standard operating procedures in your business, so that every aspect of your business has a checklist. And when you do that, then you're operating from a checklist, not from memory. Checklists are critical so that when you hire an assistant, the assistant can sit down in the chair and they have an SOP book. They're going to go follow an SOP book on how you intake a new buyer, how you prepare for a listing appointment, how you walk away from a new listing and start your pre-marketing, how you prepare and plan for an open house. all of the different areas in real estate will have a broken down list of checklist items so that you never miss anything. I'm going to provide you a list of everything that I've just talked about so you can start formulating your own questions because everyone does every real estate business a little bit differently. And so one of the things that I do for the top producers who are doing that 10 million plus and they're ready to hire an assistant is I coach them through hiring an assistant, finding an assistant with the right personality that's going to match them, someone that's going to have some blue and appreciate SOPs, helping them put their SOPs together, helping them create the emails in the shared mailboxes so that they can communicate with each other, helping them get the right computers so the assistant can actually assist, and then help them put that assistant into the right training so that assistant can be a really good assistant for that agent because agents are usually really bad assistants for themselves. So, your biggest responsibility in a transaction is making sure that everyone's doing their job. And you can only know that by calling and checking in. Because by the time the title company or a lender calls you about a problem, it's usually something they've been facing for a while. And now they're really struggling. And now they got to get you in, and they're only going to get you in at the very last moment. And had you out called, you probably would have found out about it a week earlier, maybe even more, which is going to help you have more closings that are on time and trouble free. So the last thing that you want to ever do in a transaction is change the close date. You want to have that number or have that date, and it is a very big deal to set a close date. It should not be just, oh, let's pick a date on the calendar and then figure it out along the way. No, no. When you're putting together an offer, you should have a conversation with the client about the close date and have a conversation with the lender if they're obtaining financing to pick a date that's going to make sense, giving the lender enough time to be able to get this done. And on top of that, then checking in once a week to make sure that everyone is following up, that the lenders has all the amendments, that you're reviewing all the documentation. And when you find out about a problem, you can start addressing it immediately. And even if you don't know how to overcome that, think it's time for you to get with a manager and a manager help you through it, or your mentor or whoever. And so again, you need to have a Friday report or a Monday report where you call on every transaction, call the lender, and there's a checklist items that we're going to give you of what questions you need to ask the lender and questions you need to ask the title people and checklists for you to keep you on track within that transaction. Now, at the end of the day, we are a salesperson. Our job is to go sell our services, market ourselves, and then set appointments and get representation agreement signed. And once we have a representation agreement, then start providing services. We don't have the authorization to provide services until we've been hired and turn a customer into a client. Now, we've got this idea between what a good salesperson is and a bad salesperson is. That's different between what a good agent is and a bad agent, right? So, a good salesperson is someone who is a good listener, someone who asks a lot of questions to their clients, obviously productive questions, is confident, and confidence comes from having the support behind you, that knowing that nothing is going to get missed and that you're supported by a brokerage that's got your back. Friendly, and it can be difficult in when everything is working against us. So this yoga thing is going to help you with, you feeling fresh and being a good salesperson out in the field that's marketable, and someone who follows up a lot, and is relentless about their following up. Now, bad salesperson. We can all find ourselves and maybe identify with within ourselves some of these items, which is we have a lot of stress and we're in an open house and someone starts asking a question. And we just start talking over them to answer their question before they even had an opportunity to even ask their question. Talking over the customer and not just pausing and letting them finish their sentence. Builders have really good training on this. And if you watch the builders, you'll always watch them waiting for the customer to stop talking. And it, I love going to the model homes and just kind of watching what's going on there because you can see the training that the on-sites have. And then you can watch the agents and how often they're getting it wrong. And because the on-sites have gone through so much training, they look at an agent and they can tell that the agent sometimes needs training. But Talking over the customer is never okay. Assuming things without asking questions, being shy and not being confident. Um, sometimes the way we address questions, it can seem rude, even though we're not trying to be, but we've got the weight of the world on our shoulders, which is why we need to mitigate that with yoga. Um, Putting a transaction together and just kind of setting and waiting for someone to call you and ask for your help instead of proactively leading the customer through that journey, and gives up to her easy. And a lot of times we see agents coming to the company wanting to get a representation agreement signed, and Michael Potter sits with them for a while and trying to find out why they're trying to get the representation agreement terminated. And it's easily something that can be overcome, which is why we don't, Trek doesn't provide the authority for an agent to cancel a buyer rep agreement or cancel a listing agreement. They don't have the authority per the License Act. They're not an officer of the company. They can bind a company. They can bind a client to the broker through a representation agreement, but they don't have the right to terminate one. And so we take that seriously here. And if an agent has a client that wants to terminate, we're not going to beat them up about it, but they need to get with Mr. Potter so that Mr. Potter can look at the scenario to determine whether or not it can be saved, if it can be referred to another agent in the office, or if it really needs to be terminated. And if it does need to be terminated, it needs to be terminated by an officer of the company. So it's actually terminated properly. Because if you have ever signed a termination of representation agreement or signed a termination of listing agreement on behalf of another brokerage, guess what? You didn't really terminate it. You didn't terminate it at all. You just kind of tricked the consumer into thinking that it was terminated because you didn't have the authority per the law to terminate that agreement. So if it does need to be terminated, then it needs to be properly terminated through an officer of the company. Does that make sense? Okay. How many of you can identify with this? I'm gonna get my real estate license. This is gonna be the best thing that I've ever done. And then you get your real estate license, and you're like, okay, here we go. This is my ticket to the riches. I'm gonna make a lot of money, and I'm so excited about this. And then your journey started coming into it a little bit more. Any of you identify with this at all? Why? I'm gonna put you into your very first breakout session. We're gonna go into groups of 5, and it's gonna be for 8 minutes. So we're gonna have smaller groups. And I want you guys to talk about these questions. Why did you get into real estate? Out of all the careers out there, out of all the careers, why real estate? Was it the perception that agents can make a lot of money and work just a couple of hours? Is that at least partly why? Let's talk about why you got into real estate. And then I want you to elect a captain, and then that captain is going to speak for your group. And we're going to share company wide here in this group, mega wide, of why you got in the business, why real estate. If you say that, you like to help people, okay, that's great. You can only help people with a FICO score of 680 and above. Is that why we help people? So, all right. This is an important question because this is going to frame a lot of what we're going to talk about for the rest of our class today. All right, breakout sessions, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I need 6 breakout rooms. Remember, you must select a group breakout captain. If you ever truly want to know how fast 8 minutes goes by, enroll in Mega. All right, so I'm very curious to know what we've come up with. So we're going to do this starting backwards. We're going to start with a group 9, Mary Warrenberg, Karen Ray, and Mohammed. Who is our group breakouts captain for group 9?
So I was the group captain. This is Mary.
Hi, Mary.
And yeah, so I found that we all have this in common, that we all want to help people and that we all want to kind of be independent, Some of us want to be that independent person where we have the unlimited potential of growing our business. And based on whatever time and effort we put into it, is what we'll get out of it. And many of us just enjoy working with clients. Some of us wanted to do this for investment potential. Others wanted to do this for freedom. So just the freedom of the potential that's possible, and putting in our, whatever time, we can choose when to work, and kind of whatever we put into this is what we're going to get out of it, basically. So, yeah.
Excellent, Mary. Thank you very much for being the group spokesperson and representing your group very well. Group 8, we have Andrew, Anna, Inja, and Tessa. Who is the group breakout captain for Group 8?
So we had some technical difficulties, so we actually kind of just jumped right into it once everything got fixed, but I can do it. I don't mind. Um, so it was just Tessa and I. The other girl joined another breakout room because she was on her headphones. Um, but ironically, we have very similar stories. We both kind of got an interest in real estate when we bought our first home. And then for both of us, what kind of finally made us take the leap is losing our job and really having the time to do the classes and invest in it. And I think the other thing we had in common was just wanting to help people like other people, like everyone else said. Tessa was saying that she's kind of walked away and then always gets pulled back by her clients. Whereas me personally, I really want to help other women. I bought my house by myself as a single woman, and it's something I'm really proud of. And it changed my life. So I want to share that information with other people that are in my same situation.
Excellent. Good job. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anna, we appreciate you. Group 7, Birdie, Jennifer, Montavious, and Marcy and Michael.
Yeah, so
Who is
I
our
was the group spokesperson for that one.
Birdie?
So all of us had similar things, mainly in we all love the flexibility of our schedules, those kinds of things. But Marcy, she started out, and the reason why she got into real estate is because she actually started working with a commercial realtor, and then she wanted to invest in property themselves, so she got started in real estate to benefit her own transactions, and now she's in year 11 and she just loves it. And then Jennifer M, she just loves guiding and helping others, and then loves the flexibility, and then just loves helping overall. And then Jennifer W, she used to be an educator and always wanted to try real estate, and she loves the flexibility of it. And then I got into it because I'm a busybody and I just love having something to do every day. And I've just loved. I toured open houses ever since I was young, and I just love real estate and I love helping people. So that's kind of all why we got into it.
Okay, thank you, Birdie. Thank you, Group 7. Group 6, Danielle, Dulcie, Hershita, and Kelly Campbell. Dulcie, who's your group captain?
I'll do it, no worries. Um, we did not appoint one actually, but what we talked about is that what we all had in common was that we all want to help people, right? That's the number one thing of all of us. The second one was having income producing, right? Everyone was looking either for retirement or going from a full-time job now to a realtor, which is also a full-time job, right? But it's in a different field. So that's what we mostly all had in common, right? And pretty much it was just to help people and to make a better income of what we were already doing.
Thank you, Dulcie. Thank you, Group 6. I am just gonna throw some love on Dulce. She has started the profession with us and is our Realty Texas Rookie of the Year and has constantly been on our top 40 list at Realty Texas, and has capped and is the only new agent in an SAE at the company who has ever capped in the history of the company. And so she is closing a lot of transactions, and she has a lot to give in this class. And so respect her because she has earned it. Good job, Dulce. Group five, Inja, Hussein, Jennifer, Renee, and Veronica. Who is our group captain out of group five?
It's me. So we had five people. So one reason was because the agent was a military spouse, and so she wanted flexibility in her ability to transfer her career if need be, because of having to move around with the military. The other agent, their family had investment properties, and so they kind of grew up understanding the power of owning property, and didn't have a main source of income, and so jumped into real estate. Um, Another agent felt like they were thrown into it um, after working in a real estate firm for about 4 years and building up their portfolio with the broker and really learning to love the business. And so decided to go out and get their own license. And then we had another agent who was in construction sales, doing roofing, and was one of the top producers, and had been encouraged to get into real estate, and then met with a realtor who really inspired them. And so they jumped into it. And then there's me. I came into real estate by way of social work and law, and just kind of, and being someone who has blemishes in their background and finding it difficult to lease, and wanting to help those individuals who struggle in the leasing world. Um, my belief is that everyone deserves to be housed. And so my passion so far has been leasing.
Nice. Everyone deserves a roof over their head, and it is a privilege to help all people with getting a roof over their head in all price ranges and all walks of life. And to be a good real estate agent means that you want to help all people. And so I love that, Veronica. Thank you. Good job, group three. All right. Veronica, you were in group five. Group four, Amrit, Brittany, Janith, and Swetha. Who is our captain out of group four?
I am actually, my name is Jeanette.
Janeth, thank you.
Yes. So we all agreed on flexibility, not only from just being able to make our own schedules daily, but also not being dependent on, an 8 to 5, or um, having to deal with merchandise or any other expenses, I guess, that comes with actually running a business. You're just able to, get up in the morning and make your own schedule, have that flexibility to be in the life of your family, as well as take some time aside to be able to have a career, essentially.
Okay. Thank you, Janeth. I appreciate you. Hold on. All right, let's jump into group four. No, group three. Elizabeth, Joe, Raul, Sharon, and Jaja Browse. Who is our captain in group three?
That would be me.
All right, Raul.
So yes, sir. Miss Sharon said that she'd like to help people in low credit situations and just all around with VA and everyone that needs to get a place. Miss Elizabeth, She wants to help people reach their dream of owning a home. Her husband also is a builder, so he builds homes and she sells them. Mr. Joe, he likes the freedom to be able to come and go and also likes the help and gets the embrace of hugs, and he likes that interaction with the people, finding them a place. Miss Deja has always wanted to be a real estate agent since she was a kid. That she's just known what she wanted to do. Myself, out of the military, I didn't want to go back to blue collar. I wanted to do something uh, for the rest of my life that I would love, and I like helping people. So, yes, that was our group.
Okay, thank you, Raul. Interesting. Group two, Helena, Lior, Renee, Selva, and Sherry. Who is our group captain in group two?
That is me, Jack. So three of us basically it comes down to wanted the freedom of time, and I'm assuming financial freedom as well as it's lucrative business. Um, One just wanted to get out of pretty much a 9 to 5 job, wanted to be out of the office interacting with people. And and then we had a lady, I'm sorry, I couldn't write, so I don't remember the names, but one of the ladies was a hairdresser, loves customer service, and just decided to, I guess, go into a different profession that will have be more lucrative and with the element of customer service.
Okay, I like it. Thank you for the um, thank you for talking about the income side of it. I appreciate that because that's obviously a big consideration when going into a field or taking a job or going to business for yourself is how much money you're going to be able to earn. So I appreciate that. The candor. Group one, Caroline, Cheryl, Damien, Deborah, and Jeanette. Who
Good
is the
morning.
captain of group one?
I was assigned the group captain.
Okay.
Caroline said that she was told so many times that she was a salesperson and was really good at helping families. So she decided that why spend a lot of years in college when she can do something that she has a heart to and help. And a lot of her friends and families are in the real estate world. So she said she would fit in. um, Deborah said that she used to flip homes, and after flipping a couple of years, she got approached to become a real estate assistant, and then she decided to get her license so she can get a lot of the profits when she would flip her own houses. Uh, and then we have Cheryl that has had her license for 30 years, mainly commercial. She's recently discovered the love of residential. When she first started, she had a young family and she wanted to have time with them as well. And as for me, I wanted to leave the corporate world to spend time with my daughter that would come home and say, Mom, you were too busy working and you didn't go to my field trips when that she was in school. Now they already graduated college, so I have all the time in the world to do real estate.
I like it. Thank you, Jeanette. Awesome job. Um, did you hear that, Andrew? Did you hear that? Cheryl Smith commercial? Did you hear it? I know you heard it. And thank you, Jeanette, for taking the reins of our Realty Texas Spanish speaking roundtable and being a leader in that. We really appreciate it for your service there. All right, I have a question. This is introspective. You can raise your hand or shake your head or not, or however you want to answer it, or just poker face it. That's okay. Are you making the amount of money necessary to support yourself in this role as a real estate agent? If this was a job, would you have quit? If the amount of hours that you spend as a real estate agent actually had another employer that was telling you to come and show up and do all these things, would you still be here? Are you making the amount of money necessary to support you in this role? It's a very interesting question, and it's a serious one. When you look at what it is to be out there and earning an income, you obviously every dollar that you are earning is pre-tax. There's no employee taxes being pulled out, so you're gonna have to make your quarterly withholding taxes. You're not getting a health care from this side of the business. You might have a spouse that's providing you health care, but this side of the business, your position's not giving you health care. There's no 401k. There's no benefits. There's no retirement plan. There's no pension coming. And so every single one of these commission checks has to pay your fixed
Dues.
expenses that you have and have enough to put away for your taxes and have enough to put away for your pension someday, and on and on. And so how do we get that done? How do we take ourselves from kind of where we are now to the next level, or are we already good? Freedom and flexibility is one of the reasons why the majority of agents find themselves in the business. Now, obviously, you need to show up and work, and so the freedom means that you're your own boss. Another question that I want you to answer for yourself is if you were your own boss, watching you as a real estate agent, would you have fired yourself? And I want you to think about that question all the way through next week. Would you have fired your butt already? And why? And I want you to hold yourself accountable because we're going to be asking the tough questions. We're going to be asking the real questions, and I'm not going to placate you. And by the way, I know your incomes, at least on the real estate side. So, although I'm not going to flash that on the screen, I'm going to be asking the question because you have the flexibility of making all the money you could ever dream and absolutely making not a dollar, but there are expenses that come along for the ride. So, we're going to be talking about our proposition and we're going to be doing a mission statement. Now, we asked you why you got in the business. I want you to be thinking about why you stayed in the business. The promise of maybe being able to make more money in time, that eventually the phone's going to ring and you're going to have that $30,000 check, but then it goes away because they walk away and decide that they're not going to buy or lose a job or have death in the family in the middle of the transaction or whatever. But when you decided initially to get into real estate, it was at least part of the reason that you had uncapped earning potential and that you could make a really, really good living. And is that part of the allure that landed you in this role? Because yes, you have the flexibility of being your own boss, but sometimes we're not a very good boss to ourselves and holding us accountable for what we know is necessary in order to find success. Yet we need the money. We need the revenue and we need the revenue to come, but we're not being a good boss for ourselves, which means someone needs to hold us accountable, but there isn't anyone to hold you accountable because you made yourself your own boss. So are you stuck in this cyclical cycle of I want to be my own boss because I don't want anyone to telling me what to do, and you're also not telling yourself what to do? This means that we need to be able to step back in our business because we wear a lot of hats in real estate. We have to be our own marketing department, our own accounting department, and our own operator, meaning that we're going to be doing all the nuts and bolts of everything as a sole practitioner, which means that how much of your time is being spent in the marketing department, prospecting, making calls, working your database, running your business out into the consumer. And so, is all of the departments in your company right now that you are running, is it all operating well? And if it's operating well, then awesome. But usually somewhere in real estate, in someone who's making less than $10 million in production, which is less than um, the $1 million mark that most agents are really striving. They want to make 150,000, 250,000, 350,000. They want that earning bracket and they know how much money they need to be comfortable, but they're not being consistent with the marketing and the calls and the prospecting to finding new clients. And if at least part of the reason that you got into this profession in the first place was because you wanted to make a lot of money for your family and build multi-generational wealth for your kids and their kids, I want to see your hand. Now, how many of you right now didn't raise your hand because you feel like that by raising your hand that you're less of a human being? That there's something wrong with you for wanting to raise your hand? Is there anything wrong with someone who has earned a lot of money? Can someone earn a lot of money and have ethics? Yes. Is there anything wrong with you earning a lot of money? Are you embarrassed or ashamed to earn a lot of money? Your relationship with wealth, your relationship with money is going to possibly be a glass ceiling between you and success. If you're ashamed of it, you're going to sabotage it. And there are some people who are sabotaging their own success. And if you really want to help people, right? But this is your career. This is how you put food on your table. This is how you help your kids. This is how you help yourself when you're, 75 years old and you can't work anymore and you need to pay your rent or you pay your mortgage or pay your property taxes or buy a new car because your car just broke down. This money is supporting you when you get to that age where you no longer have the ability to do it on your own. And so building wealth and building a sustainable legacy for yourself is something admirable. And if done right, done with ethics and helping people along the way and being selfless, it is something to be proud of. It is something that you should strive for, that you can use that money to help your family and help yourself and be someone who does have the freedom and the flexibility that you're looking for. Because people who are struggling with income always have a lack of freedom and flexibility in their lives. And almost all of you said you want freedom and flexibility. Wealth gives you freedom and wealth gives you flexibility. And in real estate, you have a license to be able to go out and make as much money as you possibly want. And you need to ask yourself, do I have a bad relationship with wealth? Do I have a bad relationship with money? And if you do, am I sabotaging my success? 30% of real estate agents sabotage their success because of the relationship that they have with wealth and money, and they're ashamed of it, and they sabotage their success through it. And if that's you, then you need to work that out. There's a couple of books that you can read that could help you with that actual thing because it's actually a thing. And 30%, one out of three agents, sabotage their success because of the relationship that they have with money, either because when they were growing up they didn't and someone flaunted them, or how they were raised with their parents and their parents' relationships with money, and the comments that maybe their parents made with people who did have resources. And all of a sudden now there's a divide between the haves and the have-nots, and they don't like each other because of the perception that they have. And all of that is should be obliterated because we're living in the greatest country, in the most prosperous country of all time. And we need to be proud of who we are and what we're capable of. Money is necessary to put food on the table and to support our lives and our family and our children. So again, if you are struggling with your relationship with success, that is the root of what's going to cause you to not meet the goals that you're looking for. Mr. Andrew Constancio is our sales manager here. Phenomenal human being, incredible sales manager, and he gets here early every single day and thinks up new and unique ways to inspire you, to lift you out of your seat and out of your breakfast table in the mornings, to get you in the sales mindset to go and attack your business. I make sure that our team every single morning inspires you to go to work every day. Positivity, positive thinking is critical. Mindset is critical. And starting your day off with success is absolutely critical. It's not an accident that we have a morning huddle. And Andrew does a phenomenal job with it. And we're very, very lucky to have him. Are you taking advantage of that and showing up? Because it is necessary for a salesperson to start with a sales morning huddle. Every successful sales team has a huddle where they meet once a day and meet as a team. How do we do that for you here at this company? We have a morning huddle where you meet as a team and you talk about things that are working, talk about things that aren't, talk about mindset so that that you start your mind and your mindset off in the right place, which is going to help you have the best and most productive day possible. And he's also helping each of you with all of with our book club and surrounding yourselves with the 12 most, well, probably the very best leadership books that are out there today. Extreme Ownership, Leadership, which will change your life, Getting to Yes, which I'm going to be reading chapters in Mega with you. The 12-week year, The Obstacle is the Way, which will blow your mind. Atomic Habits, which will change your approach to life. The five dysfunctions of a team, fanatical prospecting, who, not how, never split the difference, sell it like Surrent, and Leaders Eat Last, another really good book. And if you haven't read all of these, why not show up in the book club? Which is going to help make you a better leader for yourself because you're the leader of your team. And the more leadership training that you expose to yourself, the better you're going to be able to manage yourself, set better expectations, have better standards of operation, your SOPs for your business, and be able to grow your team. Everything that you build needs to be scalable. And you're trying not to optimize something that shouldn't exist in the first place. So you're trying to scale your business so that you need SOPs to scale so that you can hire an assistant so you can focus on income producing tasks so you can have the flexibility and the freedom that you're looking for and also have the income that is going to put you in a place where you can do even more good on this planet Earth with that income. Getting to Yes. How many of you have read that book? Okay, I saw about a third of you. Thank you for reading this before you got into Omega. This will make you a better negotiator. This will make you a better negotiator. Raise your hand if you think that maybe you should be a good negotiator and as a real estate agent. Okay, so a lot more hands were raised than who had actually read this book. This book will transform your negotiation style. We don't just come out uh, uh, and become a great negotiator just out of happenstance. Great negotiators are built. The very best training on planet Earth for negotiation is Harvard School of Law negotiations training that they have and the CIA training. And both of those are built into Getting to Yes and Never Split the Difference. These are the two negotiation books that every real estate agent should have read already before they start representing clients. So they don't cut their teeth on the client, but they actually get some training before they actually jump into the field. I recommend that you jump into the book club and uh, or read both of these books as soon as humanly possible. Mindset shift. This is going to help you, especially if you have a bad relationship with money and wealth. The real estate negotiation expert class, I highly recommend that you take that class. We have taken module 12 and converted it to a master class for negotiation, which takes Getting to Yes, takes Never Split the Difference, plus the RE&E class, plus what I've learned from the Harvard Law School, and put all of that together in one very powerful negotiation master class. And I've taken the National Association of Realtors class, and I've also taken the MC&E, and I can tell you that the class that we put together blows all of that out of the water. Leadership, Obstacle is the Way, Atomic Habits, Extreme Ownership. These are what the books look like. Sell It Like Surrent, Fanatical Prospecting. These are all of the books that, in my opinion, will transform you as a real estate professional. Andrew? Do you agree?
Of course I agree.
All right. We're going to do lunch 12:30 to 1:30. And so we've got 8 more minutes and we're going to jump into lunch. What is the book that has transformed you the most? What of the book has impacted you the most, Andrew?
I'm probably going to say the extreme ownership that, if I decide to take on a responsibility, it's my ownership of it. So I think this book helped me out the most because when the buck stops here, in other words, it's if they want to find a reason, I know the answer. So the extreme ownership, I like that book.
Yeah. So when are your book clubs?
Every Wednesday at 9:30. In fact, the next book that we're going to talk about is this one here, Good, Good to Great. That's going to happen on Wednesday on Teams. I encourage every one of you, if you want to join for an hour, read the book. I'm going to take this to my lunch and continue to read the book, and that way I'm caught up.
Okay, awesome. Thank you, Andrew, for all of your hard work in the book clubs. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and send you off to lunch, give you a little bit. I know we missed our last break, but I wanted to push on. So it is 12:23. I will see you all back at 1 hour from now at 1:30.
This has been such an eye-opener, and we're only half a day in. So, yeah.
And this comes from somebody who's been doing real estate a long time. Love it. We hear that a lot. It's true.
Welcome
It's
back.
true. It's going to be fun.
Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone. It is 1:30, coming back from lunch. All right, let's jump right back in, just right where we left off. We were talking about, are you making the amount of money that you are looking for in this business? Why are you in the business? What are you trying to accomplish with your business? Do you have the income you're looking for? Because regardless the answer of these questions, if you don't have anyone to help, it doesn't matter. And a lot of agents come to me and they say, I don't need to prospect or I don't prospect because they don't understand what prospecting is. The idea of prospecting is not necessarily introducing you to new people. It's introducing you to new business. You prospect your database and your sphere, no different than you prospect new resources. You need to prospect to find leads for your seller to help your seller sell their home. Our job is to bring them offers. So we market and bring prospects in every aspect of our business. So we must be continually prospecting because if we're in the business to help people and we don't have anybody to help, then the purpose of our business is not being materialized. Successful people, especially professionals in a trade like ours, and we are in a profession, they need to build a team. This video you may have seen online. It's a viral video that went around quite a bit. But the three people you need in life is a good attorney, a good CPA, and a good real estate agent. I remind people sometimes of that. You know, having a good real estate agent is one of the three professionals that everyone needs. They need a good real estate agent, a good CPA, and a good attorney. And people who are on the higher wage earner level, they typically understand the importance of a good real estate agent too. And if you think a real estate agent is expensive, try hiring a bad one. It's going to end up costing them more than the value of what the agent brought to the table in the first place. Because remember, they shouldn't be looking at us as a fee. They should be looking at us as an asset. Let's play this.
Making the argument that when buying a home, you don't need to use an agent, you don't need representation. Let me give you a different perspective. Buying or selling a home is the third most stressful thing you do in life. It's death, divorce, and moving. And here's the question I'd want you to ask yourself when making a statement like that. Would you bury your own dead? Would you represent yourself in a divorce? then why in the world would you think it's a good idea to represent yourself when buying or selling the largest asset you're ever going to own? Don't listen to the headlines. That's not a great idea. Not for you, not for anyone. From a liability perspective, from getting the best deal, whatever it is, hire a pro. That will always work out better for you.
And not just hire a pro, but a lot of agents, a lot of people think that in order to help represent themselves as a buyer, as an investor, that they should get a real estate agent. They should get a license to help themselves be a real estate investor. Do you think that's a good idea? And the answer is no, it's not a good idea, and that might surprise you. Now, let's talk about why it's not a good idea. What is the purpose of a real estate license? The purpose of a real estate license is to create a fiduciary duty between you and the client and to put their needs first and to be compensated helping somebody else through a transaction. If you are, in fact, the client, now you're held to a completely new standard that you were never held to before, and you bring yourself risk by representing yourself in the transaction. Most people will hire a real estate agent to sell their property, not because they don't know how, because they're smart enough to have a gap between themselves and the agent, because the agent helps create a layer of protection, risk reduction around having an agent represent you. So you don't need a real estate agent license. You don't need a license to represent yourself in a sale. You only need a license to represent somebody else. So becoming licensed to represent yourself creates more risk and more liability for yourself because now you're licensed and held to a completely different standard. Everyone should have a real estate agent representing them to give them a barrier and a layer of protection between themselves and the transaction so they are represented by someone else. And that person has air and emissions insurance, and that person encapsulate the transactions. So as long as we have not been dishonest and lied, we have someone protecting us so that we don't have someone coming after us. We have protections of a third party. Three people you need in life: a good attorney, a good CPA, and a good real estate agent. Lowering your risk, putting some space between you and the liability. Think of having a real estate agent as like having an LLC. It protects you. And if you are going to be your own real estate agent for your own purchase, you're adding risk to yourself. And people think the only way that you can get paid in a transaction is by being a real estate agent. And that's not true at all. If you're the buyer, you don't want to get paid a commission. You much rather want to have a lower purchase price, which is what you're able to negotiate on the buy side. Or if you're a seller, why in the world would you want to pay yourself a commission? Because now you're going to be taxed on that. You'd rather just have more proceeds in your sale. And so commission is about representing somebody else and owing them fiduciary duties. When you're an agent and you represent yourself, do you know that you actually have to look at yourself as two different parties now? And if you are a consumer and a real estate agent, and you can harm yourself because you're not competent to represent yourself, and you can actually be found in violation of hurting yourself as a real estate agent because you breached your own fiduciary duty to yourself because you are a consumer and a brokerage has to look at you as two different entities. If you're selling your home and you're a real estate agent licensed with the brokerage, you're still a consumer to the brokerage, not just a real estate agent. And so now we have to look at you as two different entities: a seller that we have a fiduciary duty to protect, and an agent who is representing themselves in the transaction. And if that agent harms our seller, we have liability and risk for that. So let's look at what a real estate agent is differently than just getting paid. It's to represent someone else and do so for a fee. And it actually, Trek says, if you want to go help people buy and sell real estate, You can do it all day long without a license. You just don't get to get paid for it because our license says to assist someone for a fee. That's what Trek License Act says. If you want to go help people and that's all you want to do is help people buy and sell real estate because it's philanthropic and you don't care about your income and that's all you care about is helping people, you never needed a license in the first place. Not really. And so if the idea is to help more people, obviously it helps to have a real estate license because now we can join NAR and we can do all the things and we can help other people for a fee, but it's not necessary for helping people, just if you intend to get paid. Albert Einstein, probably one of the richest, or one of the most well-known people in the world for brilliance. Your reputation is your most valuable asset. We talked about this a moment ago. One of his favorite sayings in his lifetime, my mom actually met Albert Einstein when she was younger, is knowledge is knowing that a tomato is a fruit, and wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad. Experience creates knowledge and wisdom. And so the only source of knowledge is experience. Everything else is just sort of, I think this sounds like a good idea. Most of the training, most of the way agents approach their real estate business is trying to figure it out and what seems to work or what sounds good in the moment because they never actually had the training. But what is the job of a real estate agent then, really? It's to advise and counsel. We're not agents of real estate. We don't deal in real estate. We deal in advice and counsel and our opinions when asked. And I always like to throw that in there because our opinion versus our advice and counsel, those are three different things. And so people pay us for our knowledge. We work in a professional services environment where people enlist us to assist them with whatever their goal is, listing their property and marketing it. So that's different. If you're a listing agent, then you also have a marketing aspect where you have to market someone's home, and the luxury home marketing specialist will teach agents that they need to frame themselves as a marketing expert because what they do is they market sellers' homes. If you're a buyer agent, then it's advice and counsel. And you have a completely different role. Now you're advising people and providing them with options every step of the way. I bring this up and I throw these slides in here because we don't make decisions for our clients and we don't make decisions in a vacuum. We don't negotiate with the agent on the phone on the other side and be making decisions and saying our clients will or will not do something. It's, I heard what you said. Let me take it to my client and I'll be back with you because we're supposed to let our clients make the decisions. They're the decision makers. We bring them information, we pitch the information to them, and then they may say, well, what do you suggest? You're asking me my opinion. Got it. Here's my opinion. This is what I think is probably going to work out based on my experience. But again, here are your three options, and this is what I can see as your options forward. So often agents jump into the role of mama bear, papa bear, or attorney of something, and they just think that their role is to negotiate a good deal for their client and negotiate it between the agents. And that's not it. They transact. We represent. We're supposed to light the road ahead of the consumer so the consumer can walk through their transaction safely. And our job is to advise them every single step of the way and provide them safety of having representation so that insurance and everything else is protecting them and that we make sure that in their busy life, that we're dotting the I's and crossing the T's and making sure that all the documents are correct, that the file is correct, and that we're trying to make sure that all the parties in the transaction are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. And when we find out something's wrong, then we can begin to fix it. But the product that we sell are our services. We're hired through representation agreements, and we're authorized to advise and counsel only after being hired. So you have to remember what service are you offering, and at what point are you allowed to offer a service at all? We can't offer customers services. We can only offer clients services. And so when we're talking with a customer, whether it's a friend, a family, or someone else, we don't get to give them advice and counsel and opinions until they've hired us. And so all of the pre-representation agreement conversation should be about setting the appointment, getting your representation agreement signed so that now you can begin to represent them. How many of you saw Breaking Bad? Do you remember when he was out in the desert with his attorney and he was asking his attorney all these questions? And the attorney said, "Wait, stop. Do you have a dollar? Do you have anything? Just give me a dollar." And he handed him the dollar. He's like, "Okay, now we have confidentiality." You see, the attorney has to be hired. The real estate agent also has to be hired. And we get hired through a representation agreement. An attorney can be hired through getting paid a dollar through a retainer. So you can hire attorneys simply by exchanging hands dollars. You hire a real because the agency relationships are different. Our agency relationships are required to be formed through a written representation agreement. And so once the representation agreement is signed, now we have confidentiality. But God forbid we have a buyer who shows up at a property at a Realty Texas listing. And remember, you don't need a representation agreement with the buyer signed to show an in-house listing. We already represent the seller. And you bring the buyer inside and you learn all of this confidential information about them because they're sharing all of that with you and you don't have a representation agreement signed. And then later you get a representation agreement signed and you kept all of that to yourself. That's a fiduciary failure because we owed the listing agent and the seller to disclose to them every single thing that we learned from that buyer. Because that buyer did not have a representation agreement with us, but we already did have a representation agreement with someone else, and it was the seller. And we learned that that buyer is a cash buyer and they're moving to from California and they need to, get in a house before school starts. And you learn all this information. Was any of that disclosed to the seller? What happens if it wasn't? Your reputation on the line, because if the seller was listening to all of that and later was upset because you didn't tell them, but they overheard it, they could file a truck complaint against you and there would be no recourse because it was a act of omission. The professional, if you look at Trek rules, it says that our fiduciary duty is through acts of commission or omission. We cannot tell them, we can't forget to tell them something we were supposed to, and vice versa. We have to tell them everything that we know. And so I ask agents often, what is it that you sell? And the first thing they say is houses. But that's not true, is it? So what do you sell?
Yourself.
Thank you, Raul. I think he's gunning for mega valedictorian.
Our services.
That's right. The services.
We sell
That's
what
what
we
we
can
sell.
do for them.
And at what point can we begin providing those services?
Once we're hired
That's right. And how do we get hired officially?
with a broker bridge agreement.
That's right, by getting a representation agreement. And prior to getting a representation agreement, what do we owe the consumer?
Fiduciary duty.
No.
Hmm?
Prior to getting
Oh,
a
prior.
representation agreement, what do we owe them?
Nothing.
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 We do owe them something. According to the law, what is it?
Honesty,
Showing
treating
through.
them honest and fair.
It's a form. It's a big white single piece of paper.
Information about brokerage services.
That's right. We
Oh,
we
yeah.
we are required by law to tell them what the agent's role is in the transaction, and then number two, tell them who we represent. We owe them that by law. So customers, we have to tell them, Mr. and Mrs. Customers, there's two types of agents, a broker and a sales agent. There are four minimum duties that all real estate agents owe to their clients, and you become a client of a real estate agent officially by signing a representation agreement, and you must sign some type of agreement before we can show you a home of a cooperating broker. By the way, down here at the bottom, this is my supervisor. But an agent can play one of three roles in a transaction. They can represent solely the buyer, represent solely the seller, or through intermediary, they can represent the buyer and the seller in the same transaction. And by the way, Mr. Unrepresented Buyer standing in front of my listing on 123 Main Street, I represent the seller. I represent them.
Disclosure.
That's right. We have to walk them through the information about brokerage services and tell them who we represent. And if that unrepresented buyer comes in, what if you're not the listing agent? What if you're standing in front of Renee Pretty's listing? It's in the name of Realty Texas. It's one of her listings, and she wasn't available to show the property, and she calls Raul, and Raul shows up in front of the property. Does that change at all how we approach the client?
No.
It does not, because the representation agreement is with the firm, and all the agents at the firm owes that consumer the same level of fiduciary duty. We all owe the consumer the same thing. Now, if we know that this agent is already represented by a real estate agent, we don't technically need to give them the information about brokerage services anymore because they're already represented, but we still have to tell them who we represent because we still owe them that. So, a real estate agent's role is to advise and counsel the broker's client. We are not agents of real estate, but rather agents of people who are enlisting our representation services to assist them with their goals of buying, selling, leasing, whatever it is they want. They transact, we represent. We provide options, they provide decisions. The products we sell are our services. We are hired through rep agreements. We cannot provide customers real estate services. We can only provide clients real estate services, and that's only after we've been hired. So when they ask us for advice and they're a customer, it's I need to get hired by you so that I can provide you advice because right now I don't represent you. And God forbid you give another real estate client, another real estate agent's client advice. Now you've gotten yourself in a whole heap of mess because not only are they a customer to you, but they're represented by somebody else, not your client, someone else's. You've interfered with uh, their representation agreement, which is a violation of the License Act. So we should not be giving people advice and counsel everywhere. Buyers just come walking into an open house, and the agents just want to teach them everything they know about real estate and give them all kinds of advice of what they should do. And that's not what we get to do as a real estate agent. We don't get to pretend to be their agent for that whole time to try to use all of that knowledge as a way to get hired. Now, there's a lot of conversations that you can have, and you can have conversations about what's going on in the market, but you can't give them advice in a real estate transaction pursuant to an actual transaction that's going on, or even that listing. This is going to be the foundation that we're going to build upon now. I want to create for you some type of sustainability. How many of you have closed 3 transactions and you feel like, okay, everything is good. I'm going to stay in this business. It all makes sense. I've got this check coming and I've got another check coming. And after that, there's another check coming. I'm not going to have any problem paying my bills. We're good. And then all 3 of those close and you have nothing in your pipelines at all. And your immediate thought is, I don't even know if I can do this business anymore. I don't have any money coming. This is even what I should be doing. And then a client pops up out of nowhere. You're like, okay, all right, well, I guess I'm going to stick around through this transaction at least. And at what point in your career did you say, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life? Because this is going to be able to support me in the things that I love to do, like help people. If you say that you don't like to prospect, prospecting is the engine that helps you have a sustainable business with predictability. There's a math problem. How many people you have conversations with will dictate how many representation agreements you have signed. How many representation agreements signed dictates how many closings you're going to have. It is a math equation every single time. And with that math equation, Actually, the better you get at objection handling and overcoming objections, you're going to increase your conversion rate and out of the same number of leads, have more success. So Mega is built to create long-term sustainable success in all of this craziness in this profession that we're all in. But you have to have a disciplined mindset. We have to be able to mitigate our stress, and we have to have sustainable sales practices focused on income producing tasks. Where's the money going to come from? How can I focus on administrative tasks, pushing away the administrative tasks at first? Yes, administrative tasks have to happen, but money in first. The way I've always operated every one of my businesses is money in first, then accounts payable. The money has to come in and then accounts payable, and we have to focus on income producing tasks because that's where the revenue is going to come from. And then with the revenue, with the income, then you can start providing services for your business like administrative tasks. But if you don't have any clients, you should not be working on your business. You should be working on prospecting. You should be working on finding your next client. And then you continue to have built into your schedules every day time for prospecting. And we prospect all sources, our friends, our family, our spheres, our cell phone, people we don't know, open houses, doing reels, all of it. Every bit of pulling business into our business is prospecting. And sometimes we think that really what that prospecting means is finding new people we've never met before. Prospecting is finding business we don't have, regardless of how we know that person. This requires us, this requires us to have a high commitment to our power hours and our prospecting, what's going to help you then create sustainable outcome, sustainable results, sustainable income, predictable income. The only way you can have predictable income in real estate is by having predictable outbound prospecting. Your income is going to be dictated 100% based on your prospecting. 100%. There is a 1-to-1 equation. For every 1 hour that you're working on administrative tasks, you need to work on 2 hours of prospecting. So if you are a blue personality and you love lists and you love systems and you like building systems and you love being your own assistant, then you have to cap that. And you have to say, okay, I'm going to spend 5 hours today on my business. That means I need to spend 10 hours on prospecting. And if you're someone who does not like to prospect, you may have been a better real estate assistant than real estate agent because a real estate agent is a salesperson who needs to be out selling for themselves to pull people into their business so they can help them in the first place. And not everyone likes to prospect. Not everyone likes to be out there and doing that. Some people love it, but some people don't like it. There will always be areas in the business you don't like, but you have to be the rainmaker for your business. You have to be the person that's pulling people in and converting them and getting representation agreements signed and wearing all four hats, which means I need to prospect, pull customers into my business, and then I need to convert them, which means set an appointment and get my rep agreement signed. And then I need to close them. I need to get that transaction closed and to the closing table with excellence so that I showcase my services to them and impress them every step of the way. And then after they're closed, I need to follow up with them forever and continue to get leads from them. Prospect, convert, close, follow up. The four quadrants, the four main hats that you wear in real estate. And so there must be a disciplined approach. The greatest barrier that we have in real estate isn't external stuff going on, even though we had Renee read that entire list of the realities of being a real estate sales agent on a contingency basis with guaranteed expenses with no income. All of that exists and it's one truth, but that's not the greatest barrier that you have in real estate. It's that story that you tell yourself. And your mindset is what is going to allow you to open the doors for success more than anything else. If you are living in a flight or fight situation, if you are in a negative mindset about the market, you will materialize what's going on in your mindset more than anything else. I know I myself existed in the market all the way back in 2003. And I lived in this market in 2008, in 2009, in 2010. And I was the number one short sale expert in our market. People handed me their business because they didn't want the trouble of doing a short sale. And I sold hundreds of short sales working with the banks, and I had to create SOPs and business processes about selling my services and expertly getting these things closed, following up with everyone and getting more business. You see, it doesn't matter the market you're in, it matters on what you focus your attention on. And when you're focusing your attention on that, you need to have a positive mindset. Thankful and grateful, but a positive mindset. Your mindset is the lens through which you see the world. And if you see the world in a negative lens, the world's going to have a negative lens. It's going to come back to you. You need to seek out growth, opportunity, abundance, or fear, limitation, and scarcity. And there are two scales. And on one side of the scale is growth, opportunity, and abundance. And on the other side of the scale is fear, limitation, and scarcity. And what side you focus on is going to put more weight on that side. And it's going to materialize that for you in your life. And so those people who are just off the cuff, optimistic, and live through optimism and grateful and thankful, they have a better go of it. I see it every day. The agents come in who are optimistic, often just always wanting to give back and grateful and thankful. They have an abundance of clients and lots of people asking for their help, and they're closing a lot of transactions. We have agents coming in with a negative mindset. They're upset about the market. They're always finding fault with others. They're coming in with negativity and no one wants to work with them. They don't have any clients, and the agent is upset at the world and coming to me and saying, I need coaching. And I'm saying, you need a shaman, is what you need. You need someone to shake all that off you and come out the other side and find your gratefulness and find that, because you need to focus on the positivity. You've got to. And I know there's all these books out there, The Secret and everything else, and we're not saying that, you're going to manifest $1 million buyer. But what I am saying that if you have a negative mindset, you're going to scare off clients because they don't want a depressed, upset, angry real estate agent. When you are getting married and you hire a wedding planner, when you're buying a home and you're hiring a real estate agent, you kind of want those energies to match. You kind of want someone that's excited for you and saying, are you excited? I'm excited for you. And that just makes the process fun. And that is what a salesperson needs to be able to sell, is have a sellable product that they're offering the clients that's going to get hired. And so part of it is the presentation that you bring. And we have to sometimes put on a mask. But yoga helps relieve some of the stress and the anxiety and all of that stuff and helps us with a better mindset. But also, every morning when you wake up, what you're focusing your attention on. Waking up every morning, looking at your hand and saying, okay, for every finger on my hand, I am going to think of something I'm grateful for. My health, my family, and go through the things that you're thankful for. And then jump into your morning huddle with Andrew and Lindsay and my team to continue and propagate that forward so that your mindset in real estate from the moment you wake up all the way through your morning huddle is going to help you start your day. And that can do nothing but help you. Now, let's look at the facts behind this.
It's the act of what you focus on that determines which mindset you have. Because you have a scarcity mindset when you're focusing on, oh crap, I don't have enough money, I don't have enough time, I don't have enough energy. But then if you actually do the gratitude thing and you write down the good things, when you count the things you have, that helps you put on the mindset of someone who's abundant. So to me, it's which lens do you want to put on? Do you want to put on the scarcity lens by focusing on the things you don't have? Or do you want to put on the abundant thing by focusing on the things you do have?
So I don't know if you have followed him, but he is gone viral with helping people focus on creating a better life for themselves. And 99% of it is where they focus their attention on, which creates a better life for themselves. So a salesperson obviously needs to do the exact same thing. So it's what lens are you waking up? What lens are you looking through? And it's a choice. There's a choice here on what you're going to allow yourself to focus on. And so in the morning, my recommendation over the next 30 days that you create a plan for yourself of 30 days of gratefulness, that every single morning You're going to find the things that you're grateful for. You're going to jump into the morning huddle and you're going to look for those positive things. And that you're going to get yourself into that rhythm and you're going to start seeing everything in life starts to become easier. Your day seems to be a little bit happier. You seem to feel a little less weighted down, and you're going to start pushing back on the negativity and not let yourself grab onto it, but reject that a little bit and start approaching your conversations differently. When clients are having conversations with, how are you? You know what? I'm blessed. I'm really blessed. Thank you. How are you? And just approach things a little bit differently. It's necessary for a salesperson. So let's think about a way that we could just apply that a little bit in our business. Let's look at rising interest rates. We could think of a lot of negativity in rising interest rates, can't we? Affordability crisis, it's going to cause a shortage on the buy side, it's going to damage our market. But let's look at the other side of rising interest rates because our job is to look for the opportunity. And billionaires mostly have become that way because they've looked at the opportunity in every single changing market. So when I look at rising interest rates, and we're in a situation where it went from 2% to 3% to 4% to 5% to 6% to 7%, and 7.99% was what it was at the highest, and it did that all within 4 months, which has never happened before, and it sent shockwaves through our market. But we went from a situation where buyers were being outbid, they were trying to put in a bid on a house, and 30 offers were being thrown in on a property. And those FHA buyers, those VA zero down buyers, had no chance to participate in that market. And buyers were throwing in hundreds of thousands of dollars over asking price just to even have their offer entertained by the seller, and sometimes even then didn't win. And so, what did the rising interest rates do? It calmed things down. Buyers sidelined for a moment. They took a deep breath. Affordability became an issue. Yes, it did. But what else did it do? It put downward pressure on home prices. Is that a bad thing? Well, that's not for me to say. But I know what it did for my buyers because if I'm going to look at that from a buyer side of things, Mr. and Mrs. Buyers, you have less buyers competing against a home today. And the rising interest rates put downward pressure on home prices because for every 1% that the interest rates goes up, it is a 10% reduction in valuation. So the interest rates go between 5 and 6%. Now that $200,000 home is now worth 180 because the buying power changed. And so for you're a listing agent, you should know that statistic. For every 1% increase in the interest rates, your market is going to change, or the buying power of the buyers is going to change by 10%, which changes the marketability of the home because now the buyers can't afford it. The same buyer who would afford that home today can't afford it now. It has to get adjusted down to be able to reach what they can afford because their payment just went up. Well, guess what? When you buy a home and you get financing, you're dating the rate. The interest rate's tax deductible. And so now you've purchased a home at a lesser amount and you can refinance the loan later. But you don't ever get to refinance the purchase price. And so if the purchase price was higher, now you have this huge purchase price that you can never, ever, ever refinance. You're paying every dollar for that. But the interest rates went up, put downward pressure on home prices. So now you're getting a home at a lesser purchase price. And now you can refinance the rate later when the rates go down. And so what lends? Interest rates tax deductible. The sooner that you buy the house, the sooner it's paid off. Oh, I'm going to wait for the rates to go down before I buy again. Well, that's a huge mistake because so far, except for the little tiny space between 2020 and 2021, every single year has been the buyers have waited. They've ended up waited to spend more money because the housing has gone up. And over the long term, housing always goes in one direction, up. So the sooner you buy the home, the sooner you pay it off. How far into retirement do you want to be paying this mortgage? There are many cash buyers who have no need for a mortgage at all. When rates go up, prices come down. When rates go down, prices go up. They're waiting to pay more. You can refinance a high rate, but you can never refinance the purchase price. That's unrecoverable. Waiting for the rates to come down means they're waiting to pay more because the purchase price will go down. I mean, the purchase price will go up. Every time the rates go down, the purchase prices start rising again and fills up that void. And then the rates go up and it pushes down the values again. But as soon as that's lifted, those values start to lift up again. And so rates are temporary, price is permanent. This is not a conversation about interest rates. This is a conversation about mindset, about what side of things that you're looking for. What advantage can you find in what's going on right now to help people have hope and not operating with fear? Because the truth is, there's never a bad time to buy a house, but there is a bad time to sell one. So maybe this isn't the time to sell. Maybe they need to wait for a little bit longer. All right, I saw a couple of questions, and it went up and down before I could see it. Who had a question regarding this? Leor.
Yeah, you answered that. I was going to ask on the seller side, what would be the advantage of rising interest rates, but you answered it too.
Yeah. And so what our job is to help give people hope and check in with them and make them feel confident in their decisions to buy and sell a home. Because if you believe that there's a bad time to buy a house, you're going to have a really difficult time being a real estate salesperson. Because as far as what I can see, in 2015, people said that the market was going to crash and don't buy a house. If you bought a house in 2015, you'd be having a huge margin to sell right now. They said the same thing in 2008. There was a house that I showed a buyer in Hutto. I love sharing the story in Mega, and I've got emails. And I actually, about 4 years later, reached out to my client. There was a Hutto property that was 3 years old in 2008, and it was being short sold for $89,000. They offered the bank 85. The bank countered them back for 87, and the buyer said no and walked away. 3 years later, that home sold for $400,000. And I sent him the sold report on that property and said, I bet you wish you would have said yes. But he was looking at that market at that time and saying, no, that's too much. There's a couple of billionaire investors that we're going to hear from, and they say, should you really be haggling over the price? And they said, no, we don't haggle over the price when we buy a house. We find a value, we find a good value, we find a good property. We want to find a good property. And then we want to buy it at a fair price. We're not going to haggle it because the amount of money that we're going to make over the long term, that's what's important. Buy a good property. Buy a good property. And that's what they keep throwing in and throwing back at you. Find a good property. There's never a bad time to buy. Over the long term, it's always going to go in one direction, up. So we need to get that out of our mindset immediately. Buy, buy, buy. Now, when we sell, that's a different conversation. That's a completely different conversation. So, is the goal for yourself that you want in your mindset that my practice is successful, that my financial freedom is realized, and all financial goals are met or exceeded? That is what we're talking about in mindset. One of the ways that we can move past or around this mindset issue, and we're going to be talking about mindset for about the next 5 minutes, how we move around this is to recognize within yourself scarcity thinking and instead shift your mind towards abundance thinking. It helps break down barriers and anxiety and stress and just stops you from operating in fear all the time. We start each day by being grateful. The moment you sit up in the morning after waking up in bed, you sit there for a moment and count on your fingers. I'm grateful for another day. I'm grateful for my health. I'm grateful for my spouse. I'm grateful for my family. And I'm grateful for the opportunity that I have for this day. Now, I could say, oh, I have a headache, or all the negative things that I could spew, but what is the good in that? What good is that? And when you find yourself falling back into that or finding that as part of your everyday, you have a choice to let your mind drift to the negative or all the things that you're grateful for, because the things that you're likely taking for advantage for today or taking for granted today are things that if you lost tomorrow would be your worst day you've ever had. The death of a spouse, the death of a kid, the death of a family member, the death of a parent, the things that we're just taking for granted today would be catastrophic tomorrow. And so today, right now, I'm going to be grateful for those things. And I'm going to make sure that my mindset and my whole body is grateful for it and not just take for granted everything that's good and then be upset when things are bad. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to accept that things are bad and I'm going to be grateful for all this here that's good. And that pendulum switch in your brain is enough to turn you into a top producing life liver. Someone that is just going to get a better quality of life, be attracted to more people, and just be happier. Gratitude helps you appreciate what you already have, attracting even better things in return. Generosity encourages giving freely, which nurtures a positive flow of exchange. When you're generous, people are generous back. When you're stingy, people are stingy back. Abundance thinking, prosperous, opportunity, positivity. Give me 5 more. Give me 5 more. Who wants to start?
Healthy.
Health. I love it.
Optimism.
I love it. Optimism.
Blessing
Optimistic.
others.
Belief.
Belief.
Showing up.
Being present and showing up.
Freedom.
Freedom. Love. Okay. So these are words that will help you on your goal board. Find the words that really attune to you and your positive thinking. And so that when you look at your goal board that you're going to be creating with Lisa, these goal boards are they're not just a project that you throw in the garage or throw away when you're done. That's one of the things that Isolette showed in her vision board, is that her goal board is hanging on her wall. Almost every mega graduate who's done one of these vision boards, these goal boards, it's designed to put above your computer for when you're making your calls in the morning. When you're in your morning huddle, you look up and this is your why. This is why you're doing all of these things, because you want to go on this vacation. This is the retirement that you want. You want the prosperity for your children, and you have the believe word and the love and the generosity and the gratitude and the prosperity, and all of these words are up there because it's immediately helping you get in the right mindset, because we only have one life to live and every second is precious. And every moment that goes by, we have a choice to either make the lives of the people around us as best as can be, or we can focus on being negative. But when you focus on the negative, it's going to impact your sales. It's going to impact your mindset. It's going to impact your health. And so mindset is the most important thing that we have to start with, so that we start our day correctly and we transform our thinking, so that we can become the top producing agent that we need, because every top producer shares one thing in common. They're optimistic and they're positive. Almost 100% across the board. And what I love about going to the PT50 Awards is there's so much gratitude in that room. And they all seem to just have this idea and era of gratitude around them. And you walk in that room and you can feel it. And it's not because they became that way after they made a lot of money. It's you rewind the clock and they started that way. And so they think, oh, I'd be happy too if I was closing 12 transactions a month. They were grateful before. And that's what's got them there. It wasn't that they got there and that's what made them grateful. It's that they were grateful and it got them there. So the origin story matters, of the journey that got those people in that room, which is the top 5% that share in 95% of the business in real estate.
You want to be an elite warrior. It's not about how tough you are. It's not about how smart you are. It's not about how fast you are. If you want to be an elite warrior, you better get really, really good at helping the person to the left of you and helping the person to the right of you. Because that's how people advance in the world. The world is too dangerous and the world is too difficult for you to think that you can do these things alone. If you find your spark, I commend you. Now, who are you going to ask for help, and when are you going to accept help when it's offered? Learn that skill. Learn by practicing helping each other. It'll be the single most valuable thing you ever learn in your entire life. To accept help when it's offered and to ask for it when you know that you can't do it. The amazing thing is, when you learn to ask for help, you'll discover that there are people all around you who've always wanted to help you. They just didn't think you needed it because you kept pretending that you had everything under control. And the minute you say, I don't know what I'm doing, I'm stuck, I'm scared, I don't think I can do this, you will find that lots of people who love you will rush in and take care of you. But that'll only happen if you learn to take care of them first. Lesson 3. Nelson Mandela is a particularly special case study in the leadership world because he is universally regarded as a great leader. You can take other personalities, and depending on the nation you go to, we have different opinions about other personalities. But Nelson Mandela, across the world, is universally regarded as a great leader. He was actually the son of a tribal chief. And he was asked one day, how did you learn to be a great leader? And he responded that he would go with his father to tribal meetings. And he remembers 2 things when his father would meet with other elders. 1, they would always sit in a circle. And 2, his father was always the last to speak. You will be told your whole life that you need to learn to listen. I would say that you need to learn to be the last to speak. I see it in boardrooms every day of the week. Even people who consider themselves good leaders, who may actually be decent leaders, will walk into a room and say, here's the problem, here's what I think, but I'm interested in your opinion, let's go around the room. It's too late. The skill to hold your opinions to yourself until everyone has spoken does 2 things. 1, it gives everybody else the feeling that they have been heard. It gives everyone else the ability to feel that they have contributed. And 2, you get the benefit of hearing what everybody else has to think before you render your opinion. The skill is really to keep your opinions to yourself. If you agree with somebody, don't nod yes. If you disagree with somebody, don't nod no. Simply sit there, take it all in, and the only thing you're allowed to do is ask questions so that you can understand what they mean and why they have the opinion that they have. You must understand from where they are speaking.
This is going to be a homework assignment where I'm going to ask you to watch all 18 minutes from this from start to finish. I started you at the 7-minute point. The first 7 minutes is pretty transformative if you watch this, but really I need you to watch between 4:42 and 5:38. So I'm going to go back to that 4:42.
How tough you are. It's not about how smart you are. It's not about how fast you are. If you want to be an elite warrior, you better get really, really good at helping the person to the left of you and helping the person to the right of you. Because that's how people advance in the world.
It takes a village. Life takes a village. And if you want to be a top producing real estate agent, your village is going to get you there 100% of the time. And if you are too busy trying to pretend than to ask your village for help, then you're never going to find the success, because you need to be grateful, you need to be thankful, and you need to learn how to ask for help. And your spheres are the ones who are going to be able to help you, and they want to help you. People that know, love, and trust you want to help you. They don't know how, because we need to tell them how we need help. And we have to be humbled into being able to be vulnerable enough to be able to ask for help. But right now, most of you need help. Most of you need the next transaction. Most of you need consistent income. Most of you need to increase your income maybe by double, triple, maybe. Some of you may not. But for those of you who do, your village is who's going to be there. You know, one of the very first real estate courses I've ever they said, if you're down to your last $500 in your bank account, you take your number 1 client out to lunch and ask them for help. Who do you know? Because that one person knows someone who's going to be able to get you a $15,000 paycheck. they know someone looking to buy. And that is the best help that they could ever give you in that moment. So go out and buy them lunch and let them know, hey, I need help. And that's what the top producers are always doing is, you know what? I'm just so grateful to be able to help people and my clients trust me and they refer me to everyone they know. And that's what has made me a successful agent. Cord Shiflett, maybe many of you know him. He has become pretty well known across the country now for being in real estate. And his entire marketing program for the first 20 years was I sell homes I can't afford. Incredibly humble. He didn't try to pretend to be a top producing millionaire and all this stuff. It was exactly the opposite. It's that I'm going to have complete and utter confidentiality with you. And I love architecture more than anything in the world. And I sell homes I can't afford to live in. And that appealed to a lot of people because the vulnerability and the honesty was really respectful and they liked it. They don't want to be around someone pretentious trying to pretend that they're something that they're not. And so many agents get into the business and they're pretending to be something that they're not or have success that they don't. And so we have to take a step backwards for a moment and analyze what good that does. What conversations do you have with people on the phone? Hey, Tom, this is Jack Stapleton. How are you? How's the wife? How's the kids? How's the life? How are you? I'm doing okay. You know, I got my real estate license about a year ago, a couple years back, as you know, and I've really been struggling. I have taken a lot of courses and I've gotten really good at real estate and I know the game. I know it forwards and backwards. I know real estate better than anything, but I'm having the hardest time finding clients. I'm just not doing a good job prospecting. Well, let me see who I know who could help you with that. You know, that'd mean the world to me because, what I found that the most difficult thing in real estate is finding my next client. How many of you are humble enough to have that conversation with your spheres? Because those are the conversations are the people who are going to be raving fans because they're like, you know what, I helped you with your business. And you're like, you know what, I am so grateful and thankful for you helping me with my business. And those are the people that are going to get behind you. And it's going to be an army of raving fans. Those are the people that are going to be going out of their way to help you with your business. But oh, I'm doing great. I'm just having the best year of my life. Oh, that's really good to hear. And you're thinking the reason I'm calling you is because I need a transaction, but I just can't bring myself to tell you that. You think if you tell your client, oh, I'm just having the best year of my life because you're trying to keep up appearances, are they going to go out of their way to help send you more business? Not in the same way. And so what I want to impress upon you is that grateful and thankful and learning how to reach out to your village and actually ask them for help and tell them what you need. Now, maybe you're not struggling. Maybe you can just simply say you're doing really good and saying, I'm in this business and this is a sales business and finding my next client is the most difficult part of this business. If you know someone who's looking to buy, sell, a lease a home, that would mean a world to me because that's the hardest part about real estate is finding my next customer. And that's what I'm so grateful for is all of my family and friends helping me with that. They're bringing me leads. And what can I do to help you? You're a plumber. You're also struggling to find leads. You also need got it. I can help you with that. Let me talk to my brokerage and make you a preferred plumber of our firm. Let me help you because I'm part of your village and I want to help you too. Because that's how all of this works is people helping each other out in this crazy world of ours. You will get all that you want in life if you help enough people get what they want. 20% of the people you know is going to buy a house this year. 100% of the people you know has someone that they know that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home that if you ask the right questions will jog the right memory in their brain to tell you, oh yeah, I do know someone. There's a story that I like to tell. If I were to ask you, Raul, which I've done this before with Raul, so I'm going to pick someone else because I'm not going to do that with Raul. Karen Ray. If I were to tell you, Karen, that I had a toothache, what would you probably tell me?
Probably take something or go to the dentist.
Yeah. Now, can I ask you a question, Karen? Do you have a dentist that you know?
Yes, I do.
Why didn't you refer to me your dentist?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, because our brains aren't wired that way. Because when you found out that I had a dental need, the first thought in your head wasn't, oh, he needs a dentist. It's, I have empathy for you. I know what that feels like. You should take some aspirin. You should go see someone. You need to take care of that. Because the synapses in our brain are not, oh, I see that have a toothache. You need to call my dentist. But Karen, if you were in the dentist chair and your dentist was looking down at you and said, oh my goodness, Karen, I can see how much pain you're in. If you know someone going through this, will you have them call me? Now, the dentist did something very important in that moment. He connected dentist and toothache and him and put those two synapses together. And for the rest of your life, when someone tells you, oh, I have a toothache, call my dentist.
Yes.
So now, based on that story, guess what I'm going to ask every single one of you to do? Connect those synapses in the brain of every single person that you know. Buying and selling real estate, call me. Next time that person hears someone talking about buying and selling, you're going to come into their head immediately. That's the type of neurological programming that we're looking here to create an army of raving fans, creating army of raving fans. How you speak to your people and what you ask them and how you ask them for help matters because they want to help you. If, let me ask you this question. How many of you maybe haven't had a cousin that hasn't called you in a couple of years and they called you and said, I've opened a plumbing business and I'm super excited about it and I'm calling everyone to let them know. How many of you, raise your hand, would be offended by that phone call? How many of you would say, how dare you not call me in a year and all of a sudden a year later calling me to tell me that you have a plumbing business? Would any of you feel that way? Or would you be like, oh my gosh, good for you. I'm so excited for you. So I want you to think about that now with empathy with yourselves. Because how many of you are embarrassed to call your nephews or your uncles and aunts to tell them that you're now a real estate agent? Because for some reason, we have a hard time making that call. We feel like they're going to somehow attack us. But if we receive the same call, we'd be grateful and happy to hear that call. So it's important then not to be afraid, not to be fearful, be thankful and grateful, pick up the phone and talk about the good news about you being in real estate. Because when you were in real estate school, you had no fear to make any of those calls because you were thinking you're going to be doing that all day long. And then you got your real estate license and looked down on that phone, and all of a sudden it got real scary real quick, and you didn't make the calls. You're like, oh, I'd much rather call Zillow and Facebook leads than call my aunts and uncles and cousins and brothers and sisters and second cousins and everybody I know, people from high school, people from college, all these people to tell them about the good news that I'm in real estate now. And that's what a salesperson does, is let everybody in the world know that you're in real estate, because I promise you, each one of them has a referral for you. And you have to call them 3 times a year to find that one referral. So you've got 200 people, you're going to make 600 phone calls a year, and you've got 200 closings from that 600 calls. How many phone calls is that? It's about 50 a month. 50 phone calls a month, and I'm going to make $1 million a year? Yeah, it's literally that simple. Question, how hard have you been making it for yourself? I'm going to call every single person that I don't know and try to get through to them and ignore every single person I do know because I don't want to look like a fool in front of them. Well, that's a bad mindset thing again. We have to learn a little bit of confidence and realize that they want to help us. They do want to help us. They want to help you, just like you're okay getting those same phone calls from those same people. We just have to have the conversations and have productive conversations. And I'm going to teach you exactly what to say. We're going to go through a couple of quotes. Don't be afraid to give up the good for the great. Many of you gave up a good job, for this real estate career. The greater danger isn't that our aim is too high and miss it, but that our aim is too low and we reach it. When we set our goals, we're going to set our goals high, just enough to scare us a little bit. A goal properly set is halfway reached. That means that we need to set goals. We need to know what our goals are. How much money do you want to make in 2026 for the rest of this year? We are now exactly halfway through. How many transactions? How much money? And if you don't have that written down somewhere, then by the time you put it on paper, it's halfway achieved by simply setting the goal, because that is what puts everything in motion. And we have a goal setting part of Mega where we're going to write down that number here in a few minutes. If you aim for nothing, you hit it every time. In your daily life, in your weekly life, in your month, across your schedule, what are you aiming for every day? Is there a goal in mind? In all things that you do, consider the end. And we're going to rewind this all the way till the world has absorbed us into the ground, and above us is a tombstone with an epitaph. What do we want the world to say about us when we're gone? What do we want our client to say about us at the end of this transaction? What do we want um, the result of this conversation to be? In everything that we do, we need to consider the results of our decisions and what do we want out of it, and consider the end. And we usually jump into a breakout session, and we're going to again, and we're going to talk about this one thing, but there's a video I want to watch. In a mindset world, don't wish things were easier. I wish it was easier. Wish you were better. Don't wish for less problems. Wish for more skills. Don't wish for less challenges. Wish for more wisdom. This is Jim Rohn in his last setting. Now, I'm going to end this video here at 3:38. So we're going to watch the first 3 minutes and 38 seconds of it. So this is kind of a longer one. But again, there's a phrase in here that said, the world is riddled with college educated people who turned out to be nothing, and high school dropouts who turned out to be millionaires. So this is not going to be about what you don't have or what the other people have that you don't, that you have everything necessary to create a massive income for yourself, because if they can do it, so can you. If they can do it, and there are people in PT50 who are in their first 3 years in real estate, and a lot of you have been in real estate for 20, 30 years. There are people in their first 3 years in real estate, and they're doing 30 to 50 million in production. They're making $700,000 to $1.2 million a year in production in their first 3 years. What are they doing? And there's only one thing in common. They're grateful, they're thankful, and they reach out to their spheres and they tell everyone that they're in real estate. I particularly like this video. We're just going to watch the first three minutes of it.
The hardest worker in the room is always going to be the talented guy who doesn't work hard. In the end, maybe not every time, but in the end, hard work always wins. Talent doesn't guarantee you anything in this world. A good education doesn't guarantee you anything in this world. The world is riddled with smart people who have never achieved anything of significance. This world is full of talented individuals that never made it. The world is full of expensively educated kids that are outperformed by high school dropouts.
Talent won't get you anywhere if you don't work for it. Talent won't get you anywhere if you have no heart. Talent is nothing if you have no guts. The one who is hungrier to reach the top will always get there before the talented guy. Maybe not.
Okay. So how many of you know people like this? People who've come out of college, multiple degrees, and ended up going nowhere, and quite the opposite true. People who came out and they had everything against them and they found great success with life. So I want you to think about that for a moment. Because how many times have you put limitations on yourself and said, well, I'm just going to give a pass for myself because of this situation or this situation or this situation, and you made an excuse for yourself. I can guarantee you that every single one of you, with exactly what you bring to the table today, a real estate license and a will, can make as much money as you possibly want, because if they can do it, so can you. There is 100% guarantee that if you are hungry and you show up every single day and you have the guts to humble yourself and have the conversations with people about what it is that you need in your business, you will transform your life and your business into a lead generating machine. But you are the only one that can make this happen. You are the only one. I can't do that for you. It has to be mindset. The mindset is what is going to get you there. It's your mindset, 100%. Discipline leads to habits. Habits lead to consistency. Consistency leads to growth. How to build a powerful 2026 real estate business plan. All right, Mike Ferry. How many of you know Tom Ferry? This is a different guy. His name is Mike Ferry. There is a video that I have in the end that I'm going to have you guys watch, because it's not part of this class, or it's not part of this slide. You need a business plan. Now, we have a business plan and a link that we're going to give you that you're going to do with Key Title. And the business plan is going to help you set how much money you want to make and reverse engineer that into actions. How many open houses I need to do, how many phone calls I need to make, how many postcards I need to mail, and create a plan for yourself and be consistent about that plan. In your calendar, you're going to also have to put rewards for yourself, rewards for meeting your goals, things that you want to do to reward yourself for closings. And maybe, some of you like shoes or a purse or a trip or a weekend getaway. Reward yourself for those things. You need to take good care of yourself and reward yourself. But you need to have a plan and be operating from a plan and be consistent about that plan, because consistent habits lead to consistent income. And the number one thing and the number one reason that agents leave this business is because they do not have consistent income. It's not because they don't like real estate. It's not because they don't like showing homes. And it's not because they don't like marketing listings. It's because they don't have consistent income. It's the one thing that leads people to failure in the business. They don't have consistent income and they need it. But the reason they don't have consistent income is because they haven't been consistent in fulfilling the business plan or even creating one in the first place, which is the habits necessary that every successful real estate agent needs, which is making good on the phone calls, making good on the prospecting. Whether your prospecting is, I'm going to do open houses every single week and I'm going to go on property tour every single week and I'm going to tell every one of my friends that I'm a real estate agent, and that works for you. If it's calling all your family members and letting them know you're in real estate, you need to find what works for you. But what doesn't work for you is sitting at home and trying to figure out how you can create success and having leads come to you without you doing anything proactive about going to them, because this business takes action. It can't be reactive. It has to be active. You have to go out there and find the business. So here, how much money do you want to earn in the next 12 months? Get out a piece of paper, grab your pencil or pen. You don't have to share this. You can share it if you'd like. You can put it in the chat. You can share it during your, also tomorrow during your mega menu with Lisa. How much money do you want to make in the next 12 months? So that's going to be between now and July of 2027. How much money in dollars do you want to make? So now let's look here for a moment to figure out what's possible. I want to make $1 million, but is that possible? I mean, how many customers is it going to take for me to make that number? Let's do some math. Let's look at this. Let's dig in a little bit. I like that number, Jeanette. All right. So the median price, I'm just using Williamson County as a statistic, November 2025. So this slide is a little bit old now, but I use the number 400,000 all over the place. And so let's do the math. How many homes must you sell in order to make 100,000 versus 250,000 versus 500,000 versus a million? How many? So, want to earn 100K? Sell 8 homes. 8 homes, $100,000. So that's $400,000 sales price, 3% commission, $12,000 commission. You take that $100,000 and divide it by 12,000, you have 8.3 homes. Yes, you've got splits and all of that, but you're going to cap quickly. That's the whole concept, is capping, and you're at 100%. So we're just going to use this number. 8.3 homes is what you need to sell across the year to make 100,000 a year. Okay? $250,000 a year. You need to sell 20 homes. Same thing, $400,000. You still got a $12,000 commission on that 400,000. You take $12,000 divided by 250, and it's 20 homes. 500,000 is 40 homes. 40 homes in a year. Now, the most I ever sold in 1 year was 71 homes. 83.33 homes is $1 million a year. You want to earn $1 million? Sell 80 homes at the price point of $400,000. But every single one of your homes is not going to be 400,000. Some of them are going to be 5, some of them are going to be 800, some of them are going to be 1.2 million, some of them are going to be 300,000. And so if we just every single one of them was 400,000, you're going to be looking at selling about 80 homes a year at the million mark. You want to make $1 million a year? You got to build a plan together to sell 80 homes. Can you sell 80 homes? Of course you can. Breaking down $1 million annual income in real estate. How to create $1 million income. This is Perry Wong, great book. I loved it. It's likely you will earn $1 million in 2026. The possibility exists. That should be enough for excitement. Because what would $1 million do for you in the next 12 months? How would that transform your life? How would that change you and your family and your bank account? That is possible. It's more than possible. It's realistic. And that's the crazy part, is it's realistic. How many of you go to the convenience store and buy a lottery ticket? Unrealistic. 1 in 200 million chance that you're going to become a millionaire by that ticket, but you bought it anyway. When you have a 100% absolute guarantee that you can make $1 million a year if you just do the actions and sell 80 homes a year. You already have the license. But again, the goal of how much money is not set by us, not set by me. It's whatever this looks like to you. 50,000, 100,000, a million. Maybe you're going crazy and you're saying, I want $2 million. Whatever that number is. So if it turns out to be $1 million, then that's 80 homes a year. That's 6 homes a month. That's 1.5 closings every single week. So that means that over the course of a month, you're closing 6 homes. I've had months where I've closed 10 transactions in a single month. 10 transactions is about the point where you lose your mind. So I know that you can close 10 transactions a month, because in the summer months, I would close 10 transactions in June, July, in August, and September. And that would be my average. And then it would go down to about 3 to 4 in other months outside of that. Time is your most valuable asset. Time is the asset you trade to earn money. You trade your time for currency. What is the value of your time in dollars? Do you know what your hourly rate is? You have to figure out how much do you want your hourly rate to be. I'm going to figure out that number, take the amount of money that you want to make, and we're going to divide it by 12 divided by 4 divided by 40, and that's going to give you your hourly rate. And take the number that you made last year and also divide that. And tell me what your hourly rate is. So, how much time are we realistically working with in a day to make all of this happen? We've got 24 hours in a day. We all know that. 1,440 minutes, 86,400 seconds. In a day, we have 8 hours that we're sleeping, 8 hours working, and 8 hours that we have life. In that 8 hours that you're working, are you really making the best time of those 8 hours? So many of you say that you want financial freedom and you want to have flexibility and all of this stuff. And so what you're really saying is that you want to take the 8 hours and you want to make it 16 hours and be able to come in and out of work as often as you would like. I'm going to tell you there's plenty of times I have to leave in the middle of the day to go do something. But the reality is you also need to have on your calendar certain tasks that you do and that you have to make sure that they're done by the end of the day. You're an independent contractor and you choose what to do with your time. That is the whole purpose of becoming an independent contractor. But what is your current investment in time that you're providing your business? Because if you are the operator, then your business is not doing anything without you in it. Average income for agents who are year 3 to 5 in the business. Most agents are making $42,500. And if you were to tell people that, most agents wouldn't get into the business. They'd say, oh no, I can go get a job somewhere else making $60,000 a year plus payroll taxes, plus vacation, plus healthcare, plus 401k, plus. So this is very unattractive now. But most agents in the real estate right now who have been in the business 3 to 5 years is making $42,500. This is the 90%. This is the 95% of agents who are sharing in 5% of the business. How do you transform yourself from being the 95% who's sharing in 5 to be part of the 5% who's sharing in 95% of the wealth? And it's not because they've been in the business longer. It's not because they know more people. It's because they're operating their business like a business. So if the average agent in the business 3 to 5 years earns $42,500, they're operating at $20 an hour. $42,500 is an annual amount. The standard conversion assumes 2,080 hours a year. 40 hours a week times 52 weeks. 42,500 times that 2080 number is $20.43 an hour. So your $40,000 an hour wage means that you're earning 20 bucks an hour as a real estate agent. So there's a slide in here that helps you earn this. So again, the average agent, the 95% is making 20 bucks an hour, pre-tax, no benefit, no 401k, no health care, and no retirement, no pension. So is your income average from last year? Is your income acceptable to you this year based on what we're talking about? Are you ready to become a mega agent? And your belief and your commitment in this is going to dictate the true answer. But do you believe in yourself to help yourself grow to the number that you just wrote down on this paper? How many of you say yes?
I say yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so here it is. And I hope this changes your mindset of looking at this slide on the page. Your typical real estate agent making 42.5 is 20 an hour. Your top producer making $125,000 a year is making $65 an hour. $250,000 a year is $130 an hour. Your $500,000 a year agent is making $260 an hour. And your $1 million a year agent is making $520 an hour. Now, we have agents right now all over the place making 250,000. In fact, that's very, very common. We've got many of the 5%ers who are sharing in the 95%. The 500,000 and the million is more rare, but your mega valedictorian from Mega 17 is doing it absolutely 100%, making $260 to $520 an hour. 100% already capped many, 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 many months ago. This is an agent who's already done 30 million in production and she's only halfway through the year. Of course she's going to make more than $500,000. So now let me just ask yourself a question. How much does an assistant cost? $20 an hour? Let's just say $20 an hour. If being an assistant costs $20 an hour and your hourly rate is $260 an hour, can you afford being your own assistant? What does it mean if you are being your own admin and you set the goal for 500,000, you start closing, now you're closing 5 transactions a month and you're now on track for $260 an hour. But if you hire an assistant, that assistant's going to be $20 an hour, but you're doing your own assistant work. So every hour that you're focused on non-income producing tasks, which we call administrative tasks, how much are you losing by being your assistant every hour?
240.
No.
500.
I'm going to say that, if you're being your own assistant, you are spending $260 an hour being your own assistant. And that is really, really, really unfortunate because you really can't afford yourself at that point because you can't afford a $260 an hour assistant. Raise your hand if you can afford a $260 an hour assistant. That means you can't afford to be your own assistant. You can't, which means that every hour that you're working on administrative tasks, you're spending a massive amount of money and you're focusing on being an operator instead of being a real estate agent. So I'm not saying that every one of you needs to hire an assistant tomorrow. That's not what I'm saying. But I am saying that if you're going to focus on really growing your business, an assistant, an admin to handle all of your administrative tasks so you can focus 100% of your time on making those phone calls and being the face of your business and going out and having conversations with people about buying and selling and getting as many representation agreements as you possibly can signed, that every hour you only have 8 hours to do it because you're going to have 8 hours with sleeping, 8 hours with family, and 8 hours working. And during those 8 hours, you have to capitalize on those 8 hours so that you can live to work or work to live. And you want to work to live, not live to work. And so the idea that you have at your fingertips the ability to make 65, 130, 260, $520 an hour, think about what an assistant costs and how much you're costing yourself by being your own assistant. So part of your homework assignment, which you might be able to do right now very quickly, is last year's gross income. You write right here how much money you've made so far this year, and you divide it by 12 and you divide it by 160. 160 is 4 weeks at 40 hours a week. So divided by 12 months and then divided by the hours you're working over the course of that month, which is 160 hours a month. And that's how much per hour you are making last year and this year. And that's an important number for you to track because you need to know what your time is worth. So $125,000 a year is $10,000 a month, $2,500 a week, $520 a day, $65 an hour. $500,000 a year is $42,000 a month, $10,000 a week, $1,700 a day, $260 an hour. And your $1,000,000 producer, which we're going to achieve this year, $84,000 a month, $20,000 a week, $3,400 a day, $520 an hour. And so we're going to now change topics over how many transactions are closing. How much money is at your fingertips? How much money you need to make the goals that you're going to set? And how many transactions are closing in the marketplace and just the sheer amount of opportunity that there is in this state right now closing. That's closing in these major metros is astronomical. So before we take our break after lunch, let's look at what these slides are telling us. In November 2025, there was 23,165 closed sales in November in the state of Texas. 23,000 transactions closed. In the third quarter, there was 90,000 transactions closed. 2024 was 331,000 transactions closed. 331,000. That's 660,000 sides because there's an agent on both sides of those transactions. So what we see, 2024 sales 331,000, Q3 sales 89,000, November 2025 sales 23,165 closed transactions. Kimberly, did you have a question? That's a lot of opportunity. It's massive opportunity. So is there room for you and your 80 transactions? In the 331,181 transactions that closed in Texas, is there room for your 80 in there? Of course there is. And every single time I go to the PT50 breakfast and lunch, the first thing that pops out at me, and this is the PT50 top 500 agents based on production in the marketplace, which Lisa and I have won several times, is that they're agents in the first couple of years in their business doing this. It's not impossible. In fact, it's quite possible. All of the opportunity in the world exists in front of you. 331,000 homes sold from January 2024 to December 2024. More homes were sold in 2025. And in 2026, where we're at right now, we are having more home sales this year than last year. That's 664,000 sides. There's massive amounts of opportunity. In fact, it's $6.6 billion in commissions. That kind of opportunity. We are existing right now in the best nation, in the best state, in the best metros in the world for selling real estate. Period. The best nation, the best state, in the best nation in the world for selling real estate. There are multi-billion dollars in commissions up for grabs right now in the state. And so we can passively be sitting at home and waiting for the phone to ring, while all around us there are billions of dollars in commissions closing, or we can become more active, look around and start making phone calls and start asking for the business and go and take our share of that business. That's a choice. And how much you earn is a personal choice between you and your goals. But if your goal is to make more and you don't have a goal written down, then we need to start from scratch and we need to put that goal on paper. We need to reverse that goal into actions and then take that actions and do the math and know exactly what you need to go do to attach and attack your day every single day. And stay away from all the excuses and stay away from all the negativity, because through all the negativity from 2003 till now, every year all I heard was negative every year. Everyone's always looking to find the negative. And there was billions of dollars still closed every single year. So despite all the craziness and all of the changes, guess what? The top producers maintained being top producers. And in fact, they made more and more and more and more money every single year. In the 1980s, rates were 13 and 18%. Today, the rates are, I've had 3 clients close at 5.99 in the last couple of months. Yes, it'd be nice to be in the mid fives, but 5.99 is not a bad rate. In fact, I don't want to see the rates go back down. You know why? Because a catastrophic event that would be required in order for our rates to go back down to 2 and 3 is going to wipe out the entire stock market. And I don't want that to happen. I don't. I think 6.5, 5.5 to 5.99 is a very healthy rate. And 15-year fixed in the 5.77 range is absolutely zero reason to be scared away. And with the rates the way they are and the market the way they are, we have more inventory. Sellers are paying buyers closing costs. People are able to negotiate a fair commission. Sellers are reimbursing the buyer brokers for the buyer compensation through paragraph 12. And there's billions of dollars worth of commissions up for grabs. The rates in the 1970s were 12 and the 1980s were 18. 2010 was 5.09, 2021 2.65. And in 2024 it was high as 7.03, and now we are down to 5.99. And we are seeing rates anywhere on a daily rate swing from 5.675 to 6.1. People are afraid of the bubble. They're afraid that home values are going down and they're going to continue to go down. When we get back from our break, we are going to talk about this slide and about what happened in the market and what happened with the valuation increase and decrease and where we are right now and how this is really good news for us. It's 2:59. Let's come back at 3:10.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. You got 2 extra minutes. I hope you did something amazing with it, like made some calls, called some people, got all excited about, hey, my database has some success in it that maybe I have not mined for gold yet. All right, so what's going on with the market? Let's talk about it. This graphic that I have on the screen shows what the average price was for every year starting back in 2012. 2012, it was somewhere under 200. By 2014, the average price was 230. By 2016, it was 299. By 2018, it was just at 300 and probably 30. This blue line is 330, so it's probably 310, something like that. Now, 2020 to 2022 was COVID. I know it's kind of crazy that it's been so many years ago, but because of the supply uh, chain issues and people moving back into Texas from tech companies that would allow them to now work from home, and they never had that before. People were moving back to Texas from Seattle, from DC, from Southern California, San Jose, all those areas, in San Francisco, and it created a real estate supply crunch for us. Builders were having a difficult time getting homes on the ground. It was taking them longer, and so our market went from 330 to 530. It went up by $200,000 in less than 12 months. And then after that, as we started fixing the supply chain issues, the market started coming down. And today, where we are, is exactly where we ended up as if it never happened in the first place. So I am going to share my screen and we're going to go through the MLS together. We're going to build this, even though we're going to do this together. Matrix.abor. You can do this in any one of your MLSs. I'm just picking one at random. We're going to log in. We're going to do this together and master the CMA class, but I'm just going to do it quickly. We go to the stats. We're going to do the historic sales price trend. Residential property. I only want MLS listings and unlock. I like to grab a segment of the market, a single story home that is resale, get rid of all the other stuff, and let's just look at a 12 to 1800 square foot house. And let's look everywhere. So we're not going to limit it by anything. We're just going to go back 10 years and we're going to group by primary year. We're just going to look at what this looks like. Okay, so here is your line, and that line meets back up where it did before. You take this and let's look at the city of Austin. And generate it again. Again, right back where it comes up. And so you click this, and we look at now the tabular data. And we see 274 was the value in 16, 310 was the value in 18, 371 was 2021, and we're at 425. So 425 was greater than any time before 2020, and 2020 is when COVID happened. 326 to 371 371 to 425. And so what we're seeing is the correction of all of this that should have never have happened and the years that it took us to correct and get back to where we are now. So you can do the same bubble in any one of the marketplaces in Texas, and it's always the exact same thing. The market has corrected and come back down to pre-COVID prices. And if we look at the values today, they are greater than at any time before COVID. So if the market increased by 6% annually from 2021 to 2025, instead of the actual double-digit increase like we saw, the actual price would have been 408, but it's actually 404. And so, or it would have been 404 and it would have been 408. So it's actually better than what it would have been had COVID not happened for sellers. So a lot of sellers and agents think that the market's horrible right now, that the values are horrible. But look where we are. Look where we are up at this number and where we were back in 2019. Raise your hand if we were talking in 19 about a horrible market and that the values were horrible. It's higher now than it was in 2019. And no, we weren't talking about values horrible in 19 or 18 or 17. The market was good. We saw a 1% a month appreciation for many decades, and this line meets right back where it was before. So I don't want to hear any negative speak about the market because that's not the case. And I share this with sellers all the time and say, you know, had you sold at this time, you would have done really good. But where we are right now, it is better than at any time before. Well, right now it's better than any time before 2020. So this graph is really easy for you to make. You can make it out of the MLS and you have it at your fingertips. So we've talked negative about the market, talked negative about the rates, but in both cases, it's just not the case. And so that bubble from COVID popped, and we are back right now to pre-COVID appreciation gains. Now, 2024, that was overshadowed by NAR lawsuits, changes in practices, new contract forms, concerned about interest rates. But now we're headed into a whole different market. Past all of that, you've already passed all this debacle with getting rid of sub-agency. And so a lot of people have been on the fence about buying because the rates were 6%, 7%. Now the rates have come down. Buyers have a lot of choices now. Rates are at 5.99. There's a lot of choices in the marketplace. And so we are in a very, very good place to hold out the remainder of 2026. 2026 second half is going to be better than the first half of 2026. And right now, again, this company, we closed more transactions last month than we have closed on any single month in the history since we opened our doors back in December of 2016. So I'm going to ask you a very important question, and I hope I hear screaming and yelling from this. If I could show you how to make $1 million a month, no, if I could show you how to make $1 million a year in the next 12 months, would you find value in that?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Most definitely.
Yes.
And I hope through the exercise that I just showed you that not only is it possible, but it's absolutely 100% guaranteed as long as you show up to work. If you have the right mindset, if you go and actually do the work, because agents to your left and agents to your right are already doing it. Mega valedictorian coming out of Mega 17 is going to be in that 750,000 to $1 million mark. And I'll bet you she does it. I'll bet you she hits the $1 million mark. So your prior Mega valedictorian is going to make $1 million in 2026. It is absolutely possible, but what does it take? Again, you pick the number, but it's not impossible. It's absolutely possible. There are brand new agents in the market in 2023 and in 2024 and 2025 that were already making $1 million a year. Now, let me ask you that question. How does it make you feel in 2026 knowing that an agent got into business in 2023 and they already made $1 million in a year? How does that make you feel? Let's open up to the group. I want to hear a couple words from you.
Hopeful.
Encouraged.
Motivated.
Motivated.
Yes, definitely motivated, even after I looked back at my own numbers.
Motivated, encouraged. Good. A little frustrated?
Yeah.
A little. They had less to learn. I mean, they had more to learn. We already are in. We know we know the contracts, the business. Yeah.
How many of you have been in the business for 10 years and you're like, how dare them come in the business and been in the business for a year and make $1 million? And I've been slaving for the last 10 years and I've been making 40 to 60 to $80,000 a year. What the heck? Off with their heads, right? This is not okay. So here's some examples of agents. Number 2 in the market. That agent did 300 million in transactions. That agent did 1,000 closings. Agent number 12, been in the business. License number starts with 74. So they've been a license that starts with 8. They were licensed between 23 and 25. A license with a 7 was licensed between 2018 and 2023. All of these people in the top 47 with these links were licensed between 28 and 23, and then the green is licensed between 23 and 25. And here's what it looks like. Income, 860,000, 1.2 million, 1.28 million, 1.165 million, 900,000, 800,000, 600,000. Licensed 2019, 2019, 2020, 2023, 2021, 2021, 2020. These agents are between 3 and 5 years in the business, making $1 million a year. And yes, that should give you hope. But it should ask an even more important question. Why not me? If there are billions of dollars worth of commissions being had, 600,000 sides in the state of Texas every single year, why not me? And it should ask an even more of a question, a statement. If they can do it, so can I. What do they have that I don't? And if they can do it, so can I. And I want to hear you say that.
If they can, so can I.
If they
If
can
they
do it, so can I.
If they can do it, so
They
can
can
I.
do it, so can I.
If they can do it, so can I.
I believe that. I believe that every single one of you in the next 12 months can make $1 million. And I challenge you to do it. I 100% challenge you to do it. Now, at some point you cap and it's 100% your money. 100% yours from that point on. And so whether you make 200,000, 500,000 or $1 million makes Realty Texas not a dollar more. But I want to see you do it. I want to challenge you to make $1 million. I want this class, Mega 18, to not just have the Mega Valedictorian, but at least 5 of you in the next 12 months make $1 million because you put your mind to it, because that's all it takes. It takes you waking up every morning with this goal in mind, showing up in the morning huddle, and focusing on income producing tasks. Get rid of the administrative tasks, and for every 1 hour administrative task that you spend, it's 2 hours of prospecting, and you call every single person and you start looking at the distractions that you have in your life and you ask yourself why. During my 8 hours of work, what are distractions present, and are those distractions that need to be there? Are they hurting your business? Why did you get involved in real estate in the first place? And are the distractions that are in your life right now, was it part of that mission? Is it helping your business? Is it helping you thrive? Is it helping you succeed? And ask yourself, how much of that time can I revert back to my business and focus on income producing tasks so that I can build my reserves, take care of my kids, put them through college, build a war chest for myself, go on vacation, build multi-generational wealth, because this is the opportunity that I have. I don't know how long this market is going to survive. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to get up and work 40 to 60 hours a week. I don't know how long I can do it, but I can tell you while I'm here, I'm going to be hell-bent on squeezing as much success out of the opportunity that's around me while I have that opportunity. Because I'm certainly not going to have regrets later in 10 years from now, say, gosh, I wish I had only squeezed out the success when I had the chance. Because your time is now. Your time is right now. And I hope that you are in. And I hope that you are in a very big way. And again, it's not for me to set your goals. That is 100% you to set your goals. How many of you know this guy? Anybody? Kobe? Arguably one of the very best basketball players, athletes of all time. We are talking about someone who had an extraordinary gift. We're going to play a little video and we're going to watch what he contributed his success to. Because success in business, regardless of what business it is always mindset. And these things go from industry to industry. So whether you're an athlete, a real estate agent, a doctor, or an attorney, whatever industry you're in, the success is always the same. Mindset, focusing on the goals and proper goal setting. And I think that this video is probably one of the best videos that I've seen in my lifetime regarding the mindset of a successful anything.
You really want me on the team. What's your approach to recruitment?
You want first place, come play with me. You want second place, go somewhere else. Like, I would watch Magic play. I'd watch Michael play. And I would see them do these unbelievable things. And I'd say, you know, can I get to that level? I don't know, but let's find out.
That's why he's the best player in the game.
Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you to become better at your craft.
So because you know what you want, the world's giving you exactly the information you need to become better at it.
Because you know what you're looking for.
So many guys tell stories about your work ethic.
Yeah.
What was really your work ethic like, and for how long did you stay disciplined?
Well, I mean, every day. I mean, since 20 years. I mean, it was an everyday process and trying to figure out strengths and weaknesses. For example, jumping ability. Man, my vertical was a 40, it wasn't a 46 or a 45. My hands are big, but they're not massive. Right, so you got to figure out ways to strengthen them so your hands are strong enough to be able to palm a ball and do the things that you need to do. Quickness, I was quick, but not insanely quick. I was fast, but not ridiculously fast. Right, so I had to rely on skill a lot more. I had to rely on angles a lot more. I had to study the game a lot more. And but I enjoyed it though. So like from the time I can remember when I started watching the game, I studied the game and it just never changed. It's a good separation for me, emotionally, to be able to put myself in a place where at practice or when I'm training or during games, I switch my mind to something else. I switch my mode into something else, right? For me, it's the equivalent of Maximus, Decimus, Meridius, and Gladiator picking up the dirt, smelling the dirt, it's go time, right? So that was my mental switch. It was like an actor getting ready for a film. You gotta put yourself in that cage. When you're in that cage, you are that character. And then when you leave there, it's something completely different. But
what is the equivalent to his cage for you as a real estate agent?
Prospecting.
Yes, thank you. Who said that?
Lior.
Lisa, will you write that down? Lior, we're giving you our first mega gift certificate.
I got it.
Thank you.
Your power hour in the
What did he
morning.
say? I didn't hear it.
Prospecting. Prospecting is his cage. So I want you to go back and we're going to listen to that last few seconds of what Kobe mentioned. He said that it's a really good switch for me between life and work, where I switch my mind, I switch my mode. And he said Gladys, he started getting into that mode. And I think of a real estate agent who is going to sit down in front of their computer and put on their headset and start calling their spheres and calling their people. I'm going to put myself in that mode, and now I'm work mode. I am now in this moment right now, I am serious. I am calling my database, I'm calling my clients, and I'm in work mode, and I am prospecting for my next client, for my next representation agreement. And that's what I'm doing now. And it's serious. Because if you are going, first thing he said was, let me look around to these other people. Is this possible? Yes, it's possible. Okay. Can I do it? I don't know, but I'm gonna try. And the very first thing he started talking about was my weaknesses. My legs weren't strong enough. My arms off the line wasn't strong enough. And I had to figure out how I could become better at my craft based on getting just a little bit better at every single skill set because I didn't have the height and the strength that some of these other people had. So I had disadvantages that I had to overcome. What are your disadvantages that you have to overcome? Because we all have them. Now you have to be looking at yourself under your own microscope. Sometimes that takes a business coach to look at, but we all have things that we have to overcome, whether it's our mindset or what else, and focus in on our power hour. And that's the time where we are going to invest in ourselves.
It's the equivalent of Maximus, Decimus, Meridius, and Gladiator picking up the dirt, smelling the dirt. It's go time. Right? So that was my mental switch. It was like an actor getting ready for a film. You got to put yourself in that cage. When you're in that cage, you are that character. And then when you leave there, it's something completely different. But when I'm in that cage, bro, don't touch me. Don't talk to me. Just leave me alone.
How did you get mentally and emotionally so strong where it doesn't bother you?
Well, you know, you got to look at the reality of the situation. You know, like for me, it's not, you kind of got to get over yourself.
So at what point is this going to be relatable to you? Is that you just kind of have to get over yourself? What do you think that relates to your business in this sales job?
Stop doubting. Get out
Okay.
of your own way.
Mindset.
Okay. All of that is true. There's one thing I'm holding on to that I've anchored on that I want to hear.
Fear.
Fear of what?
Failure.
Yes, fear of failure and fear of rejection from the people that you call. Stop being afraid to call your people and being embarrassed. Stop being afraid of calling your spheres. And so that's what he's saying is, when he's out there and he's playing basketball and he misses a free throw, which he's done, how do you handle that? How do you handle that embarrassment in front of the entire world stage? Well, get over yourself. It's not about you. That's exactly right. Get on the phone and start calling your people and don't be afraid. Because if you let yourself be afraid, you're never going to make the call. He would have never jumped onto the court and you would have never been the best basketball player of all time.
How did you get mentally and emotionally so strong where it doesn't bother you?
Well, you got to look at the reality of the situation. Like for me, it's not, you kind of got to get over yourself. Like, it's not about you, man. Like, okay, you feel embarrassed. You're not that important. Like, get over yourself.
That's where you go.
Get over yourself, right? Like you're worried about how people may perceive you and like you're walking around and it's embarrassing because you shot 5 air balls. Get over yourself, right? And then after that, it's okay, well, why did those air balls happen? Got it. High school, year before, we played 35 games, max, right? Week in between, spaced out, plenty of time to rest. In the NBA, it's back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I didn't have the legs. So you look at the shot, every shot was online, but every shot was short, right? I gotta get stronger. I gotta train differently. The weight training program that I'm doing, I gotta tailor it for an 82-game season so that when the playoffs come around, my legs are stronger and that ball gets there.
You're talking about someone who has taken their profession and put it under a microscope and they're objectifying every single thing to make themselves be better and better. Like I've done with this business, like you need to do with yours. You need to objectify every single process in your business and try to figure out, okay, all right, so yes, I was embarrassed having a conversation. Why was I embarrassed? Because I stumbled a conversation. Why did I stumble in the conversation? Because I didn't have the right script. Got it. The problem is I didn't have the script. All right, so now where are the scripts? What do I need to say? Forward script? Oh, that saves your life. So cross that one off. You have 3 buyer rep agreements, and the last 3 buyer reps, they didn't buy a house. Let's go back and review those and look at those and find out why. Oops, we found out that 2 of them did buy a house. They bought a house with someone else. Let's go back and look at and find out why. Oh, they told you that they weren't ready, and then a month later they bought a house. Got it, because you didn't follow them up enough, and you lost it because you let it fall through the cracks. 90% of the leads that don't actually close with this firm that come into our system is because the agent didn't follow enough. Gavin and now Kamei is spending their time calling every one of the customers that we've given to an agent, and we're calling them on a regular basis, and we find out all the time, oh, I actually bought a house. We had a representation agreement, but the person said they weren't ready. I can tell you one thing that we've learned is that when the client has a seed planted in their head about homeownership and they decide that they're going to wait, about 3 weeks later, they buy. And so you put them on hold thinking that they're going to be not buying and you stop calling them. You just handed that business to someone else. You got them excited. You got a representation agreement signed, told them everything was ready, and then you just let them go and buttered up and ready to buy and put them in someone else's hands. And it happens over and over again because we have to understand what the typical behavior is of a buyer and at what point they get cold feet and what point they actually end up buying. And we have to look at the typical behavior and then we look at our follow-up plan. Because I can almost guarantee that 50% of the business that you've had fell through the cracks. And had you followed up on a regular basis, you would have already doubled the amount of money that you made in real estate. And that's a guarantee. The rest of this video is going to be for homework. But there's 3 videos that you're going to walk away from this class in mindset that I'm hoping you're going to put on a pair of earphones and that you're going to focus on it and you're going to be looking at those videos and you're going to be comparing it to your business through the microscope of how can I be a better practitioner? How can I become a better salesperson? I'm going to teach you how to be a better real estate agent from beginning to end on things that people who've been in the business for 30 years blew their mind. And if you want some examples of that, you can talk to Mary Beth Ray, you can talk to Eve Sillette, you can talk to Kim Dale, or any of our top producers here have gone through the nuts and bolts of our bulletproof transactions, bulletproof contracts, and the like. That comes later. Right now, we're going to focus on you being a good salesperson. A salesperson is prospecting, setting the appointment, meeting them in the real world, getting your representation agreement signed, and then from there, getting them under contract and closing the transaction and calling, following up for referrals. The salesperson part is prospecting and converting, appointment setting, finding people who are interested in buy, sell, and leasing, and getting your representation agreement signed, and then tracking that representation agreement until you actually sell them something. That is the sales side of it. You can work and you can earn $100,000 a year, $250,000 a year, or even $1 million or more. You have the ability to have uncapped earning potential, and life is really short. The question is, do you live to work or work to live? And that's where the balance comes in. Yoga helps you with your mindset, but we have to stop dreaming about what's possible and turn it into action by putting it on paper, setting the goals, and then beginning right now, today in Mega. That's what this whole Mega program is about, is establishing the goals and immediately start making calls, and then you bringing to us questions that you have about how to help your scripts and what you need to say to people in order to get more representation agreements signed. But by the time you're out of Mega, your pipeline should be filled. You should have paychecks coming from Mega in August and September and October. And if you continue what we're teaching through Mega outside of July and you pull it into August and you keep this going, and then you jump into Mega again in 2026, 2027 January, and you do that again, you should, without any question, be able to squeeze $750 to $1 million out of your business every single year. But the one thing that is going to make it possible is your mindset, your belief that it's possible, your grateful and thankfulness that comes into you approaching your business, your clients, and your phone calls, and you having goals. Remember, a goal is halfway reached by setting it in the first place. One of my favorite statistics, and we're going to watch this video here to prove this point, 95% of agents share in this little tiny slice of the pie of 5% of the business. And it's most agents are sharing in this little tiny pie. And you have the ability to take control of your business and turn that around completely and invert it and become of the small 5% that's sharing in 95% of the business. Most customers in 5 years don't even remember their agent's name. 95% of agents don't follow up with their clients at all. So most real estate agents are transaction based. They close a transaction and move on to the next transaction. They're like Tarzan. They let go of the rope behind it and they grab onto the rope in front of them, and they're just going through their entire real estate career like that, never looking back. And the thing is that's burnout, and that's complicated business when all you have to do is invert your mindset so that you focus on your past clients and all of that business starts coming to you in really big numbers. Then you're going to have different problems in your business. You're going to need an admin, you're going to need a buyer agent, and you stop becoming the operator and you step back and you start managing this team, and it changes everything. The top 5% of agents are selling on average of 40 to 80 homes a year. That's somewhere between $500,000 and $1 million. The top 5% of agents are earning big.
This out right here. If you are a consumer and you have ever questioned whether a realtor or a real estate agent or whoever knows what they're doing, it turns out you're actually correct. Like, new data has come out right here. 71.1%, this is in 2025, did zero transactions. 71.1% of real estate agents did zero transactions. Another 14.9% did between 1 and 4, which means 86% of all people who say that they sell real estate did 4 or less transactions. And this is the big one that's just kind of crazy to me. A total of about 7% of agents did 10 or more transactions in a given year. That is absolutely bonkers to me. And so I'll say to you, look, if you're a newer agent, you have nothing to be ashamed of. Like, look, that can mean you're not jaded, that you use the latest tools. This is not against new agents. This is the idea that consumers go into a transaction and they're questioning and saying, do you know what you're doing? Do you know whatever? And at the end of the day, if I'm a consumer, I'm a home seller, I'm a home buyer, what I would tell you is maybe stop questioning so much what somebody's commission is and instead start questioning what their experience level is. Do they have a history of actually doing the job? Because the good ones, they'd love to tell you all about it. This is interesting, but it's eye-opening, and we need to pay attention to it. Check this.
71% of agents closed zero transactions at all. 71% sold nothing an entire year. 25% sold something. 86% sold less than 10. 95% shared in 5%. 5% of agents share in 95% of the wealth in real estate. And it's a choice. It is a mindset choice. It is, I am hungry. I'm going to go get this. I'm going to stake my claim and I'm going to run this like a business. This isn't a joke. This is serious business. I'm going to go out and I'm going to make as much money as I possibly can while the getting is good. Because again, your opportunity is right now. 25 to 50 closings a year equates to 12 closings a year is 144,000. One a month is going to net you about 144,000. 2 closings a month is going to net you about 288,000 a year. 1 closing a week is going to net you about 624,000. And if you're really looking at a million in 2025, that's 75 closings. 75 closings over the course of the next 12 months will net you somewhere between 900 and 1.2 based on what your price points are. So I'm going to put you in a breakout session. I'm going to leave you on there for 8 minutes. Remember, 8 minutes goes by really quick. I'm going to switch it up so you're in a different set of groups, and I need you to pick a breakout session. And someone remind the class of what we talked about in picking breakout captains.
If you've already been a captain, you can't be a captain.
For that
Unless
day.
you, all of them have been a captain in your group.
Exactly. That's right. Oh, Jeanette's trying to hold you accountable, Raul. They're both in it to win it. I love it. I love what I'm seeing. So look, yes, if you've already been a captain, please let someone else go. If everyone's been a captain, then, may the best person win for that one. All right. So what we're looking for here is what would $1 million in the next 12 months do for you and your family? How would that really impact you, and what would you do, and how would it impact you and change your life? So let me guess, half of you already spent the million. Already been spent. Is that true? We knew exactly where it was going to go, every single bit of it. All right, either buy yourself a bank account or take care of family. Let's hear what you came up with. Group one. Group one is Jennifer, Marcy, Michael, Selva, and Tessa. Who's the captain coming out of group one?
I got selected.
Nice, Marcy.
That's Marcy. So good feedback back. Selva said she would probably invest back in with time into her family, put some into savings, and invest in real estate. Jennifer said family again, invest it, and freedom with time, like buying when she's investing back into her family, it's basically giving her time back for herself. And Tessa said the same thing, basically. She and I, our answers were very similar. We're pretty much on the same boat. Like, we feel pretty content with things in our life. So we would probably invest it back into community. I had a feline rescue. She wants to do a dog rescue so we can help spay and neuter cats and dogs. And then she would invest hers back into her family to help her family, which essentially would be buying herself freedom as well, because she physically, financially supports her family. So if she could do one other thing real estate wise, it would be to put that for family to buy herself that freedom of mind.
Thank you, Marcy. Thank you, Group One. You guys did excellent. There is a gift card for every single person in the room when I hear the magic. And if I don't hear the magic, then I'll spread the magic on you. But I'm hoping that I hear the magic coming from one of these groups. All right, Group Two. Thank you, Marcy. Excellent job. It's always good to have you in Mega. And if you're looking for an excellent mentor, you can always look towards Marcy. She's one of our best mentors we have here at Realty Texas. All right, group two is Cheryl Smith, Jennifer, Joe, Karen, Kelly, and Sherry. And we have an open mic here. I'm not sure who it is, but Tessa, it might be you. All right, so who is our group captain coming out of group two?
It was me. And we had a lot of the same goals. We would do retirement, spend time with family, buy land, rentals. I think there was, Joe wants to go to Vegas, baby. And it was a lot. We had time with family, just a lot of good things.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. All right, still looking for the goodness. I'm hearing a lot of great things, don't get me wrong, but I'm looking for the goodness. All right, group three, Birdie, Lina, Mary, Raul, Renee, and Ryan. Group three, who is the captain out of group three?
It was me, it's Caroline. And so we were talking, we all had kind of similar we all had some similarities with our answers, but Renee wanted to help pay off some debt and travel, perhaps, maybe invest in a new car, and then get another investment property, potentially, and then just stability overall. Mary wanted to give some generosity back, perhaps donate to things, give it back to the church, put away some money in savings, invest, and again, pay off some debt. And then Raul and Ryan had a similar response with wanting to invest in some memories. Like Raul wanted to take his wife somewhere and then clean up some debt and pay for some memories together. Ryan, yeah, same thing, quality time with family, spend on a trip maybe, and pay off some debt. And then Birdie, she wants to quit her other jobs and hopefully not be dependent on other careers anymore. Travel, give back to her family, buy her first house, to jump straight into it without renting. And then, yeah, similar for me, just, investing, putting it away, setting my family up for success. Whenever my family comes, that's my goal is thinking in the future and getting that stability under my feet. So, yeah, that was our group.
Wonderful. Thank you, Caroline. Excellent job. Group 4, Anna, Deja, Jacinta, Lior, Renee, and Veronica. Who is our captain in Group 4?
That would be me.
Hello, Renee.
So we had a lot of very similar answers to one another. I will say we spent about half the time talking about this and the other half the time really getting to know each other. So I feel like our group bonded, which is awesome. Several people said they would buy investment properties. There was one who said he would love to be able to go see his family overseas and bring his family here. That would be Lior. He also said he would love to be able to give more to charity. There's a few of us that want to just be able to pay off our debts and be debt free and also have more freedom to travel. We had one want to pay off their granddaughter's tuition, which was amazing because I said kind of the same thing. I want to be able to send my youngest to college with no loans. And I said the one thing that, was a little materialistic. I said I would love to be able to buy my dream vehicle because I've always been a little more on the frugal side when it comes to cars. And then everyone would just really love to reinvest more in their business. Veronica brought up that idea that we should say we're reinvesting that money back into ourselves, back into our business. And I think it goes across the board that every one of us would reinvest in our businesses. And of course, if I had anything left over at the end of the day, I'd get some awesome plastic surgery.
Oh, you are beautiful exactly the way you are. But I'm going to tell you this, Renee. I want to see something on your goal board. I want to see that new car on your goal board.
Thank you so much. We had a really
100%.
great group.
That is awesome. All right, good job. All right, I'm hearing really good things. I'm still waiting for some of that goodness, but what I'm hearing, I'm liking. Group 5, Amrit, Elizabeth, Janeth, Juan, and Sharon. Who's my captain? And we only have 2 more groups.
That would be me. We had a good group. Juan even piped in to make sure we had a captain decided. We had 4 of our people wanted to have newer cars, newer homes, better homes. Traveling, yes, we kind of had a consensus on traveling. Mostly, what I can remember is Italy, Europe, and Ireland. Ireland was me. Several of us enjoyed the idea of Europe. And then for what we would do for our loved ones, me, get my broker's license, $3.5 million in savings, and pay off things that my family owns. Most everyone was taking care of family, number one. Then we had a dog rescue and donations. Rescue more dogs, get more dogs spayed and neutered, gifts and donating. And Amrit had mentioned a care facility for about 10 to 15 people. And in general, we all were doing really well. Marcy, I'll take care of the cats for you. I'm sorry, I just saw Marcy's bubble.
Okay. Good job, Sharon. Thank you for your leadership in your group. And Juan, thank you for making sure they picked a group captain. That's very important. All right, group 6. Brittany, Dulce, Harshita, Hussein, Lisa, Suwitha. Who's my captain out of group 8? Group
I
6.
am.
Okay, what did your group come up with?
So we had a lot of very similar answers, like every other group. We had help family, pay for education, pay off debt, travel, start a business, invest in a new house, and pay off your kids' tuition. Another one we had was donate to charity. And myself, I had pretty much the same. I had pay off some debt and invest the rest. And I think, Jack, the word you're looking for is put some aside for tax.
Well, that's not the one I'm looking for, even though that is absolutely essential, Hussein. So, yes, I don't want to see any of you crossways or sideways at the IRS. So, we definitely need to be making our quarterly tax payments as our commission checks are coming in, but that's not it, but it's close. All right. Thank you, Hussein. Good job, Group 6. All right, Group 7. Mohammed, Deborah, India, Indy, Helena, Jeanette, and of course, Andrew. Who's my captain in Group 7?
I am.
Thank you, Helena.
Yeah. So we all agreed about investing would definitely be something that we would do. Jeanette specifically talked about investing into commercial, specifically retail. Um, Deborah, her and I were both agreeing on just that financial security. She also talked about giving back and helping the community and her family. Mohammed, he just wants to invest. That's exactly what he said he wanted to do. And India talked about treating herself, buying a car, also investing, and also she's working on a book. So she said that it would give her more time to focus on that.
Very nice. I love that. All right, good. Well, it would definitely impact our lives. Giving back, being able to have a reliable car, nicer home, take care of the kids, pay tuition, travel, all these things are a ways that will help us create a better quality of life and just squeeze a little bit of more happiness out of this amazing life that we have. If you make and earn $1 million in the next 12 months, I guess the goal is not to make that your only great year. We want to make that repeatable every year, yes? And I'm guessing at the point you get $1 million a year, are you going to, and I want to thank you, Tessa, who put this in the chat because early on Tessa gave the class the answer of the goodness, but no one was paying attention. A couple of you were. But it's reinvest some of that money back into your business by hiring an assistant to take care of your administrative tasks, to give you more free time, to free you up so that you can do all these great things like travel more and be able to have a little bit more free time. So take that $1 million. And of course, you're not going to pay $1 million a year for an assistant. That's crazy talk, right? We are spending $20 an hour to get a good assistant, but you need systems and tools and an assistant that can help take over your marketing. Maybe pay a third-party company to help you with your social media marketing and advertising. So you're going to spend maybe 80,000 of that, 100,000 of that, 10% investing it back into your business so that you can be the face of your business, not do any of the administrative tasks, so that your open house signs are put up for you. The marketing is done for you so that you show up at 2 o'clock and you leave at 4 o'clock. And so that you were able to spend 2 hours on your Saturday and Sunday just focused on your open house. And you had an admin team set all of that up for you. Isolette is setting that up for herself right now through my coaching. She's hired an assistant who's putting up her signs for her, doing all of her packets, doing all of her rooms, being a CTC, marketing, maintaining her database, so that all that Isolet has to do is show up, make her calls, step away from that, go on listing agreements, show buyers, and show up at her open houses, and every other task is taken care of for her. Now, how many of you would that transform your life? That would make this career so much more enjoyable, so much easier, because we should have an admin staff, and that should be the goal, is not being our own assistant, which means we have to work 40 hours a week to be a good real estate agent and then another 40 hours a week to be a good assistant for ourselves. And we're spending a whole lot of time now operating this business. And so what we end up doing is spending 40 hours a week being a good assistant for ourselves and 0 hours a week being the real estate agent. And our real estate agent business is closed because we're so busy being our own assistant. And it shows in a lack of income and a lack of prospecting and conversion, and we suffer. And so it's my hope that you take a chunk of that and you hire an assistant and get in coaching with me at the time you're ready to hire an assistant and help me. Let me help you transform your business from a single entity to a team. Now, if you're thinking about hiring buyer agents and you want to grow a team, you need to be a successful agent first. You need to be the rainmaker, because the only reason someone's going to jump on your team, on a real estate team, is if you're handing them business and you're closing that business. And if you continually hand them business and they're closing 3, 4, 5 transactions a month, they'll be more than happy to split with you 50-50, because all they have to do is show up and go work and come in, and they've got a consistent checks coming in, and they will do that all day long. But if you pull someone on your team that says, oh, I'm going to get half of what you get when you sell a transaction, but you give them nothing, that team is going to last exactly one day and they're going to go and leave. And so a team isn't designed for you to profit on people down lane from you. You have to be the rainmaker, handing them leads and handing them transactions and making them successful that way. And then you can hire other real estate agents. But that's not even what I'm talking about right now. I'm talking about a unlicensed assistant who is going to be your administrator, and that's just going to run the back office, printing your flyers, printing your scheduling the photography, putting up the lock boxes, putting up the open house signs, and running all of the back office of your business, freeing you up to be the face of your business so that you can focus on one thing: income producing tasks and being the face of your business. Henry Ford quote: whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're gonna be right either way. Because the reality and the truth of all of this is it's not a matter of thinking you can or can't, it's a matter of believing in yourself. And the truth is, you can do all of this. You can make all of this money. You can transform your business into a higher income, top 5% real estate agent. And it's not because you're the smartest person in the room. It's not because you're the best looking person in the room. It's not because you have the most degrees. It's because you believe in yourself and you show up and you put in the work and you're consistent. Consistency is what it takes. And you also have to be brave to stand up and be the face of your business. If you're doing reels and you refuse to get in front of the camera, you've got a problem in your business. Your business doesn't have a face. It doesn't have a leader. It doesn't have a salesperson. It has an administrative person who's missing the real estate agent. And so if you're afraid or shy to be in front of the camera, we've got work to do with you, because we have to transform you to be the face of your business, because you are the product of your business. You are your business, period. You are the business. And if you can't be the business, then there is no business to have had. And so we need to transform the thinking, transform the fear, transform the tendency to be behind the camera to the tendency to get you in front of the camera and be the face of your business, something that you can be proud of. This Millionaire Agents book is a really excellent, a really good resource. And always grab it here. I'm reading from it often. I'm going to go to a page that I don't know what is because there's a bunch of X's and I's in front of it, so I've stopped trying. Triple XIII, so whatever that means. On average, For every 34 contacts an agent made with a prospective buyer and seller, they netted one closed transaction. Plainly put, that's a 34-to-1 contract to close ratio. What makes this number notable is that past studies have shown an average to contact ratio of around 24-to-1, and it goes in and explains why. And so the Cliff Notes version of this chapter is there is a 24-to-1 contract to close ratio. 24-to-1 contact to close ratio. Contact. For every contact that an agent made with a prospective buyer and seller, they netted one transaction. 24 people. So out of every 24 people they speak with, they close a transaction. So how many people then do you need to be in contact with to close one property a week? How many people in 1 month do you have to be in contact with?
24.
Okay, so out of 24, you net one closed transaction a month.
196.
So let's just call it 100. I like that number. So out of every 100 contacts that you make with a buyer and a seller, that's going to net 4 closings. There's a coin here on my desk. It's a challenge coin. Lisa has one exactly like it from the core group. And printed on the bottom of it, it says, I can generate 100 leads a month. 100 leads a month. How many is that a day?
About 33?
3 leads a day.
Oh, yeah, 3. I'm sorry.
Yep. So 3 leads a day is 100 a month. So you're telling me if I can find 3 leads a day, I'm going to close 52 homes a year? Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Where's your 3 leads going to come from? You can come in here and you can spend an hour on the phone and call 30 people and get a hold of 3 people. We have to master our objection handling and learn how to get people over their fears, because when is it a bad time to buy a house?
Never.
Never.
Never. So there's never a bad time to buy a house, there's only a bad time to sell. When you're talking to buyers and sellers, you need to be able to master your objection handling and get people over their fears. Because the sooner you buy it, the sooner you pay it off. The sooner it's paid off, the more it's paying off for you. So yes, I'm going to buy it as soon as possible and get that thing paid off, because that's when it's going to really turn around and be an asset for me. So if I know that out of every 24 contacts I make with a prospective buyer and I need 24, then let's talk about this for a moment. So that means you have a 4% closing ratio, 4 out of every 100. Is it better to get more leads and close more transactions? Or is it better to increase your conversion rate and close more out of the same 100?
Increase your skill.
So if I increase my skill and I can take my conversion rate from 4% to 5%, that means out of the same 100 leads, I'm now closing 5 transactions a month instead of 4. Or I could call 125 leads. Those 25 leads, I can do the exact same amount with if I can increase my conversion rate to 5% to 6%. Now, the average conversion rate is between 4 and 6%. The book says your average real estate agent that's doing the 95%, that's sharing in 5% of the business, which are your rookies that are not that gifted in objection handling, or closing at a 4%. You get that to 5% to 6%, and 6% is going to be the platinum standard, the best you're probably going to get no matter how good you are. That means out of 100 leads, you're closing 7 transactions. How many is that a year? That's your $1 million mark. So if you have 200 people that you already know, you can pull that out of your group that you already have. So there's a statistic. There is a figure that we have in Mega that I want you to live by. And it's a test question, because that's where that purple exclamation point comes from on this slide. 20, 20, 200. I want you to call 20 people a day. And I want you to call leads back as fast as you possibly can. Statistics say 20 seconds or less. So people who call you and register on your website, or leads that come in, we want to call them back immediately, less than 20 seconds, which is basically Johnny on the spot. And I want you to grow your database to 200, regardless if those people are past sales or not. 20, 20, 200. You're going to call 20 people a day, return calls within 20 seconds, and build your database to 200. That will lend you $1 million a year in real estate. Now, 6 degrees of separation. Who's heard of this before? This means that you're connected to the entire planet by 6 people that you know. 6 people that you know will connect the entire globe together. If one person knows 50 people and each of those 50 people know 50 people, then you have 2,500 people. That is a gigantic number that we're talking about here. So every time a referral comes to you and that referral gets pulled, you get pulled into a new network, there's a whole new group of people there. And you get pulled into another network and there's a whole new group of people there. And so every single referral that's new into your database, they know a whole new group of people that the other people didn't. So every single one of your leads knows 50 people. And you're wanting them to talk to those 50 people and report back to you when they know someone who's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. So I hope that you start looking at your database at an entirely different way now. Because now you look at your database and you say, aha, this database is worth millions of dollars. The relationships you have with the people in that database are worth millions of dollars. But Jack, I don't know anyone. Go back from the beginning. Your neighbors, your librarian, the person at the line in HEB, we're going to start building the database and we're going to increase that database, but you know a lot more people than you think. And if you want to prove to me that you don't know anyone, bring me your cell phone and I'll show you the people you know. Because I'm going to go on your Facebook, I'm going to look in your sent text messages, and I'm going to go through your contacts in your phone and I'm going to make you call every single one of them. And I guarantee you there's 200 people in there. Maybe they're from different states, but that's okay. We're looking for people anywhere because referrals work just as well. The Dunbar's number is another test question. It is this British anthropologist, Robin Dunbar. He suggested, and it's been proven, that we can maintain about 150 social relationships. So, yes, we might know 50 people, but each one of those people can have up to about 150 people that they have that they know. So, you, on average, each one of you knows 150 people. 10% of the 150 people in your database will refer 3 people to you a year. So out of your 200 people, 10% of them. So let's just get rid of the 200 concept for now and just dump into the Dunbar's number of 150 people for you right now, of how many people you know right this moment. And by the way, if you go to work for an insurance company, Travelers or State Farm, they have a rule in the insurance world where they're going to make you take a pen or jump into a spreadsheet and write down 200 people that you know, and then you call every single one of them on day one. That's your day one in insurance sales. Every single person, because they already know that your ability to be a salesperson is the people that you already know, not the people you don't know. The 150 people that you do know, 10% of those 150 people will refer 3 people to you every single year. That's 45 referrals just from the 10% that gives you 3. 7% of the 150 will refer 2 people. That's 21 referrals. And 5% of the 150 will refer 1 person. That's 7. That's 73 referrals that you got from this list alone. 150 friends, 500 acquaintances, 1,500 people you know by sight. How many people do you know? Your sphere is in direct proportion to your success as a salesperson. Your sphere, the people you already know, those people to probably up to this date that you're not staying in contact with, or at least asking them the question. There's always someone in Mega that says, you know, my best friend has never referred someone to me and I don't know why. Have you asked them? Ask them. Everybody in your spheres should be your raving fans. So I'm going to ask a question to the most unsuspecting person in class, Lisa Ormsby. She's like, oh, I'm busy doing something, Jack. She's trying to unmute as fast as she can. I can't find the space bar.
No, there's too many things. All the things were open. Okay.
Well, what percentage of your business comes from people that's in your friend network?
99.9%.
Thank you very much. Lisa's a top producing real estate agent. She's won Realtor of the Year. Her and I are the number one and two salespersons for this entire company. Isn't that ridiculous? Isn't that ridiculous? Shouldn't you guys be the top producing salespeople and us be running this business? Okay. Your spheres. I promise you, I just promise you that you can close your 50 transactions to 100 transactions a year from the people that you already know. And we're going to prove it to you. And then it's going to get a little uncomfortable because you're going to start making calls to those people. And there's going to be a goal in Mega that you're going to call them all. Now I'm going to pick on another person who's unsuspecting, Andrew Constancio.
Yes, sir.
You already knew it was coming. So, Andrew, when you took Mega, you started going back and you started calling people who you hadn't spoken to a while. And what happened when you made those calls?
Actually, I did get a lot of business from calling my people. I've been in the business for a while, and it was fun. It was easy, and yet it was sometimes embarrassing because I haven't talked to them in a while. But it was good because I was able to connect, and I did get business off it. I got listing agreements and buyers.
If you want two buyers and a listing by Friday, pick up your phone and start making 20 calls a day, and that will materialize for you immediately. It is really that simple. It seems so complicated, but it is really that simple. So here's the thing. Cold internet leads, those icy people on the phone that don't trust you, don't know you, know nothing about you, those close at that 4% rate that we talked about. Out of every 100, 4% of them are going to close. Warm referrals, borrowed trust on someone. By the way, that's a test question. Borrowed trust. Those warm referrals, people who referred you because they're a family or a friend, they converted a 30% conversion rate. So that means those referrals that your family and friends are getting, 1 in 3 of them are going to make it to the closing table. Cold internet leads, 4 out of 100 are going to make it to the closing table. Past clients have a 60% conversion rate, proven trust. So you can see those people who you've showcased your services in front of and got them to the closing table, you keep in touch with them. It's your absolute best veer for additional business in the future. And people buy every 5 years. So the people who, I mean, let's see, 21 years ago, I've just closed a client. In fact, it's a $900,000 property that I closed last week. That was a client that has been my client, and this is the fifth home I sold them. I sold them a little small 2-bedroom house. I sold it. They moved to DC. They came back. They bought a 3-bedroom house, and then they moved to Georgetown. I sold them another house in Georgetown, and now I just sold them a house in Liberty Hill. Beautiful house with a pool. So the and just on the dot, every 5 years, I sold them a house. And your database should be turning over about every 5 years. And so keeping in touch with them every year that they're not buying with you, what are they doing?
Referring.
With someone else.
They are, every year that they're not buying with you, they're giving you referrals because every 5 years, they're buying with you. All you have to do is have a database and be calling your sphere on a regular basis. Now, you should not have a 3x5 card in a plastic box and putting the first one into the last one and just rotating based on calls. There's better ways to do it. We built you a CRM. Now, I don't care what CRM you use, just use one. I don't care how good it is. I don't care how easy it is. Just use one because all it's going to do is it's going to allow you to enter notes and it's going to tell you when to call them. It's not going to tell you what to say. It's just going to tell you when to call them. And that's all you need is a reminder so that it's reminding you to call. We have a CRM that we've built for you. Gavin is going to jump on. He's going to show you how to use it and how you can leverage it so that it's reminding you of when to call because that's it. That's all you have to do is pick up the phone and call people who know, love, and trust you. Those where the business is going to come from. So typical prospecting, 5 company lead calls a day, appointment setting, 2 personal sphere calls a day, longer nurturing calls, 2 open houses per week, 1 8x8 campaign. So that's 5 transactions a year. $450,000, 3% commission, $13,500 each. It's about $70,000 a year. If you want to make $70,000 a year, follow this recipe. If you want to make $500,000 a year, we'll follow this recipe: 20 company leads a day, 2 personal phone calls a day, 2 open houses per week, 0 8x8 campaigns, by the way, 3 transactions a month, $450,000, 3% commission, that's $486,000 a year. You want to make $1 million a year, 40 company leads a day, 2 personal sphere calls a day, 2 open houses per week, 1 8x8 campaign. That's going to make you $972,000 a year. These are your touches, your conversion rates, your total conversions, your percent appointments, your total appointments, and your total closings from each section. Now, the idea here is to move from calling cold leads to just calling your database. Once you've closed about 200 transactions in your career, you will never need to call a lead again. All you're going to do is call your 200 past closings. But if your database is full of people you've not closed with, then that's a 30% conversion rate. So you're going to need to be adding people to it. But you want to get to the point where your database has 200 past closed clients in it, and those 200 people are going to feed you for life. In the meantime, your database might be worth have 500-600 people in it, and you're calling those 500-600 people in it, and maybe only 80 of them are closed. And so as you get to that 200 mark, at the point you've got 200 past closings lifetime, you don't need to call leads anymore. You need to call only your people and focus on that client appreciation events, and focus on only that one thing. But you need to be doing open houses. You need to be doing mailers. You need to be advertising yourself out there. So again, focusing on the $400,000 price point with a $12,000 commission, we need 73 closings a year to make $1 million. 83 contacts per year over the course of 12 months is 6 contracts a month. So if we have 83 contracts, we divide that by 12, that's 6 contracts a month that you're going to be doing. 6 contracts a month. Remember the 24-to-1 ratio? So if you're only calling cold leads and that's only where you're going to get your business from, then you need 144 leads a month in order for you to be able to close at this level. Those 144 leads, you have to call, follow up, and set the appointments and make sure that you're at that 4% conversion rate. And it's not a one call and done. Some of them are going to take 4 or 5 calls to get a hold of that person, but we're going to continue making the calls until we've gotten a hold of each one, made an appointment, met them out in the real world. But if you're not appointment setting, if you're trying to convert them over the phone and refuse to go meet anyone, you're going to have a 0% conversion rate. If you want a 4% conversion rate, then the goal of every single phone call is to set an appointment and go meet them somewhere and then go sell them a house. That's the job of a salesperson. But if you're spending all of your time trying to convert them over the phone and you're not getting anywhere, you know why. It's proven. You can't convert someone over the phone. You can appointment set over the phone and you convert them in the real world. This has been a statistic since real estate began, and I don't think it's going to ever end. And thank God, because it means that Zillow is never going to replace us, and AI is never going to replace us, because this is a relationship business. You're not real to them. In the world of lead generation, you're not real to them until they've met you. Now, if they're an out-of-town buyer and you do a Zoom call, that's a little bit different, but for the majority of the time, you're going to go meet them somewhere. You're going to meet them in the real world. They're going to hire you. Their statistic is that 90% of people, they hire the first person they meet. Majority of consumers hire the very first person they meet. You have a 90% chance of being hired when you go and meet them. 90% chance. We know that they're already speaking with 3 other real estate agents. So you call those 25 people, those 25 people on average are already speaking to 3 other people. They've probably had 10-minute conversations with each one. The other 2 agents that they're speaking with, or 3 agents that they're speaking with, are trying to convert them over the phone, talking to them about representation agreements. But you are different. You're a breath of fresh air. Hey, I'm so excited that you're in the market. Are you excited? I'm excited for you. Hey, I see that the 3 properties on the market that match what you're looking for. When would you like to go see them? And set the appointment and go meet them. You meet them at the front. First property, here is the representation agreement, information about brokerage services. Let's go see the houses. That's why I built an app for you that will allow you in the field to get a representation agreement signed directly out of the app by clicking only 3 buttons. And we have a video to show you how to do that, and Gavin will also walk you through it. But there is a portion of Mega where each and every single one of you are going to go through the app and create an instant buyer rep through the app, so you can see how easy it is to do. It's very, very easy. So these statistics are all over the place. about exactly what you need and how many leads you need to pull out of your business, bring into your business every single month in order to make the numbers that you want to make. So, open houses, phone calls, running Facebook ads, hosting open houses, calling the vault, calling your sphere, calling past clients, asking everyone around you for referrals, having your business cards, having your V card and sharing it out, enrolling into Live Connect, and surrounding yourself with lead generation. Now, obviously, there's riches in the niches, and the agents who make the most money in real estate are doing geographic farming, which means they become neighborhood experts, absolute experts at the neighborhood they live in, and they spend a lot of time and energy making sure that they are one of the most well-known agents in their entire neighborhood. There's a video that you're going to watch that says that they did a skit where they knocked on the doors of a neighborhood and asked everyone who the number one agent was, and they said, "I don't know." Then they did a 6x6 campaign, actually the 8x8 campaign, and which is mailing 8 cards over the course of 8 weeks, knocked on the doors again and said, "Who's the number one agent?" And they said the agent on the card. But the thing was, is the agent was fake, and it was just a whole thing to test uh, marketing and how well it works. And they found out that marketing and getting yourself to be the best and most well-known agent in the subdivision is not hard to do. And agents really fail at marketing. And so you can pick up a huge market share in being geographic marketing. It's how Kim Dale closes a lot of her business. It's how Isolette closes a lot of her business. Phyllis Force, Christina Roberto, Lisa, myself. That's how we close a lot of business. So that business takes us elsewhere as well, but that geographic farm is something needed for you because think of all of those seeds, all of those little fertile ground that is providing you more leads inside that subdivision. So geographic marketing is huge. We asked this question a moment ago, but what will increase your profitability more? Increasing your number of leads, or increasing your sales price, or increasing your conversion rate? So I broke it down to show you. So know your numbers. Knowing your numbers in real estate might not sound fun. It's a huge blue engineer type approach, but you need to know your numbers. So if you are someone who doesn't like the numbers behind the business, that's the part of the business that you're going to have to force yourself to become familiar with so you know your numbers because it is necessary. $500,000 annual income at a $400,000 price, again, $12,000 commission. If you want to make a $500,000, you divide that 12,000, that's 40 closings. 40 transactions a year divided by 12 months is 3 transactions a month. So how do we achieve these 3 transactions a month? If it's just cold leads, then we need 24 leads per closing. We need 75 leads in order to materialize that. So 75 leads over the course of 30 days, that's 2 to 3 leads that's required every single day. But these leads are not phone calls. These leads are going to take up to 6 phone calls per lead. So we're talking about a lot of phone calls. So don't think one lead is one phone call. It's one lead. By the 6th call, you have a 90% chance of getting a hold of them. We'll see that in a future mega. Relentless conversion. We're going to look at that and see the numbers on that. So if you have a 4% conversion rate, which means you're closing 4 out of 100 and you have 75 leads, you're going to have 2 sales a month. If you increase that, and that's, by the way, $288,000 annual income, but you take that 4% conversion rate and you turn it into a 5%, so out of the same 100 leads, you've now closed 5 transactions, that's 3 sales. And now you've taken your $288,000 a year and you've increased it to $432,000 based on 1 extra closing a month. You take that 5% and turn it into a 6%, and this is the platinum standard. This is the highest that you're ever going to get. This is an agent that knows their scripts, goes to work every day, calling their leads, and really good on the phone. They're going to be able to close 4 transactions a month from that same 100 leads. They're going to make $576,000. So you see, increasing your conversion rate is much more profitable than buying more leads or doing anything else in your business, which means you need to know the business really, really well. So we did that for the $1 million and we did it also for the $500,000. And so if instead you wanted to go for the million, now everything's going to double on the number of leads, the number of calls that you're going to need to make. It's now you're going to need 150 leads a month. 6 transactions a month divided by the number of leads, 150 leads. You're going to call each of those 6 times on average. So now you're looking at about 800 to 1,000 calls that you're going to make that month, which means you're going to need 2 hours a day to be pounding the phones every morning. Hi, Tom. This is Jack over at Realty Texas. You registered on our website. Looks like you were interested in 123 Main Street. Was calling to see if I can answer any questions you have about that property. Looks like you're busy. No problem. I'll give you a call this afternoon after my afternoon appointments. Hope you're doing well. Boom. The afternoon. Hey, Tom, Jack Stapleton called this morning about 123 Main Street. Looks like you're still busy. No problem. I'll give you a call in the morning. Click. You just keep doing that. Very simple. In the morning and the afternoon. You just keep that cycle going. And eventually they're going to answer the phone or call you back. Hey, Tom, it's so good to hear from you. Yeah. So 123 Main Street. Did you want to go make an appointment on that property and go see it? Yes. Great. Let's set an appointment. Go meet them in the real world. That's it. It's a lot of phone calls, but we're talking about $1.1 million. And so no $1 million, no phone calls, 600 phone calls, $1 million. I'll be on the phone all day long because I would much rather do that than anything else. Now, you turn 200 people into past clients, and now I'm not calling 600 people anymore a month. I'm calling a lot fewer number and I'm getting a lot more leads from it because every single one of those people are providing me a lead. And so it just helps me make more money and I have to do less work. And eventually I hire an assistant and all now I'm doing is just being the face of my business. Maybe doing a reel a day, showing up, doing my power hour, showing up to do my open houses in the weekend. All of my administrative stuff is done for me. Hoorah. I'm running a very profitable and enjoyable real estate business where someone else is dealing with my administrative tasks. What makes a successful sales agent is different than what makes a successful real estate agent. Sales equals influence, your ability to expertly influence a buyer's sales decision. Now let's ask again the question. What is it that buyers are buying from you?
A service.
Uh-huh. So when you're trying to influence their sales decision, what decision is it that you're trying to get them to make?
To hire you.
To buy
Yes,
my service.
that's right, to buy you, to hire you. So this means that to get your representation agreement signed, so don't ever confuse that with them buying a home because you're not trying to sell them a home. You're trying to get hired and then you're going to help them buy. You don't sell people houses. You get hired to assist them to buy. And there is a phenomenal difference between the two of those things. So a salesperson, a good one, has the ability to expertly influence a buyer's sales decision. The sales decision is not the property. It's hiring you to do the job. A successful sales agent must be a successful salesperson. We don't sell people homes. We advise and we represent and we give opinions when asked. A successful sales agent, most important quality is their ability to find clients and get hired, prospect and convert. That's it. And guess what? The narcissistic agents out there who have nothing to back up their services are phenomenal at this. The agents with the biggest heart and the biggest service, the biggest servant's heart, are really bad at this. So my goal is to take the people with the biggest heart and gear them with the knowledge of how to be the best salesperson so they can compete against those narcissistic people. And that is what the consumer deserves, is a really good real estate agent that has their best intentions and their best interest truly at heart through that fiduciary relationship. So expert salespeople know how to convert prospects and make them feel safe about their decision to hire them. Safe equals trust. This means the client has zero questions about the agent's ability, their commitment, or their ethics. Now we've come full circle to this morning. The client needs to trust your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. Why are you the best agent? Why do you have the highest commitment to them? And what are your ethics? And if you can get this across to the agent, to the client as fast and as early in the relationship as possible, again, there's a 90% chance that they're going to hire you if you can just set the appointment. So sometimes what we're trying to get across isn't for them to hire us out in the real world, because in the real world, there's a 90% chance of them hiring us. So at that point, you can just screw it up. So don't screw it up. The question is how do you get them to meet you? So the phone skills has to be able to get across to them on the phone about your ability, your commitment, and your ethics. So the conversion has to be setting the appointment and building enough trust on that phone call for them to meet you and not ghost you and actually meet you at the property, which means you have to make it easy for them. Your inflection in your voice has to be positive, and you have to be excited for them. Hey, I see you're interested in 123 Main Street. Super excited. Are you in the market to buy a home? Yes. Are you excited? Well, actually, yes. Well, I'm excited for you. That is the very, very best way, underlined 3 times, to have a conversation out the gate with a client. Wow, they're excited for me. That is a whole different thing. Now they're like, well, this kind of person's on my side. They're looking for out for my happiness. That's cool. That's a very good way to approach a phone call. Expert sales agents are expert salespeople at selling themselves, getting more leads, converting more leads, closing more leads, following up, and getting more leads after the follow up. You have to be a lead generating machine. I want to see you make $1 million a year. It's not hard. You just have to be focusing on not administrative tasks, but be focusing on those income producing tasks. And oddly enough, 99.9% of income producing tasks is conversations with people on the phone to go meet them in the world, get your representation agreement signed, so then you can now provide real estate services to them. The struggling sales agent, the one that's not a very good salesperson, has a difficulty finding clients and a difficulty getting hired. This can be cured. It's very easy to cure, actually, because the salesperson just needs to convert their thinking to realize that they are the product. How they dress, how they act, how they speak, their scripts. They start realizing that it's them that's going to get hired. So how marketable are you? Go look at yourself in the mirror. You need to be marketable. Standing up tall, having confidence, being respectful, looking professional. Closing the sale is getting hired, not closing the house. Sales agents get hired through rep agreements. We're going to keep talking about this and for the next 30 minutes. Struggling agents need to commit to prospecting more, 40 hours a week, until they fill their pipelines, and then they can start taking their time and start dialing it back a little bit, because you should have 2 hours hard coded Monday through Friday for the one thing. The one thing. That takes me back to this book, doesn't it? The one thing. So what matters most? Says paragraph in the Shift book. If we step back and we look at our business, we can see that there are actually 6 competencies at the core of what we do as real estate professionals. First, we lead generate, we capture and convert leads to appointments. Second, we present to potential buyers and sellers and get representation agreements signed. Third, we show our buyers and market our sellers. Fourth, we write and negotiate purchase contracts. And fifth, we coordinate our resulting sales to closings. And finally, number 6, we manage the money that comes into our business. These 6 core competencies are the outline of our basic sales job description. And what's interesting is that some can and some can't be successfully delegated, aka hire an assistant and they do those tasks for us. Presenting, showing, writing, negotiating, coordinating closings, and managing money are all activities that, to a certain degree, a high degree, can be delegated. Presenting, showing, writing, negotiating, coordinating closings, and managing money, and all of those things can be delegated. However, it is extremely difficult to effectively delegate number 1, lead generation and conversion to an appointment. Why? The skill level it takes to generate a lead, capture the appropriate information, and then convert that lead to an appointment is a distinct skill set that takes extensive practice over time to develop to a high level, and it is where the money is. What was that last part?
It's where the money is.
Where the money is. And guess what most agents want to do? They want to be their own assistant and call Zillow and ask them to sell them leads. exactly the opposite of what a salesperson should be doing. Lead generation and conversion to an appointment is a distinct skill set, and it's where the money is. That is the only thing that you can't delegate, which means everything in your business is administrative tasks except for getting hired. Generating the lead and converting that lead to an appointment and going and meeting at that appointment and getting your representation agreement signed, that is 100% of your sales job. Now you need to back it up with providing expert real estate services. And that part, most of you got. The part that is what you don't typically have is the lead generation and converting that lead to an appointment and going meeting that person in the real world and getting hired and doing that again and again and again and again. You must believe with full confidence that you are the best person for the job. Always. And if you meet them out there and you find out that you're not and you need a mentor, you can refer someone out, or you can get a mentor and the mentor walks you through the hands, but you can be confident in helping them through the transaction because you're being mentored by someone who's going to make sure that you don't fall into a pit along with your client. I created this course in order to help you become an expert at these 4 things. Does anybody know the first one?
Prospecting.
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 Does anybody know the second one?
Conversion.
Anyone know the third one?
Close.
Close.
Anyone know the fourth one?
Follow up.
Follow up.
Repeat.
Prospect. Yes, rinse, repeat. Exactly right. And have fun while doing it. So we're going to prospect, pull leads into the business. We're going to call them and convert them, and converting them is getting your representation agreement signed. Then once we have a representation agreement signed, then they're now a client, and we're going to provide them with expert real estate services, and we're going to give them the best representation money can buy, and we're going to get them all the way to the closing table and close that transaction. Hug, gift at the closing table, the whole bit, and then we're going to follow up and get referrals for them forever. These are the 4 things. This is the job description. Prospect, convert, close, follow up, and becoming an expert at these 4 and having a plan for each interwoven into your written business plan, which we're going to help you create and craft, and putting mindful attention to an appropriate amount of time dedicated to each one of these tasks is how top salespeople run their practice. It's how you become the top 5%. And if there's something wrong in your business, we need to zoom out and look at your business. Is it because you're not getting enough leads? Thank you. Oh, sorry, guys. Is it because you're not pulling enough leads into your business? Is it because you're getting a lot of leads, but you're not converting any? Is it because you're getting representation agreements signed and they're not closing? They're falling out during the transaction? Or is it because you've closed a lot of transactions and you've got 200 passed, but you've never received a referral? If you're not asking for referrals, you're not going to get any. 100% proven. If people don't ask for referrals, they are not going to get referrals. Referrals come from an agent who has asked their clients at least 3 times. At the beginning, in the middle, and the end, and you're going to call them 3 times a year to check in. How's the house? How are you? How's the family? How are things going? Is there anything you're looking for a plumber? Yes, I'm connected. In fact, I was just talking to my cousin. He just got his plumber's license. We've got several plumbing companies. I'm going to send you a list of everything we've got. A real estate sales agent must always remember that they are a salesperson and wake up with a salesperson mindset. Look at your hand, find the things you're grateful for, jump into the morning huddle with Andrew and my team for the right mindset, get out of the morning huddle and immediately start calling your database and focusing on relentlessly prospecting, an expert at converting prospects and close transactions at an expert level. Because you see, we have people who are making $1 million a year and they close at a very basic level. They're not providing great service at all. They're just consistent. And that consistency is enough for them to get referrals. You become great at this, you're going to get a massive amount of referrals. And the astonishing truth is being an expert at the core job duties of real estate has no impact on making $1 million a year. And that is disgusting and it makes me sick to my stomach, but it's true. The astonishing truth is being an expert at real estate has nothing to do with how much money you make. The money comes from being consistent about calling leads and getting referrals, having nothing to do with how good of a real estate agent you are. I would love to be able to tell you the better a real estate agent you are, the more money you're going to make, but that's a lie. The better you are at lead generation and conversion is how much money you're going to make in real estate. And as a broker, I am going to demand that you provide the very best real estate services that money can buy. But how I can make you compete in the marketplace and make $1 million a year is going to be you understanding the importance of lead generation and conversion, period. Closing a high volume has to do with your confidence. And Lisa and I are going to give you the confidence that you need to be able to go out there and attack this market.
That did this research project where they chose a community of homes. They went to this community, they knocked on every home, talked to every homeowner, and asked them the question, who's the #1 real estate agent here? And after they got through, they had a myriad of different answers, so it was a bunch of different agents. Not one single agent was dominant. They came back and they created a fake real estate agent profile, fake picture, fake contact information, and completed an 8x8 campaign, which is 1 postcard a week for 8 straight weeks to this community. After the 8x8 campaign was complete, they went back to the same community, knocked on the same doors, talked to the same homeowners, asked the same question. Who's the #1 real estate agent in this community? The majority of homeowners chose the fake real estate agent. Think about that for a second. This agent has never sold a home, doesn't even exist, but is being chosen as the #1 real estate agent in that community. Why? Because sometimes it's not about being the best, it's about being the most known.
Disgusting. Disgusting, but true nonetheless. How does that make you feel? I want to hear from you guys.
Not very good.
Make you feel optimistic?
Forget the rest and start prospecting.
Yep.
So around this point, some people think, you know what? I don't have time for the rest of Mega. I need to go out and prospect. There's $1 million to be had. There's so much opportunity that what the heck are you doing hanging around the office all day? Go out and work because there's massive opportunity. But if we are passively waiting for the leads to come to us and then try to convert them over the phone, not only are we wasting our time and our energy, but we are letting the opportunity and the market pass us by. We need to be finding and making as many phone calls. Raul, I have asked you to make as many phone calls in our leads department as you possibly can. Raul, get in and make phone calls. And every single time you're on the phone with someone, ask them the question, hey, do you want to see this property? 123 Main Street? I can go meet you out there and show it to you. That is how you make $1 million in real estate. It doesn't matter how good of a real estate agent is. It's how many calls you make and how many appointments you set. Now, we're going to gear you with making you the best real estate agent too. That's the wheel. That is what Realty Texas is. Teaching our agents how to become millionaire agents and expertly providing the very best services money can buy. That's something that should make you proud and optimistic and excited about being in real estate in the greatest country in the world, in the best state in the nation, in the best metros in the state for buying and selling real estate right this very second. How many are you feeling optimistic? I am so excited for you right now and to watch you grow over these next 4 weeks. And I promise you, if you stick with this and what we're talking about, and you do exactly what Lisa and I are going to show you to do, which is make 20 phone calls a day, return prospect calls within 20 seconds, build your database to 200, plan your day, plan your week, plan your month. Every single week, you need to have 2 open houses where you are out there doing open houses, and we have no shortage of open houses. And we're actually buyers and neighbors who are wanting to sell their home just come walking right in to talk to you. I mean, literally, if you could stand in one place and have buyers and sellers come to you, would you want to do that? Of course. But you have to market the open houses right too, and we're going to show you how to do that. So new leads, call the new leads within 20 seconds. 20 outbound calls every single day. New leads, past clients, the whole bit. Open house advertising starts on Monday, so you can advertise Monday, the whole open house, the whole week, so people actually show up on Saturday and Sunday. Building your database to 200 and calling them and be very excited the day that you have 200 past closings in that database. Doing yoga at least once a week, and accountability. Accountability in your mega mini. So we have action plans in our database that's automatically when a new lead comes in, day zero, it falls into the new pipeline. You call it, they don't answer. It goes into the intent to reach pipeline. We have 4 calls over the course of 4 days, actually 5 calls over the course of 4 days. If you still haven't gotten to reach them by that, it goes into last chance and we call them 5 more times. We call them a total of 10 times. And there's a 90% chance of them answering by the 6th call. That's what a new agent is supposed to do, is come in and pound the phones and get as much opportunity as they can until they have built their book of business where they can slowly convert from a transaction business to a referral-based business. And the referral-based business is the reward after hard work. But as you're building that referral-based business and you close 1 and then close 2 and close 3, you don't wait to have 200 people before you start calling them. You start calling them the moment they close and keep up with them forever and continually making more phone calls because you're continually adding more people to your database. But again, the conversion of a warm lead, someone who is giving you borrowed trust by they told you who a friend is who's looking to buy and sell a home, is going to be a much higher quality lead than coming in and calling Facebook leads, Realtor.com leads, and Zillow leads. In your business, you can break your tasks down into 3 sections: administrative tasks, income producing tasks, and prospecting. I'm going to call prospecting not an income producing task because that could be simply running a Facebook ad. Administrative tasks. Administrative tasks keep your business operating, but do not directly create revenue. It could be data entry, marketing setup, continuing education, social media, emails and calls, scheduling, presentations, MLS input, signage, photos, lockboxes, scheduling, the open house signage, all of it. Income producing tasks is something different. This directly is revenue generating. These are activities that lead to signed agreements, meeting them in the real world, the conversion. That is the income producing and closing transactions. And so when you focus here on this section, the income producing tasks, and focus your business on that first, you're going to see the revenue coming. Every hour of administrative tasks that you're going to do for yourself, you have to do 2 hours of income producing tasks. And if you put that into your business, you will create success. And then prospecting, that's building your pipelines. That is calling your sphere, following up with leads, hosting open houses, door knocking, networking, pop buys, expired outreach, online inquiries, thank you notes, constant follow up, all of this, prospecting. But the income producing task side of it isn't the prospecting. It's the conversion of the prospect, which is the phone call, which is the appointment that you set. And even the appointment set is not income producing. It's going and meeting them. The morning that you put on your suit, you drive out to meet your client, that is the income producing task. And so prospecting can be as much administrative as it can be prospecting. But those are the 3 parts of your business that you have to make sure that you're covering. And for every administrative hour that you spend, 2 hours of prospecting has to happen so that you can be appointment setting. So here it is. Generate a list of 10 ways to prospect for business that will help you generate revenue into your business. I want you guys to write this down because this is going to be a test question and I'm going to bring it to you guys next week, on Thursday rather. I want you to come up with the most influential person in your family. Who is the patriarch or the matriarch of the family? The most influential person in your friend group, and the most influential person from your past school or job. I want you to write down their name. Then I want you to call them and have a conversation with them about your real estate career, and let them know that they are a mentor of yours and that you appreciate them and ask them about sending you referrals. And that's going to be a scary phone call to make because these are the three scariest people in your life to have this kind of rejection headed towards you. But let them know, hey, I'm in real estate and I, at this point in my career, am looking to build my book of business and build my business. And I understand that my business is going to come from my sphere, the people who already know, love, and trust me. And you are one of the most respected people in my life. And getting referrals from you would mean the world to me. How many of you can have that conversation? Raul says yes. Amrit says yes. Caroline says yes. Sherry says yes. Okay. This is going to be the scariest thing that you do out of this week. One of my mentors, who I absolutely love, she gets up on stage at the core conference and says, God is not making any more time or any more land. Both are your most precious, non-renewable resources. And it's so true, isn't it? A successful agent, you have to operate from a plan. We're going to be helping you build a little bit of a plan for your short-term goals, your weekly goals, and your daily goals. We're going to break those down into 3 things so that when you're planning your day, your week, your month, you can have consistent income. This chart here, this little cute chart with the emojis, is the cyclical cycle of most real estate agents today. They find a client, they get their representation agreement signed, they get under contract, and they are happy. They get halfway through that transaction, like, good grief, this is a lot. And then they close that transaction, get to the bottom, and they're like, okay, well, yeah, I got paid, but I don't have anybody in my pipelines again. I don't have any more checks coming. And then now they're just kind of freaked out. I don't know if I can do this. Do I have to do that every time? Every single time I have to do this whole thing? I have to find the client, close the client, and then end up right back at square one again? This is like 1,000 dates. I don't I don't want to have to go and get hired every single day. This is ridiculous. It's not the the stress of the business that's killing you. What's happened is getting to the bottom and not having any other representation agreement signed that's killing you. And so you can keep the momentum rolling. You can keep the wave going by when you're working the transaction. What happens is most agents stop prospecting. And so they've done some prospecting. They found a client. They stopped prospecting. They started doing all the administrative tasks and helping that client, and they got to the end and closed. And over the course of that 30 days, 0 prospecting happened, and they start all over again prospecting, trying to find the next client. You can't do that. Every day you must continue to prospect, even when you have a client, because every single day that you're not prospecting, you should have this sick feeling in your gut, like you're going to fail. That is what's going to push you to make those calls every single day for consistency. Because if you want more money, you have to have consistent tasks in your day. Consistency is what is going to create consistent income. It is 100% a one-to-one. Your consistency that you make in your calls is going to be consistent income. You need to run and manage your business and not let their business run you. Are you even in control of your business right now? And that means you show up in the morning, you make your phone calls, and you're setting your goals. That's running your business. But as soon as a phone call happens and you come running out the front door like your hair on fire because a client asked you to go show a property in the middle of your power hour, do you remember what Kobe Bryant said? When I'm in the zone, don't bother me. I am in my cage. I'm in my zone. I'm going to make my calls. You're going to schedule that showing for later in the day because nothing is going to get in the way of your power hour because that is your consistent income. That lowers your stress, lowers your cortisol, lowers your anxiety because you have consistent income so that when you go and meet that client, you don't feel desperate, you don't feel scared, you don't realize, gosh, if this doesn't happen, I'm not going to be able to pay my house payment or my car payment because you have lots of representation agreements signed and you have lots of business coming, so you have nothing to worry about. So you can't go running out the door at the drop of a hat, especially during your power hour. You have to run your business. Now, when you become the face of your business and you have an administrative tasks and you have someone doing your office work for you, and someone calls and says, "Hey, can I see a business? Can I just go see a property?" Of course you can, because that is your income producing tasks. but you have to respect your power hour no matter how big your team is. You have to call your people because your people is where your business is going to come from. This in green is a test question. There's a video from Tom Ferry where he's standing up on a stage and says, all the money is in tech enabled, systematic, relentless, scheduled follow up. That means you need a CRM. It needs to be systematic. You need to be relentless about showing up and pushing the call button. All of those calls are automatically scheduled for you and following up with your database, and all you do is show up. That's where the money is in real estate today, period. Mic drop, done. When it comes to getting your representation agreement signed, we're going to talk about this on Thursday. Your mega recap here is that you are in the sales business. You sell representation agreements. What it takes to get hired is meeting the client out there in the real world. What duties do you have? Once you get hired, then you can provide real estate services only then. And again, it has to be the duties that you have when you get hired is provide the IABS, let them know who you represent in the transaction, and then show properties and then start providing services. And the importance of being the professional that you know that you are so that you are a marketable agent and that you know what product that you're marketing, which is you. The successful formula for real estate agents: 3 hours prospecting a day, 1 hour of administrative tasks, and 3 hours closing deals. You have to make sure that you govern your time properly because this kind of craziness. There's a difference between being a good real estate agent versus being a good salesperson. Being a good real estate agent means that you take great care in representing clients through transactions, and being a good salesperson means you have the skill set necessary to generate and convert leads. This is my attempt today to convince you of the opportunity that's out there, to convince you that that opportunity exists and exactly what you need to be a successful real estate agent and what is it you're selling so that we can jump into Wednesday's class and we can get through the mindset and push that aside and focus on what you say on the phone when you're making your calls. So this is the official end of our first mega session together. There's a couple of slides here. There is an exam that's due. You can scan this QR code. This QR code is going to show you how to get to the exam. This is a copy of the exam that you don't need. It's just a paper copy. This is going to show you how to get to the exam in the .me. And this is the video that you're going to watch that's a 20-minute recap of today that will walk you through all 20 questions. You don't have to watch the video, but it's a recap and it's going to help you. And there's a few other slides here, 2 other slides. This is where I'm hoping you guys are going to show up in Mega to get the most out of these 4 weeks together that we're going to have. Your homework assignment is complete your Mega exam, add your points to Teams, make 5 sphere calls before Wednesday, attend your sales meeting on Tuesday, attend a city council meeting so you can get points for that, and do a yoga session. And tomorrow, you're going to show up in your morning huddle. Now, I asked you to watch the entire Kobe Bryant video. The link to that video is in this QR code, and that's also part of your homework, which is on this slide. I'm going to follow up after class with an email that's going to recap this stuff, and Lisa will make sense of all of this stuff tomorrow at noon. And officially, I'm going to turn this over to Lisa. Lisa, you have it.
Yes, so we need to make sure that all of you have been watching that. Thank you so much for being diligent and keeping your videos on and participating and staying awake and all the things. If so, those of you who had your video on, I'm assuming that you want credit, but it's very helpful if you put your name, rename yourself with your name and then -CE, because it's Miguel needs to know who to invoice. We need to do that today. So if you could do that really quickly, I can super quickly mark that for him so he knows who to send the credit to Trek for you.
So if you've already paid, we know that you're looking for credit, so we're watching you, but some of you haven't paid. And so we need to know that you're looking for credit so Miguel can make sure that you don't come to us after Mega and say, but what about my credit? And so if you haven't paid, the assumption is that you don't want credit. But if that was a mistake or an oversight, we need to know that.
Yep. And then tomorrow, Mega Minis, super excited. We have some really fun stuff coming up. If you're going to be a little late or have to leave a little early, just Teams me so I can keep track of that. Again, there's a lot of moving parts and there's a lot of you. So the communication is key. And then that's really pretty much all I have for now.